my god. Oh my god. Oh. Why, hello there, y'all. Oh my god. Hi. Hi, y'all. How are we? How are we? Y'all, I have a treat for you guys today. Well, obviously the main thing that we were planning on doing, which was, reading AD ASTRA today. But also, let me just, I made it pretty! Thank you guys for the follows! I made shit pretty! I've got my little commands over here, my fucking, I made a little a little tuber! Which I'm very happy with. Look at it blinks! It talks! It's cute! And I made a little chat box and everything. I made it all work, you know? Thank you all for the follows. Thank you. Welcome. Oh man. I like spent like a majority of yesterday and today just drawing my little layout and making sure everything looked pretty. Cause it's a special thank you Helenite for the follow. Speaking of which, it's a special stream, right? Usually we do art here, but today we're gonna be doing a cold read, or a blind read rather, of the fanfiction known as, Today We Cry, of the fanfiction known as AD ASTRA. It has been kind of floating around on Twitter for a while, and it's kind of sparked its popularity. It's a B-duo centric fanfiction, but we're gonna read through this today. But before I do that, I want you all to know that I want you to know who the author is. The author is, I'll put it in chat, Helenite on Twitter. Sorry, let me spell that correctly. I'm so sorry, Helen. Helenite on Twitter. There we go. I'm pretty sure I spelled that correctly. But if you guys want to go check her out, feel free to do so, and be sure to check out the fanfic itself. There's Helen. Thank you for coming, by the way. But before we jump into it, there are a few things that I want to go over. There are there are some. This fic is a bit. Thank you, Connor. Thank you, Connor. But we're gonna this fic is a bit it gets a bit heavier at times, so before we get into anything, we're gonna go through some of the notable triggers. If you need to look at any of the triggers and content warnings at any time during the stream, just down here for triggers and CWs, use the what do command in chat. Thank you for the follow. But Helen gave me a nice little comprehensive list of like notable triggers and stuff, so we'll go over that really quick. And if none of this is any of your style, then you don't have to stay. But just fair warning, right? So, for the first chapter, and I'll go over these, like, as we get into the chapters, just to kind of, like, preface it, before we get into anything. But for the first chapter, Nebula, there is mention of previous blaster wounds, mild panic attacks and anxiety and nightmares, excessive brattiness, and high-stress situations. For chapter 2, there is mentions of previous blaster wounds and injuries, depictions of injuries, panic attacks, trauma, and PTSD episodes. And in chapter 3, the main sequence, there are panic attacks, implied child neglect, unintentional self-harm, implied non-physical child abuse, space racism, canon typical violence, minor character death, but he sucks though, thank you Helen for that note, injury, anger issues, brief suicide ideation, hostage situations, aftermath of torture, and mention of past suicide attempts. So if none of this is to your liking, or it may be uncomfortable to you, you can leave now. I encourage you to do so if none of this is your cup of tea. So, why don't, now that that's out of the way, I've got my water. Hydrate, by the way. I've got my water. And why don't we just jump into it? I have been really fucking excited to read this. Like, I've been thinking about this all week. I've been seeing this a lot around Twitter, and, just one night, Connor came up to me and was like, hey, Moon. Hey, Moon. And I'm like, yeah. They're like, you should read AD ASTRA. I'm like, yeah, I really should. And I was like, you know what? Why don't I do that for stream? And I think that, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna say this. I don't mean to brag. I don't mean to brag. I'm not a bragger. But, I do a lot of D&D, and I do a lot of, like, in this house we adore AD ASTRA. It is true. And I will gain a new appreciation for it while reading, I'm sure. But I am an avid RPer, and thus I am I'm very versed in voice acting, quote unquote. So I'm gonna make this shit dramatic. Just so you know. Alright. Let's read through this summary really quick. Tubbo's a smuggler who really only cares about having fuel in his tanks and making it to the next soul cycle. Likes to think he's pretty level-headed, but this spoiled Ender Prince is really testing his resolve not to shoot him out of the airlock. Great setup! Hello, I decided to break this up into chapters because right now... Okay, alright. Characters are based from Origins SCP. There's little characterization from the DSMP. Okay. Buckle up, kids, we're going to space. Like it. I like it. Alright. Okay. Let's get started. Alright. Let's pause this. Chapter 1. Nebula. There's no easy way from the Earth to the stars. Cienza the Younger Hercules. The regulator coupler twists smoothly under his wrench, easing by well-oiled parts and a steady hand, increasing the amount of fuel that's funneling into the engines by only a slight amount. It's not a huge repair, but Tubbo can already tell the difference, antenna flicking lightly as the humming whine from the engines changes in pitch to something more steady. He grins and flips. Pause to preface. I may fumble on my words a little bit. I'm sorry. But anyways. He grins and flips the wrench into one of his lower hands, clambering out of the maintenance hatch in the floor, and toes it shut with a socked foot so he won't accidentally fall into it later. Stretching his top arms above his head and the lower ones in front of him, Tubbo pops his back and flexes his wings out, only wincing in mild discomfort as the wound along his left side pulls uncomfortably. Rubbing at it absent-mindedly with his lower right arm, Tubbo begins putting his tools away in neat order, singing under his breath to the music drifting through the speakers overhead. The engines are well taken care of enough to that they don't rattle the Eshachi? Sorry. Eshachi. But he can pick up their vibrations with his antenna, bobs his head in time to that pulsating beat. Tubbo's heard other pilots and travelers complain about the incessant trembling of the recycled air of the ships, how it drove them crazy, but it's never bothered him. He misses it, actually. Whenever he's planet-side, whenever he's planet-side, hates not pardon me. He misses it, actually, whenever he's planet-side. Hates not having the comforting thrum of his ship around him, the whining drone of the engines and smooth glide of machinery. Clicking his toolbox shut, Tubbo hefts it under one arm and makes sure it's properly stowed away. Safety latch is locked into place, so it won't go hurling around the next time he has to do some evasive flying. He spreads one hand out along the side of the Asachi, smiling fondly, stroking over the metal plating, fingertips tracing along grooves and rivets, knows the shape of each one by heart. There's a lot of pilots that just fly for the paycheck, or because they couldn't be bothered to find anything else to do. That's not why Tubbo is out here. Not why he bitches and groans anytime he actually has to land. He's a pilot because he loves it. Because there's nothing like hurtling through the black and expanse of space with 1,000 winking stars around you, or navigating the tricky tight press of asteroid belts. And any good pilot worth their tool set knows, without a shadow of a doubt, that their ship isn't just a piece of machinery to get you from point A to point B. It's a partnership, a bond that can never be broken. And as long as Tubbo takes care of the Asachi, it'll take care of him. Their mutual trusting, keeping them both moving and out of danger. And that's all you could ever need. With his repair work done, Tubbo scales the ladder built into the wall and leads up to the top deck, and steps into the cockpit. He drops into his chair and starts to run a system diagnosis, just to make sure they're all still in correct course and nothing else needs attention. A couple screens pop up in front of him. He waves through each one after he scans it over, only pausing on the autopilot readout because, wow, are they making great time or what? The Asachi is fast, but this is a little insane even for it. And Tubbo furrows his brow and expands the screen. According to the autopilot, they'll be back at HQ in less than an hour, which doesn't make any sense. Because Tubbo knows for a fact that before he went down to repairs, he had a solid 20 minutes of flight left time. The realization hits him at the same time as a new pop-up appears on the HUD, taking over most of the viewport and blocking the trails of light whizzing by the hyperspace. Well, fuck me, I guess, Tubbo thinks, hitting accept because there's really no other choice. Just hopes it doesn't look like he hasn't slept in over a day as the hideous scrunched up photo is replaced by live feed. Good morning, bitch! Morning, dickhead. Tubbo responds with a smile, crossing his arms as he reclines in his chair, and Tommy grins back like a madman, jerks his head and jerks his head at him. I see you're still alive despite your best efforts. I can say the same to you, fucker. They haven't kicked you out of the insubordination yet? Tubbo laughs. Tommy scoffs, tossing his head to the side as he declares, I'm an absolute delight. Honestly, I'm sure they haven't made me... I'm surprised they haven't made me fleet captain yet, Tubbs. Rolling his eyes, Tubbo says with as much sarcasm as physically possible, Ah, yes, of course, because the Imperial Sun Fleet is just so known for giving out commissions to every shithead teenager. Hey, I'm almost 20, and you know, bitch, fuck off. You know it, bitch, fuck off. And just you watch, I'll be the first one. They'll make statues of me. Carve the name Tomothy in it across the galaxy. Tommy sweeps his hands out to demonstrate the vast swath of prestige he's going to have. Wings ruffling beside him in excitement, looking for everything in the world like he's every starry-eyed recruit fresh off the transport. He's mostly joking, but there was a time when they were both like that, eager to prove their talents to make a name for themselves, but now Tommy sits there in a crisp blue and red uniform, Tubbo in his gray and orange bomber, thousands of light years apart. If that happens, I'm drawing dicks on all of them. Tubbo promises with a lazy grin and laughs at the indignant noise Tommy makes, speckled gray wings flaring out behind him. Do fucking not, or I'll... You can't threaten me, fancy naval boy. Tubbo snorts, ducks his head quickly into the side to try and hide a yawn that snuck up on him. Snickers halfway coherently. Don't forget, I'm the criminal here. It's a stupid thing to say, kills the jovial mood instantly as Tommy straightens up, carefree smile melting off his face. You're not a criminal. They've had this argument before. Tubbo could easily lay out all the beats to it, but it never changes. And his lower hands pick up some loose threads on his jacket, upper ones wrapping a nervous, pardon me, I'm freezing on that, staccato, fuck. This nervous staccato against the armrest as Tubbo shrugs. Well, I mean, on practically every definition, No, you work for the Syndicate, which is an illegal organization run out of jurisdiction of the Empire and Tubbo. Tommy begins with a warning tone, and Tubbo's quick to snap his mouth shut, shuffles his arm around himself, and stares forlornly at the way his best friend's entire posture droops. Not for the first time, mourning that they had to end up here, a softly. Sorry. No, it's fine. You know that Tommy sighs, scratching a hand through his hair, mussing it out of the regulation style. Sounds like he murmurs softly to himself. I just wish you'd stayed. I wish you'd come with me, Tubbo thinks, but doesn't say. Knows there's no point because while Tommy does love him, he loves his home planet more, and it was no contest, really. Tubbo only asked him once, mistakenly. Amidst tears and furious panicking and the deafening silence that followed his plea was more than enough to convince him to never ask again. I couldn't stay, you know that, Tubbo says softly. And at the way Tommy nods his head in exhausted resignation, he can practically hear the silent answer to his unspoken comment. And I couldn't go with you. It's quiet after that, and Tubbo's antennas twitch in time to the humming song of engines running, moving to the tempo of the Asachi working around him. 1, 2, 3, breathe in, breathe out. You're here. 1, 2, 3, you're fine. You can't get out. You're not trapped. Comfort settles into his limbs at the reminder, and he runs reverential fingers through the edges of the consoles like he would something holy. In a way, it is. This ship having saved him time and time again, and Tebo's forever grateful for what the Asachi gives him, what it represents. Freedom. How's your side? How's your side? Is it healing alright? Tommy asks as a blatant topic change, and it drags Tebo from his thoughts. Has one of his hands flitting down out of habit to press lightly along the edges of the blaster wound. Yeah, the blistering has gotten a lot better, Tebo says as his fingers run over the bumpy med patch. Doesn't think it'll be a good idea to tell Tommy about how he ripped it open a few days ago, running down some back alleys. The frayed nerve under his skin sends sharp sparks of pain through his body at the pressure. Torn muscles and ligaments pulling too much and not enough in different spots. Leaves his entire left side aching, but it had stopped oozing blood last time he checked on it, so Tebo was counting on it as a lot better. Good, that's good. You getting enough rest? Tommy looks at him with a critical eye, squinting at his face for a long time, searching for signs of overexertion that are hopefully not as present as Tebo feels like they are. Clucks his tongue and grumbles. That old boar better not be working you too hard, or I swear to the craters I will kill his ass. I'm fine, Tommy. They've kept me on D-rank jobs for the last 2 weeks. It sucks so many balls. Tebo complains, leaves the twitching skin on his left side alone, and tosses his hands out exasperatedly. Which is such utter bullshit. The last time Dream got shot, he was only stuck on med leave for like a week. He's expecting Tommy to commiserate with him, because if there's one being the Navy hates more than Techno, it's Dream, who at this point probably has a higher successful capture rate than the entire Imperial fleet combined. Tebo has a bit of a weird fixation on the shapeshifter, alternating between beings personally impressed and in awe of his prowess, and violently opposed to everything he does, swept up in Imperial propaganda because he feels like he has to. Usually the latter wins out, but instead of puffing up and yelling like Tebo so desperately wants him to, so they can stop talking about serious things, Tommy just pushes his mouth to the side. Doesn't he have, like, a whole team, though? Tebo's hands clench around the armrests of his chair because he knows that tone. Knows this argument, too. Queen's pass, not this again. Have you thought about if you just stop being so fucking stubborn and get a partner? Wow! Would you look at that! Entering Syndicate airspaces. Gotta go, Toms! Tebo yells to cut off a familiar reprimand, starts fiddling around with controls even though he's about a solid 15 minutes away from the needing to drop out of light speed. Have a good day, class. I'll let you know when when I head out again. Tebo, do not hang up on me. I swear to actual fucking love you too. Okay, bye. Tebo shouts as he quickly taps out of the call, hits a couple buttons to send any incoming transmissions from Tommy's handheld to his inbox, and sags backwards with a long, drawn-out sigh, scrubbing 2 hands across his face. Tebo digs fingers into his tired eyes and wipes the grime out of them, very aware of how exhausted he is all of a sudden. The Syndicate usually required that its members operated in teams, but Tebo's stubborn as all fuck and a good pilot, and Techno had eventually caved. Was more interesting in having him join under these conditions than lose his piloting skills to another organization. Besides, as Tebo drags his hand down his face, looks over to the empty seat next to his in the cockpit, There's only one other person he'd ever have sit next to him, and he's thousands of light years away. It's not that much longer before a different alert is demanding his attention, and Tubbo opens the audio channel with one hand, already starting the process of exiting hyperspace with his others, and a sweet voice filters out the speakers. Entering Syndicate-controlled airspace, please state your identification credentials or purpose. Pilot ID M32N79, craft ID IK 9070 5R0. Tubbo recites absent-mindedly, easing back into the throttle of his engines, and engines wind down as the engines wind down. The blinding flash of hyperspace blinking out around him as HQ comes into view. The great hulking shape of it, backlit by a red giant. Other ships passing him on their way out of the back, and Tubbo grins. Tubbo grins. Takes over the controls as Nikki says with a clear smile in her voice, "Cleared for landing in Hangar 6. Welcome home, Tubbo." Oh boy. Hold on, I'm gonna take a drink after that. When if you need a break later on, I can read as well. Oh! That is true. That is fair. I will take you up on that. I might need your help maybe in chapter 2, so who knows? We'll see how far I get. Thank you, Aura. Okay. Well, I may as well state a few of my thoughts. Oh. Like fucking Clinky Duo. My beloveds. Oh. I really like this setup so far. This is really cool. Clinky Duo, right? I really like this setup so far. This is really cool. It's so good. Okay. You're going to love the characterizations in this? I already do. I already like Tubbo. Like from from this brief little this brief little thing so far, but I'm already liking it. It's very well written. Also, thank you for the people who were following. All right, let's continue. Pardon me. Oh, pardon me again. The Declassified Galactic Survival Guide. If one is to be traveling the greater beyond, one must have some understanding of how space chooses to govern itself, lest you fall victim to the series of complicated rules and laws that honestly make little to no sense otherwise. The governing system of the universe are as varied and sometimes as unknowable as the beings that populate it, which does make it rather difficult to try and find some common ground. But your author has come up with a pretty concise rule of thumb, assuming that you have thumbs. The long and short of it is, space is needlessly confusing and there is no clear answer. Your author personally recommends being in possession of a fast ship and little to no inhibition when it comes to shooting first and asking questions later. But if pressed, would argue that at this present moment, at about 67,000 light years beyond the event horizon, as the universe is always expanding and growing more complicated by the nanosecond, the largest governing powers would be divided between the Kapow, the Tantern 4, Oh, pardon me. Kapow of Tantern the Fourth, the Verband Eisen, a common garden snail, and the Sun Empire of Nirox. Pardon me. Tubbo throws his duffel into an unclaimed bunk in his room. Doesn't bother taking his boots off and passes out face first into his own bed. He's asleep for maybe half an hour before he starts getting too hot, props himself up enough to jerk his jacket off, and flops back over. But something's still not right. He tosses and turns for a while, eventually gets fed up enough to yank a pillow and blanket off his bunk, spreads them out on the floor, and lays with his back against the bulkhead. The metal plating is freezing against the bare skin of Tubbo's back, around his wings, just like the dark expanse of the open space, and he hums sleepily, presses a palm against the floor to feel the vibrations of the space station working under him, is out within seconds. He usually dreams about flying, adrenaline and pure elation pumping through his body as he navigates close quarters. The rush of having to make split-second decisions and calculations, the familiar shape of flight controls under his hands, more instinctual than everything else ever has been. It's no different this time, but as Tubbo stares down at his hands wrapped confidently around the controls of the Asachi, there's suddenly golden bands embroidered around the edges of his sleeves. And when he blinks, they morph into shackles, chaining him to the console, restricting his movements, and he tries to jerk back, but there's a hand gripping his shoulder hard, commanding voice snapping, "Do as you're told," and sit. Tubbo wakes up with a jolt, both sets of arms immediately checking the others for anything around his wrists, but they're bare, and he lets out a breath. He lets out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. Sits up from the floor with a groan. His body protests vehemently about him sleeping on unrelenting plastisteel, but Tubbo's well-versed in ignoring minor aches and pains, running the routine of popping his joints until they stop bitching quite as much. His blaster wound is really twinging as he gets to his feet, but there's no blood soaking through the med patch when Tubbo pulls his shirt up to check, so he leaves it for now, more distracted at the hollow aching in his stomach. Tubbo fumbles his jacket from the floor and stumbles out of his room, wincing at the bright lights illuminating the hallway as he tugs it on. Most of the HQ is made up of a natural colored plastisteel, something closer to a warm gray and not eye-catching. Vibrant white and Imperial fleets use, and is not so sterile, because unlike the fleet, there's not really rules here on what you can and can't do. There are several dorm halls in the station, but this one has been Tubbo's personal favorite to live on. When people are home and not sleeping, they leave their doors swished open, giving brief glimpses into the small spaces they get to call their own. Always welcoming to anyone looking to drop in for a minute. Personal preferences and decor styles bleed out of the hallway, posters going up the walls alongside the small hollow stills, creating a colorful, glowing collage that Tubbo smiles at sleepily while he walks past. Queens know what the local time is, but not that it matters. All of the time have busted as hell sleep schedules and come and go so much. They can't keep track of soul cycles anyway, so it's not surprising, at all when Tubbo passes other syndicate members on their way to the mess hall from shuffling around in pajamas and other dusty field gear. The mess hall isn't huge, but it could maybe fit all of them. It could maybe fit all of them if they were ever here at once. Orange and red banners hanging from the rafters and flutter a little and recycled air pumping through the through the station, mismatched sets of tables and chairs or benches scattering around the room at regular intervals. It's decently crowded right now, so it must be some normal-ish eating time, and Tubbo covers up a yawn with one hand as he waves hello with the others to the people that call out to him in greeting. He wanders up to an open replicator and has to punch in his ID at least twice before he gets it right. Swipes through the options until he finds what he wants. Tubbo grabs his glass once the replicator is done rehydrating the nectar and is not as good as anything from home, but it'll do. And he's looking for somewhere to sit when he hears, "Yo, little stinger!" Craning his neck to see where the voice came from, Tubbo spots it after a brief search, a molten orange arm waving in the air across the hall, and he ambles over to the table with a smile. "Hey man, what'd you get in?" Sapnap asked as he stood. As soon as he's close enough, the bright light coming out of his eyes, always hard to look directly at, but Tubbo makes an attempt, squints and shrugs his shoulders. Dunno, a few hours maybe? I passed out like right as I got back. That's George, like after every mission. Ain't that right, Georgie? Sapnap croons, leaning across the table to bat his sooty lashes at the teammate. And George rolls his eyes so hard. Tubbo's afraid he's sprained something, slaps a hand in Sapnap's grinning face. Why's that funny? So what if I actually value getting proper rest? Oh, you need your beauty sleep, huh, Guggy? Please, if anyone needs beauty sleep, it's you, Sap. You fucking bitch! How'd your mission go, Tubbo? Dream cuts in smoothly over his teammates bickering, pats the seat next to him with one long bone-white hand, and Tubbo plops down, sipping at his drink contemplatively. It was a simple job. Pick up one cargo here, drop it off there. Don't get shot. Again. Don't shoot anyone. Super important, and it went off fine. But that's the problem. There was no problem. Tubbo had autopilot on for most of the trip and had to distract himself with doing repairs in the Asachi, which he loved doing, don't get him wrong, but it wasn't as much of a thrill as making a run for it from the local authorities. It was okay, kind of boring. Tubbo eventually settles on, looks up at Dream's vapid, ever-changing smile, and the shifter hums, tilting his round head to the side. Techno still got you on D ranks? Yes. Tubbo groans, dramatically collapsing forwards on the table, sticks his chin out and pouts at nothing in particular. He hasn't had to do D ranks since he first joined. Even then, it was only for like a week, but just so they could make sure he wasn't going to cut and run with whatever profits he made before paying out his share. Dream makes a sympathetic noise next to him, long fingers tapping a bead against the tabletop. I'm sorry. I know that must really suck. Have you tried talking to him? And what am I supposed to say to the fucking blade? You know how stubborn he is. Tubbo snips, rolling his head to the side to half-heartedly glare at Dream's ever-changing face. The cartoonish smile and dot eyes, so out of place for most conversations, this one included. Dude, just be upfront. Threaten to quit or something. Sapnap chimes in with having finished bitching at George, and Tubbo sits up, clapping two hands together while he throws the others out, sarcastically gushes. Oh, what a great idea! I'm sure he'd be super intimidated at me saying I'm going to leave the organization. That's the only thing stopping me from getting arrested immediately. Oh. Right. Sapnap deflates a little. Likely because he forgot that not everyone here like him is most people have records and rap sheets and someone dogging their tail. That a lot of them are here specifically because Technoblade, the blood god, scourge of the 17 systems, has got enough infamy and clout to drive off any particularly drive off particularly anything with functioning brain stock. Hey, Steph's got a point. Not the threatening bit. Dream's voice goes sharp. Not the threatening bit. Dream's voice goes sharp in reprimand when Sapnap perks up and folds his arms together, grumbling under his breath as Dream uses a gentler tone when saying to Tubbo, "Directness is probably the best way to go with Techno." One of his hands lightly touches at Tubbo's shoulder. There for the briefest second, but it feels like Tubbo's been electrocuted. All of the overwhelming energy Dream radiates zapping under his skin, and the shifter tips his head to the side, says kindly, "You've been with us long enough. He'll listen to what you have to say." Tubbo snorts around the edge of his glass, isn't so sure of that himself, but doesn't press the issue. Lets the conversation flow on to other things. He listens rapidly while the other three regale him on their latest missions and bags, living vicariously through their stories, even though bounty hunting has never been his favorite. Just hearing Sapnap excitedly tell him about some chase through the crowded market, having to dodge blaster fire, and searing hot reach of the thermal blades as Tubbo on the edge of his seat, intent of perked forward at attention, wings flared open a little and quivering behind him. He missed the thrill of the chase so badly. Wants to feel the heady adrenaline of swerving photon blasts, the unmatched elation knowing he's outflown them, that he's good and fast, and he left them in his star trails. It's more that than anything else that convinces him to message Techno. And Tubbo taps out a quick question on his way back to his room, chewing on a thumb absently while the other hand types. "Hey, you got a sec to talk?" "Office." Sorry, I just went into that. But no time is given to Tubbo, just assumes he's supposed to go now, spins on his heel and heads back out to the communal hub, waits for one of the elevator banks and punches the button to the top floor once he gets inside. Actually, hold on, let me drink. Okay. Oh. Anyone outside of the Syndicate would guess that Technoblade's office has to be something dark and brooding. Oh my god! I'm so sorry! Oh my god, I'm so sorry! Sorry. Fuck it up and cringe. I did not realize it was still on emote only. I forgot to change it. Oh no. Oops. Well, hi guys. Hi guys, how are we? I was wondering what everybody was speaking in emojis, so I was I guess they don't want to interrupt or something. I am very much enjoying it, Helen. Thank you. Why did I make him pretty? Because he is pretty. Because I am pretty. Leave me alone. Yeah, story time, heart emoji. Yeah! Fuck! I thought it was so we wouldn't spoil. I mean, well, you still shouldn't. Don't spoil. No spoilers. Don't do that. Those can't. Those Damn. Shit. I will bark if y'all spoil it. Yes, Ara was the one who it's fucking good, Nick. Ara was the one who enabled that, the emote oil only whenever we went offline. He will do it again. Actually, while we're, spoiler, Tubbo was a bee. Shit! Fuck! Damn it! I thought it was just some, like, weird four-armed antenna guy who really likes honey. Damn, he's a frog. Alright, okay. While we're taking a pause here. Or just Tubbo, but as a frog. While we're taking a pause here, I will I will take a moment to refill my water, since I did not realize I was almost out. Thank you for follow. I will put on chill music again. Okay. There we go. Alright. And I will put it on BRB. Be right back. What? Wait a minute, hold on, I forgot my water. I like sat down and unmuted and realized I didn't bring my water with me. Hold on. Okay, hi. I'm back. I have my water. Alright. Okay. Let's get back into it, shall we? Thank you. Thank you. My streamer. Oh, the music. Oh god, pardon me. What the hell? Pardon. Alright. Let's go! Alright. Where were we? Let's go back and read through this. Boss man. 2034. Hey, you got a sec to talk? 2037. Office. No time is given, so Tubbo assumes he's supposed to go now. Spins on his heel and heads back out for the communal hub. Waits at one of the elevator banks and punches the button for the top floor once he gets inside. Anyone outside of the syndicate would guess that Technoblade's office has to be something dark and brooding, with blood-stained weapons lined along the walls and heads on spikes, and while there are weapons hung up, they're all clean and well taken care of, reflect the yellowing lights bobbing around the room. There's honestly more bookshelves than anything, piled high with holotechs and real bound paper copies. Trinkets and other oddities scatter around the room, collected over the decades of exploring countless worlds. The focal point of the room is a large desk backed by a wide viewport that looks out to the red giant, filling the room with its warm light. It's cozy, actually. Any harsh angle softened by the vibrant syndicate banners, or patterned rugs and reds and oranges. Unmade bed pushed up to the wall in the corner, papers and hollow tablets spread out on the covers, and there's not many hollow stills up, but all of them show smiling faces, fearsome teeth bared with exuberant grins. Sitting behind his desk is the blood god himself, and even without the cape and trident, Techno is still an imposing figure, though the image of a fearsome criminal organization leader is ruined somewhat by the sleep-ruffled hair and reading glasses perched on the edge of his nose. He's typing away at something on his console. Steaming mug sitting by his elbow, which means Phil must have just left, inclines inclines his head when Tubbo comes in. Take a seat if you're gonna be a minute. Otherwise, just start talking. The bluntness isn't any indication of his mood. That's just how Techno is. But it definitely sets those faint of heart on edge when speaking with the crime lord. Tubble's not really afraid of him anymore after you've seen a man almost cry trying to get the office marker to work while wearing pajamas with small fluffy animals on them. It's kind of lessens any tension you might have, but that doesn't mean he's not a little nervous approaching the desk. Mind your tongue, he could throw you out on your ass so fast, Tubbo thinks, wrapping his hands around the back of one of the chairs. Knows that all that's standing between him and some Imperial jail cell is his skills and the fact that Techno likes him. Or, more likely, his generally, pardon? Give me a second. Ambivalent towards him as long as he's useful. I won't be long, just, wanted to talk to you about mission assignments. Tubbo begins hesitantly, and Techno doesn't stop typing as he grunts. There's a new group of D ranks that just came in if you want your first pick. Tubbo grimaces. Glad Techno's so occupied he didn't see the face he pulled, clears his throat and tips his head to the side. Yeah, about that, I think I'm more than ready to be, put back on the main roster than, no. His sentence grinds to a halt, and Tubbo blinks, his eyes wide. He can't help stuttering out a series of protests at the instant refusal. What? But you didn't even let me in. I'm fine. You let Dream... Okay, first off, you were shot with an A-class proton blaster that shattered 3 of your ribs and tore a nice fist-sized hole right through your abdominal muscles. So no, you're not fine. Techno says, hands halting on his keyboard as he finally turns blood-red eyes on Tubbo. Gold caps on his tusks flashing in the light of his monitors. And second, Dream's basically a stupid, unkillable fuck. Got a healing factor that exceeds anything I've ever seen, but the real reason he got back into active duty is so quickly is because he has 2 partners. Not just 1, but 2. Tubbo's upper hands clenched around the back of the chair at what he's implying, his lower 2 dropping to wrap around his abdomen, careful with his left side. And of course Techno tracks the movement, shooting him an unimpressed look over the rim of his glasses. Look, as soon as that wound heals, I'll put you back on the main rotation. Or you could finally get a partner. Your choice. Tubbo seriously considers it for a moment if it would get him off D ranks, but he can't think of anyone else he'd want sitting in his co-pilot seat because there's only one person he trusts entirely with his life, and he's already said no. Is on his way to being a hold on, wait a minute. Because there's only one person he trusts entirely with his life, he's already said no, and is on his way to being a Sunfleet captain. Thunking his head down on the chair back in defeat, Tubbo grunts. But it's going to take weeks for this to heal properly. Them's the breaks. Techno, please. I'm going insane doing supply runs. Please, just can you give me one heist or arms deal, something? Tubbo begs, tipping his head up to stare as plaintively as he can in Techno size, turning back to his monitor with barely a change in facial expression. I can't, under good conscience, send you out there with a hole in your side and no one watching your back. Irritation spikes through Tubbo because everyone always acts like he can't take care of himself. That having another pair of eyes is going to do anything any better to keep him out of harm's way, and he can't help snarking in frustration. You going soft or something, blood god? He clicks his mouth shut immediately after. Wary over what Techno's going to do, but he just snorts. Shoots him a look out of the corner of his eyes. Hardly. You're just a good pilot and not a complete idiot. You pay out your share with no complaints and aren't miserable to work with. It would be an inconvenience if you died. So, I'm trying to prevent that from happening. Well, I'm going to die if you keep me on D ranks. Tubbo fires back with... knows it's a weak argument. Tubbo fires back with... knows it's a weak argument. Knowing it's a weak argument. Watching Techno's lips curl with the small smile he has. You'll be fine. Tubbo doesn't know what to do now. He said his piece and Techno refused, so he rakes frustrated hands through his hair, trying to decide if it'd be worse to pick a new D-ranked supply run or stay at HQ until his side heals completely. Both sounded absolutely terrible, and Tubbo wrinkles his nose, heart rate starting to pick up because he feels like he's trapped, like there's nowhere for him to go, no way out, nowhere to go, just do as you're told and say... Look, I'm not trying to be uncooperative here. I think I'm a pretty reasonable guy, but I'm not sending you out on anything dangerous. But there is this A rank. Yes, Tubbo says instantly, shooting forward to practically hang over the chair back, wings fluttering behind him excitedly, and Tubbo rolls his eyes. Don't get too excited. It's just an escort, but it pays nice, and here, just read it. He types a few commands on his keyboard, flicks around the hollow screen, and Tubbo moves to drop into the chair he's been standing behind, absentmindedly chewing on one thumb while he flicks through the mission parameters. Pick up here, drop off there, blah blah blah. Heart seizing in his chest when he sees, typed out in bolded block letters, drop-off location, Nerox Sunfleet Academy. Sunfleet. Nerox. Tommy. Queens, he could see Tommy! It's been about 3 rotations since Tubbo's seen him. Because Tommy's busy with school and Tubbo can't go anywhere near Nerox anymore, but if he's there on official syndicate business, the High Council will have no jurisdiction over him, despite the active warrants out. He could finally see Tommy after 3 rotations. Get to give him a real hug, hear his laughter, without the snap and crackle of long-distance static. And Tubbo hardly pays attention to the rest of the file, already knows he's going to accept it for that reason alone, but then he makes it down to the payout and his eyes blow wide. Queens of Age is past! And I see you've reached the bottom. Is this... There's no way this is real! Tubbo exclaims, looking up at Techno in disbelief, and the man shrugs. They may be Imperial dogs, but the Ender are really good for the money. Only reason I didn't toss the request out. Tubbo snaps his head down to the last line and counts and recounts the number before saying incredulously, 10,000 credits! Yeah, you taking it or not? Tubbo asks, one eye cocked like he knows it's a stupid question. Tubbo laughs quick and sharp because of it. Because it is. Shakes his head and lets the hollow screen drift back to the other side of the desk. Of fucking course! Escorts are generally up there with supply runs. Worse sometimes if you get a real dick, but Tubbo would literally not care less about whose ass he's going to be hauling clear across the galaxy, because with that kind of money, even after the syndicate's cut, and the added bonus of seeing his friend, Tubbo would gladly take the devil himself. So I see this is where our boy comes in. Alright. We love AD ASTRA Techno and AD ASTRA Techno in this household. Yes. The boy, the boy, the boy! I really like the way that Techno is characterizing this one. Maybe Brad Child, the Beloved. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Alright. The Declassified Galactic Survival Guide. Pardon me. When modern archivists are attempting to explain Nerox's supremacy in this age, they often cite what is a Neroxan scientists. That it was Neroxan scientists that discovered and perfected light speed technology, thus providing an elegant answer that couldn't be further from the truth. Lightspeed technology was developed across a slew of planets and systems, but under a well-oiled machine that is Neroxan imperialism. Such innovations were easily lumped beneath the sunlight banner, and any and all names lost to the flow of time unless they were from proper Neroxan heritage. Since then, the Imperial Sun Fleet has been the leading force for continued research into spaceflight, along with its greatest patron, as a Neroxan emperor, funnels most of its empire's available funds into this institution. With a vast array of planets to draw resources and taxes from, it comes as no surprise that the Sun Empire is one of the richest in the whole universe, but the largest contributor to its overall wealth is seemingly unassuming. Honestly, miserable, frozen little hellhole at the far reaches of one of the galaxy's arms. Anwell is generally one of the most depressing places to ever exist, shrouded in darkness for half of its solar year, which is 8 times the length of literally any other inhabited planet, and should have little to nothing to offer the galaxy, but unfortunately, it's the only place that grows end crystals, like most other sensible planets grow weeds. The path he takes to Anwell isn't as clear-cut as most other pilots would probably fly, but Tubbo's got his scanner open, listening for where sections of the Sun Fleet are as to course correct anything. He's in danger of running through their correct anytime he's in danger of running through their flight path. Pardon me. It's more out of an abundance of caution than anything. All of the squadrons popping up are made of large battle class ships. Their captains aren't going to be interesting in hunting down one lone smuggler, but you never know. And the last thing Tubbo wants to jeopardize right now is his chance to see Tommy. Tommy. His hand tightens around the controls just as he's jumped into lightspeed again, suddenly swamped with memories he's been desperately trying to keep alive, but to his growing horror only seem to get dimmer by the rotation. They fade out softly, crumbling in around the edges, and Tubbo can hardly remember how the sound of Tommy's quiet breathing from the bed next to his, the feel of his hand on one of Tubbo's, helping haul him up from the training mats, what it was like sitting shoulder to shoulder in the mess, the shape of his arms wrapped tight around Tubbo, gray wings engulfing him, and an embrace that smelled entirely of Tommy. Something he used to know by heart, but would have trouble even guessing at these days. Tubbo flips through his handheld while hyperspace streaks past, stares for a long time at the call log history. There's 2 missed calls from Tommy that came in seconds after Tango hung up on him, and that's it. He used to try longer than that before giving up, at the beginning even, would call Tubbo until he caved and picked up. But this time he hadn't even left a voicemail. Just sent a quick message. Dickhead. 11:43, 2341. Hope you get back safe. Let me know when could be good to call you again. You do? Oh, wait. My little creak of paper. He hasn't responded yet because he's worried about jinxing it. Wants to be on the way to Nirox before saying anything. And that's it. There's no other reason for him to be avoiding Tommy. He's not avoiding him, okay? But Tubbo's fingers hover over the message bubble with a tremor in them, but he refuses to acknowledge. Locking his handheld, Tubbo shoves it into his pocket so he doesn't have to think. Won't be tempted by it. Cracks up the music until it's screaming out of the speakers and huddles into himself as the pilot in the pilot's chair, keeping his head facing straight forward, but he can still see the empty spot next to him out of the corner of his eye. It's somewhat of a relief that he drops out of light speed, and hanging before him like a hole in space is Anwell. Its dark, craggy surface reflecting back what little light makes it out this far in the system. Tubbo begins punching the coordinates that were in the mission's briefing that'll take him to the pickup spot. Pardon me, I'm starting to... Let me try that paragraph again. It's somewhat of relief when he drops out of light speed, and hanging before him like a hole in space is Anvil. Its dark, craggy surface reflecting back what little light makes it out this far in the system. Tubbo begins punching in the coordinates, and there were... No, you're fine, Helen. Tubbo begins punching in the coordinates that were in the mission briefing that'll take him to the pickup spot. Begins the process of taking the Asachi out of orbit with minimal turbulence. As soon as he breaks through the atmosphere, an alert pops on his dash from a source that is not registered in the systems. Tubbo opens the audio channel one-handed while he lazily steers towards his coordinates. Unauthorized breach of royal airship, turn around now or face the consequences. A deep voice intones over the speakers in the warping accent of the Ender. Then Tubbo flicks fast through his files, huffing, "Relax, I have credentials, if you just..." A new alert pops up, data transfer requested. And Tubbo more than equally pushes his files through the channel. Static and soft, muffled echoing voices in the background, but eventually the air traffic control intones. Cleared for landing at Voidfall. Stand by for post assignment. Report assignment. Radio. Tubbo says absent-mindedly, staring out of his viewport at the glittering city that's spread out before him, an elegant twinning spires that arches of softly glowing light, and there at the center of the city, rising like a huge, gracefully sweeping wave, is a massive structure with more gold and coins past and crystals that he's ever seen. It can't be anything other than their palace. And Tubbo whistles long and low, thinking he's going to be skirting past it, and that's why air control freaked out, but his hands twitch around the controls when his GPS is telling him the coordinates are at that palace. The hell? Tubbo mutters, turning to double-check that he put the right chords in when the air traffic controller comes back to say, "Craft IK 975R0, proceed to Voidfall Auxiliary Port 3. Here he comes. A new set of coordinates pop up on the screen, and Tubbo inputs them into the system in bafflement. But they're right, and he's confused. Thankfully, can go through the steps of landing the Asachi with less than optimal mental capabilities. Queens, he really should have read the briefing more than he did. Must be picking up a diplomat or something. Maybe some noble's kid? And Tubbo throws a hasty look over his shoulder. Glad he keeps the Asachi relatively clean. He's seen how some of the other syndicate members keep their ships, shuddering at the mere memory of sliding down the ladder into the cargo hold, zipping his bomber jacket up because he can already guess that how far out in the system the surface temperature of Enwell is probably freezing. Even though he's expecting it, the instant Tubbo opens the cargo bay hatches and glacial icy air rushes inside, he sucks in a startled breath, regrets it almost immediately with the way it feels like his lungs freeze shut. He normally doesn't mind the cold, but not like this, where it's like a true cold of empty space, not just the comforting chill that seeps through the ships and stations. His antenna flattened as close to his skull as he can, wings tucking tighter into his body, and he shivers, buries his nose into his collar of his bomber, and wishes he'd packed his sub-zero temp one. He's gotta go out there, though. He can't stay huddled in the relative warmth of the Asachi, so Tubbo sucks in a stinging air through his teeth and clomps down the ramp, finally stepping out into the planet properly. Tubbo's never been to Anwell before. He hasn't really ever had the reason to. For starters, it's about as far as you can get in the galaxy and still technically be in it. Located at the very end of Andromeda's trailing arms, and even for its own system, Anwell is at the very outskirts. The local sun just a weak, pale dot in the sky overhead. Honestly, the only reason anyone ever bothers with Anwell is the other reason he's never been here before, because he can't afford them. But stepping out onto the landing port, Tubbo has to do a double take when he first sees it, mouth dropping open because they're just using N crystals like fucking street lamps here. Ever since getting the Asachi, he's been fantasizing about one day upgrading its engines to run off N crystal reactors, which is realistically a really stupid pipe dream. The Imperial Sun Fleet runs on N crystals. There's no way Tubbo's ever going to be able to pay for that kind of tech. But still, he's daydreamed about it near constantly. He's never actually seen one in person, and now he's just standing under the rich teal glow of scores of them. And even though his antennae are tucked under his hair, trying to keep warm, they still pick up a massive amount of energy vibrating around them. What the fuck? Tubbo mumbles under his breath, spinning a slow circle with his mouth open. Probably looks like some idiot tourist, but he can't help it. They're everywhere. Tall pillars made of dark glassy material ring the landing pads, and crystals clustered at their tops to make up for the weak light that comes from the sun overhead. But Tubbo can see more in the distance, glittering on buildings and spacecraft. Queens of the fucking ages past. Tubbo knew the Ender were wealthy. That was just common knowledge, like how water is generally wet, but you can't breathe in space, and you can't breathe in space. But he didn't know how rich they were until now. And merciful queens, are they ever rich? Oh god, I'm sorry. Give me a moment. Shake it out. Pardon me. Pardon me as I read something else. Okay. Sorry, catching up on DMs. I'm starting to blah, blah, blah. Let's try that again. Queens of fucking ages past. Tubbo knew the Ender were wealthy. That was just common knowledge, like how water is generally wet and you can't breathe in space, but he didn't know how rich they were until now, and merciful queens, are they ever rich? Tubbo's drawn out of his boggling when he sees a figure moving out of the corner of his eye. Spins quickly to one hand, dropping instinctually to the blaster at his side, but relaxes once he makes out a tall, willowy figure of an Endurian. He's the boy. They're dressed fancy, well-tailored clothes and teals and purples, brooch with a small end crystal glittering in the high collar of their shirt, and Tubbo figures this has to be his client, shuffles himself straight in more presentable posture, and sticks his hand out. Hey, I'm Tubbo. I'm gonna be your pilot. The Endurian doesn't even move to take his hand, which is not a good sign. Just glares down their nose at him with narrowed green eyes. Something imperious and condescending in every line of their face as they draw pleasure. We'll begin loading His Highness's things immediately. You should plan to take off in half an imperial hour. Wait, you're not... His Highness? Tubbo stumbles out. But the man is gone, disappearing in a rush of purple particles as more Ender pop in. Carrying crates and bags he thinks might potentially have a problem. That maybe he should have read that mission briefing a bit more closely than he did. But it's not until after all the servants have finished loading his cargo hold, and he's been standing around freezing his antenna off for better part of an hour and a half, and the royal pain in his ass still hasn't shown up, that Tubbo knows he has a problem. Oh god, pardon me. Blowing air into his cupped palms and trying to warm his frozen fingers up, Tubbo's eyes the crates stacked in this hold, most of them inlaid with faint sheen of bright teal, and wonders how much he would get for those bare scraps of end crystals. If it would be worth it just to hightail it right now. Before he can make that call, there's a soft noise behind him he's gotten very familiar with. And Tubbo turns to see the man from earlier with purple particles fizzing out around him, but he's not alone this time. Standing next to him, with a clocked chin, a dozen shining end crystals scattered around his attire, clustered in the circlet on his head, is a young Endurian that has to be the prince. He's tall like all the Ender are, lanky in the way that he's just slightly unsettling, but the thing Tubbo notices immediately are his eyes. Because where every Endurian he's seen so far has near identical, same dark skin and hair, long faces, slitted green eyes, the prince has one searing red eye. I have the honor and distinct privilege of introducing Prince Rambo, third of his name. 12th in line for the throne of Ender. The man says with a flourishing sweep of his arm, tail flicking behind him sincerely, and Tubbo fights back a groan because he hates all of this pompous crap, turns to stare at the prince, Rambo, and holds out a slightly shaking hand. Nice to meet you, Rambo. I'm Tubbo, your pilot. It's a perfectly normal thing to say, and yeah, Tubbo's teeth might be chattering, but he sounded friendly enough. But Rambo's mismatched eyes narrow, arms folding tightly behind his back as he snips. If you must address me, it's either as your highness or Prince Rambo. Do you understand? Excuse me? Tubbo blurts out without thinking, and the prince sniffs, jerking his head to the side and sticks his nose in the air. You're excused this time. I can't imagine you've had much experience dealing with royalty before. Oh my god! He's a bitch! Oh no, I love him. Listen, Connor called it. Connor, Mr. Nope Dog, fucking called it, right? Cause, like, he was telling me about this, and he was like, Rambo's a little bitch boy. Rambo is a fucking bastard, and you love that type of guy. And I'm like, shit, I do. But how bad is it? And... Oh, it gets worse? Oh, I'm certain. Boys bound to get slapped. You cannot disrespect the escort. You get abandoned in the middle of nowhere. Yup. Oh, man. Oh, I'm sorry. I just needed to take a second. That was funny. I told you so. You did. You did. I love him. Oh, my God. Oh, man. All right. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is gonna be good. Alright. Tobo tries to keep his mouth from dropping open. Has a few alternatives for what he could call King Jackass over here besides Your Highness, but if he does, he's for sure losing this job, which means not seeing Tommy, and no nice pile of credits in his account. Remember you said the devil himself. Tubbo curls his finger into his palm, dropping his now clenched fist back to his side. Just get this pompous dick back to Nerox, and then you get to see Tommy. You can do this. Crystal clear, Your Highness. He can't help the way he bites the title out. And it's so sour coming from his mouth, like when you used to clap a clenched fist over his chest to utter as 100's, yes, sir, yes, sir. No matter how scathing his tone, it seems to appease his royal assholeness. His tail swishing briefly before going still once more. Excellent. Well, let's get going then. The prince doesn't even offer his servant, aide, guy, whatever, any parting words. He just sweeps past Tubbo and the cargo hold of his Isachi, dark cloak with glowing geometric designs fluttering behind him as he calls over his shoulder. Pilot, where are my quarters? Okay, I'm like liking this description of Rambo's outfit. Tubbo looks back from where the aide was, but the man is gone. Last of his purple particles fizzling out around where he used to be. And Tubbo cocks his head to the side. The abrupt departure is a little odd, especially considering he's more or less entrusting his prince to take care of some stranger. Didn't even make Tubbo promise to keep him safe or anything, just left like he couldn't be bothered. Pilot, I asked you a question. Rambo's huffy voice demands from behind him, and Tubbo turns with a scowl, already hating his tone, the pure condescension dripping from it like he's somehow better than Tubbo just because of the family he was born into, just because of the stupid glowing rocks around his head. Sir, yes, sir. Sit down, shut up, do as you're told, and so... And Tubbo grits his teeth against the nasty emotion racing in his chest, the burning anger he hasn't felt in so long. itching at his fingertips like he needs to shred something. Trumps up the ramp into the cargo. Holden slams his fist into the button that'll close them from the endless frozen black wasteland that is Annual. Inside, it's ever more apparent how tall the prince is. The long sweeps of his horns almost but not quite brushing the ceiling, and Tubbo suddenly doesn't know if he's even going to fit in one of the Asachi's bunks. Huffing out a mean laugh as at the thought of this pompous ass having to sleep on the floor. What are you... were you even listening to me? Sorry, let me try that again. What are you... Are you even listening to me? The prince snaps, ears flicking back and sending the gold jewelry he wears swinging around, righteous and indignation snarling at his lips up to the bare of his fangs. Don't forget, I'm paying you. And when I ask you a question, I expect you to answer. What an absolute miserable fuckhead. No wonder the aide just left without saying goodbye. Tubbo would have too, but now he's stuck with the little shit for the next day. While they make the jump to Nerox for half a second, he imagines getting them into orbit and hurling the spoiled end prince out of the airlock. And the immense satisfaction Tubbo feels is enough to calm his pounding heart. It's a little over a day, you just have to not kill him. He takes in a deep breath, closing his eyes briefly, and imagines soft gray speckled wings wrapping around him, warm hands, warm smile, warm voice. Play your cards right and it'll be real tomorrow. You'll get to hug Tommy, here's laugh, see a smile. Sorry, Tubbo says in a clipped tone. Lets all of the air out of his lungs and tries again, flicking his eyes open to see Rambo glaring at him, stupidly long arms folded across his chest. You're right. Sorry for not answering sooner. Rambo harumphs and jerks his head to the side. Something really off about the way he holds himself. Good. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Think about Tommy. Think about the credits. Think about how you'll never have to see him again in 36 hours. Tubbo violently repeats as he inclines his head, dredging up whatever that used to be in him to keep him still and quiet, while he salutes in a line with dozens of others. Of course, Your Highness. Please, let me show you where to put your things. But as Tubbo's climbing up the ladder to the top deck, he remembers unwillingly how thin the band of control is. Remembers what happened the last time he snapped, and he bites the inside of his cheek hard to keep the furious scream inside. His Majesty needs to get a reality check. Gotta dip think. Oh, thank you for popping by. You should be able to. The VOD will be uploaded and stuff if you want to look at it later. But thank you for coming. See you later, Helen. And thank you for letting me read your fic. Alright. Okay. The Declassified Galactic Survival Guide. To speed along its ever-growing borders, the Sun Empire has to have the biggest and bestest fleet in the galaxy. And to have the biggest fleet in the galaxy, you need scores and scores of willing applicants, and thus comes the other area of expertise that Nerox wields like a fine blade. Propaganda. Oh boy. It is much easier to inspire hordes of faithful followers if you tell them what you want them to know rather than what they should know. And that's what the Imperial Sun Fleet does. goes around giving inspiring speeches in small towns throughout the galaxy, dazzling impressionable youth with shining medals and gold bands on their sleeves. Who wants to be a farmer when you could be a Sunfleet captain? Sail the stars on a battle cruiser larger than your entire town. See the whole galaxy, protect the weak and meek, and be a hero. And every year, countless teenagers flock to Nerox, hoping to earn a commission to the illustrious ranks in the Imperial Sunfleet. The real kicker, though, is that less than half of those starry-eyed recruits make it out of Ensign. And fewer than that even make it out up to the helm, because what Nerox is searching for isn't for your ability to do your job with any degree of proficiency. It's how good you are at following orders and not questioning them. They're about 10 hours into the 36-hour trip, and Tubbo has already decided that if he has to spend a single second longer than required with Prince Rambu the pretentious and long-winded, he's going to fly them into the nearest sun. The little shit has already complained about practically everything on the Ensachi, from the color palette to the lack of space, bitched about the bunk, Tubbo pointed him with little fanfare, and if it was literally anyone else, Tubbo would feel sorry for them, because Rambu can't even sit on it properly without banging his horns into the ceiling. This is absolutely ridiculous. Rambu snapped, where he was bent nearly in half, and Tubbo didn't know what the fuck he wanted him to do about it. Fucking remodel the Asachi while they were in hyperspace? Shrugged his shoulders and repeated one of Techno's ages. Them's the breaks. After enduring the impassionate rant about how he had to be breaking Imperial ASHA guidelines for spacecraft, Tubbo made up some bullshit excuse that he needed to go check on things and beat a hasty retreat to the cockpit, waspishly mouthing along the talking and continuing behind him. He plotted a direct course to Nerox, and after checking that everything was running smoothly, because he was a good pilot, Tubbo just kicked back in his chair, swung his legs over the armrest, and absent-mindedly fiddled with a puzzle cube in the relative peace and quiet. Since the mission was now officially underway, Tubbo wasn't worried about running into any Sunfleet cruisers, because if he got pulled over, he could flap his mission papers at them, and as soon as they saw Techno's horrendous scrawl on the bottom, they'd back right off. Or, alternatively, he could just throw Rambu at them and jump back into hyperspace while he talked the Sunfleet brass to death. Tubbo had never met another being that talked quite as much as him. It would almost be impressive if it wasn't so fucking annoying. And it never stopped. Like, he was trying to fill up empty space with how great he was. In case you'd forgotten the last couple of seconds of silence, he was probably just used to having, I'm blanking on the word, pardon me, courtiers? Either way, around that fawned over him, servants that had no other choice but to smile and nod and make him feel special. And Tubbo was committed to at least being civil, but he wasn't going to kiss the brat's ass. Oh yeah, no spoilers. Don't say shit. Shut up. Hey, pilot, your ship's... Your ship's Wi-Fi isn't working! I'm sorry. that kid. He can't play Cocomelon. I'm gonna cry. You have games on your phone. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, all right. I'm good. Hey, pilot, your ship's Wi-Fi isn't working. Speak of the devil. You know, I'm really liking this. I've noticed it a few times, and I got spoiled on one thing. But the whole don't spoil. But I'm noticing the whole devil comparison here and there. I find that interesting. Either way. Speak of the devil. Tubbo thinks with a snort. Barely holds back the sigh as he calls. That would be because I don't have it. Seriously? Do you have any idea how expensive it is? I can't afford that. Tubbo shoots back without thinking, forgetting that, of course he's got no idea. He's a prince from one of the richest planets in the entire galaxy. Probably can't name the price of a single item in the Asashi if his life depended on it. I've got deep space transmitters if you need to make a call or something. No thank you. Ranbu sounds a lot closer than he has been, and Tubbo sits up in apprehension. Sees him hovering outside in the entrance of the cockpit. Fancy-looking Halo tablet clutched to his front. He's an iPad kid. His front and tail curling and uncurling and curling around one of his legs. There is nothing Tubbo wants less than Ranbu in his cockpit, just touching things. But his stupid long fingers and sniffing in disgust at everything figures just sniffing in disgust at everything figures if maybe he plays along he can get the asshole to leave him alone. Making an assumption after seeing the tablet, Tubbo turns back to his cube and adopts a very apologetic tone. If you need to download something, you're gonna have to wait until we get to the Nerox. Sorry about any inconvenience. Huh? Oh, no, I was just doing some reading for class. I'm at the top of my grade, you know. Scored the highest out of anyone in their second year at the academy last term. He pauses for a second, likely with the notion that Tubbo's going to praise him or something, but when he doesn't get reaction, continues on a fast clip. But this year I'm going to do better than the entire student body combined. I'll outscore all of them. Yippee. Tubbo says in deadpan, entirely absorbed in rotating the tiles in his puzzle, hoping Ranbu will take the hint and go away. But even with his lackluster response, Ranbu is not deterred in the slightest. I'm going to graduate early. No one's managed to do that from my major yet, and it's very rigorous program, by the way. One of the toughest in the academy, but I'm going to be the first. I might even go back for a second degree, because how hard could it be, really? Queen's Pass, shut the fuck up. Tubbo mouths silently to himself, the hands that are fiddling around the puzzle cube, digging harshly into his side, making him wince when he accidentally grips his left side too hard. But there's pent-up aggravation tingling throughout his body, and it's either dig his fingers into himself or start yelling. And then after that, I'll apply for a consulate position. And, hey, are you listening to me? I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Though, maybe it's my fault for assuming you know anything about the Academy, but my apologies, Your Highness. But I'm trying to fly a spacecraft here. Tubbo snaps, throwing the cube down in his lap out of frustration, easily catching the implication that he's not good enough to get into the Sunfleet Academy, twisting to look around in his chair, and jolts when he sees Rambu's wandered into the cockpit and is standing behind the co-pilot seat. Tubbo has a sudden and horrible image of the royal brat sitting his glittering ass in his co-pilot seat, chokes on the spit in his mouth because no one has ever sat there and no one ever will. The only person that Tubbo would ever want 1,000 light years away, and he's already said no. But thankfully, Rambu remains standing, just looking down at how Tubbo's sitting, eyes flicking between the brightly colored cube in his lap to his legs thrown over the side of his armrest, and then up to where the autopilot is clearly visible on the HUD, looks somewhere by Tubbo's head and arches a brow in disdain. I'm so much better than you, that look screams. You're the dirt under my heel, and Tubbo's fingers clench to the point of bruising his sides. Never were going to be anything. The roiling mass of searing hot anger rising in him as the backlodged engine block, and nobody's going nowhere. A nobody going nowhere. It's really complicated stuff. I won't bother you with an explanation, Your Highness. Tubbo simpers, batting his... Hold on, let me try that again. It's really complicated stuff. I won't bother you with an explanation, Your Highness. Tubbo simpers, batting his eyelashes at him, and he's expecting Rambu to bitch and rage, maybe throw out some petty one-liners, and he goes absolutely still. But he goes absolutely still, body untensing at the weirdest way. It's like any personality he's had is gone, and Tubbo's pretty good at reading people. You have to be to survive in this line of work, but he can't get a read on Rambu at all anymore. It's like he's completely void of emotion, not a single sign of life in him. Oh. Okay. Rambu tips his head to the side with a vapid expression, disturbingly bland and congealed smile on his face. Naturally. I imagine it's quite hard simplifying your entire craft down to its most basic essentials, especially when it's something you are so familiar with. Know both inside and out. What are you getting at? Tubbo snaps. What are you getting at? Tubbo snaps, feeling like he's missing something here, and finally sits up to face Rambu properly, who merely shakes his head, nothing but blank disinterest in his eyes. Nothing at all. I'm simply expressing an understanding of the limitations one such as yourself might subsist under. Right. Tubbo trails off uncertainly, brows scrunched together because he really feels like there's some conversation going on he's not aware of, but after he repeats what Rambu said a few times to himself, his eyes go wide. Wait, are you calling me stupid? Oh, I would never. What a terrible thing to say. Oh, I would never. What a terrible thing to say. Rambu says in a hollowy, polite voice, turns on his heel without so much as showing a single sign of comprehensible emotion, sweeps out of the cockpit with an airy, I'm going to try to rest for a while. Do work on keeping us on the stable flight path, if you can. Tubbo watches him go with his mouth hanging open, heat rising to his face, and how angry he is. And as soon as the door to the sleeping area swishes closed behind Rambu's stupid golden heels, Tubbo hunches over, fingers in his hair, and screams soundlessly. Queens of the fucking ages past. He hasn't been this blisteringly achingly, completely all-encompassing, furious in such a long time. He's a little lightheaded. Hasn't felt this out of control since he had gold bands on his sleeves and wasn't his own person. He needs to hit something to feel the sting in his knuckles and get some of this poisonous hate out of him, but they're all in the middle of deep space and there's nowhere for him to go. Tubbo's not about to unload his frustrations on the Asachi. Feeling trapped and panicked and pissed off, and he fumbles his held hand out of his pocket with his shaking hand, just begins typing faster than his enraged mind can keep up. Dickhead, 2354. You wouldn't believe the amount of bullshit I'm having to deal with. This new mission is driving me up the fucking wall. I can't. And this fucking dick has the audacity to tell me I'm not good enough for my fucking sun fleet. Like, they're not the actual... they're not the actual trash of the universe. And he treats me like I'm some fucking backwatered idiot, like just jumping in a flight seat in the high ignition. I'm going to kill him. I'm actually going to kill him. And the jail time will be worth it. Tubbo lets out a shaky breath and lowers his handheld, and he's still upset, hands tremoring faintly, but some of the frantic urgency to do something is gone. Tipping his head back against his chair, he takes a few seconds to calm down. Breathe in, breathe out. You're okay. Breathe in, breathe out. You're fine. It's fine. Feeling a faint vibration, snaps his head down immediately. Christ, go off, I guess, King. You doing another supply run? It's like midnight on Nerox right now, but time must still have it, so Tubbo's message always go through in his handheld. Even when it's in sleep mode. He huffs out a tremulous laugh, because Tommy knows him so well. Begins tapping out the response. No escort this time. Client super rich and super spoiled. Damn, what the fuck's he like to piss you off that much? Take every entitled dick and top brass times 10. Holy fuck. Rip you, I guess. I'm suffering. Help me, you dick. Wanna call? Swiftling the check on the door and the end of the Asachi is still closed. Tubbo types back, yes, before going in and lowering the volume for the video call preemptively. Make sure it's only coming out of the speakers in the cockpit and not the whole ship. Pardon me while I take another drink. Okay, I'm good. A second later, and the horrendous, scrunched-faced picture of Tommy is up on the HUD, and Tubbo grins. Already feels some of the tension bleeding out of him as he hits accept, and then the entire cockpit is flooded with that loud, boisterous voice. Hello, bitch! Hey, dickhead. Tubbo sighs happily. I warned you, Moon. I warned you about the effort of reading things on stream. I know, but I'm built different, so... Yeah, right. Tubbo sighs happily, tucking his legs up under himself while Tommy grins at him. Camera way too close to his face and giving him a weird fish-eyed look. Tubbo cocks his head up to the side. You in bed or something? Yeah, because I got done fucking bitches, Tubbs. It was off the wall, you have no idea, man. You got a PT test tomorrow? Tubbo interrupts with a cheeky grin, and Tommy clicks his mouth shut, thuds his head back against the pillow, muttering sulkily, "No. Maybe. Yes." Sucks to be you. Tubbo crows enthusiastically, flipping off Tommy with all four hands while he struggles to just get one free where he's trying to keep his hand held steady. The video feed pitches around wildly, Tommy biting out a curse as he tries to write it, snapping over Tubbo's delighted cackling. Oh, would you... Sorry. Oh, would you... Shut up, you ass! You've got it worse than me if you're spam texting me this much. With a groan, Tubbo sags back in his chair, jerks around quick to make sure the door is still shut, and whispers as loudly as he can. Oh, you've got no idea. He's really just the worst, Hans. You can't even begin to imagine. Is he worse than Corporal Danzer or Dancer the old piss bag? Oh man, fuck that guy. But yes, I didn't think it'd ever be possible, but somehow he manages. Tubbo seethes, hand flying around while he rants, getting swept up in his frustration. He's so spoiled. Thinks everything should just be fucking handed to him. Can't shut the fuck up about himself. It's insane. And on top of everything, he's so rude. Queen's Pass, he's bitched me out the first time we met because I didn't use his title properly. Oh, for the love of Christ. And he refuses to use my name, just keeps calling me Pilot like I'm some sort of servant or something. Tubbo gripes, hadn't realized how much it had been bothering him until he voiced it, but now he can't stop thinking about it. How Rambo acts like he's not even worth the energy to take to exist. Fuck, Queens. I hate him so much. It's so bad, Tommy. Just the way he talks to me, it's like being back there. Tubbo stops himself before he can say any more, eyes suddenly stinging, and he ducks his head. Thought he'd stamped all of that out. That it wouldn't be coming back up, but there it is, crawling to the surface with nasty little claws that sink into the mind and threaten to drag himself back down there. Calm down, get a hold of yourself, sit down, shut up, do as you're told, and fuck! He barks, banging his palms against the armrest, completely and utterly infuriated to the point that he feels like he's choking. Like there's hands clenched around his throat in a stranglehold, and there's empty canisters at his feet, the scent of fuel reeking out in the air, and match passed to him, but there's not. You can't go back there. You've got to calm down. Get a grip. Remember what happened last time. No half measures. A wounded, overly concerned noise trickles through the speakers, and Tubbo latches onto it. Tries to stop thinking about the woozy smell of fuel and the acrid smell of chemical fires. Focuses on the smooth cadence of Tommy's voice and starts speaking. I'm so sorry, man. I'd punch him right in the dick if I was there, mark my words. Tubbo lets out a shaky breath, looks up through the bleary eyes and tries not to sniffle super obviously, because he isn't going to cry over this, not because of stupid motherfucking Rambo Prince of Dicks. Tommy just smiles at him sadly, like he knows what he's thinking. Says softly, "It's gonna be alright, Tubbo. Just try to keep away from him, and I know it's hard, but don't let him get to you, man. You're the best pilot I've ever known. He's smarter than half the idiots in our My class. This dickhead doesn't know shit. You're only saying that because you know I'd shoot you otherwise, Tubbo mumbles, scrubbing the sleeves of his bomber jacket across his face. A little bit of joyful pride kindling in his chest when Tommy barks out a startled laugh, cackles. Ha! Oh, big man! Big man over here with the scary gun! Looking back up at the image of his best friend's grinning face, stupidly warped by how close the camera is to him, makes such an intense longing spike through Tubbo that he feels like the wind's been knocked out of him. It hits him then, and the fact that he's going to be in Nirox tomorrow. He'll get to see Tommy in person, real and alive and in front of him. And he must make some sort of face because Tommy asks with a hint of worry, You alright? You look like you went really still. Yeah, I didn't want to, jinx anything, but funny story. But I'm actually going to. Tubbo stops short as an alert screams through the cockpit, and he jerks, hitting a few buttons on the console that'll maximize the video feed. Pulls up the window for the instrument readouts and feels all the blood leave his face. Oh, fuck. Tubbo, what's wrong? Tommy's voice is barely audible over the shrill wailing of more alarms sounding, and Tubbo unwinds frantically from his coiled position, hands steady as they fly fast across the console, despite how hard his heart is pounding. Tubbo? I have to go! Fuck! Orion just went fucking supernova! Oh, shit. Tubbo yells, the Asachi shaking around them as they're hit with their first pulsating shockwave, sending the video feed crackling and into shrieking static, but Tommy's face pops back up, eyes blown wide in panic. No, fucking, no, Tubbo, you... Tommy screams, whatever he was saying cutting out as the Asachi is hit again, metal plating groaning as they're forced off of their path a little, and Tubbo's got to drop them out of light speed or they're going to be ripped apart by hyperspace. He eases back into the throttle engines, winding down as the bright blur of hyperspace is released with the searing red-hot light of a siren in the distance. Thick bands of burning gases snarl off the surface of the star as it shudders, outermost layers expanding into the contracting quickly as its core collapses, sending sheets of molten hot metals spitting out into space around it and Tubbo swallowing thickly. He spares a quick glance at Tommy and it looks like he's going to throw up, tears collecting in his lashes while his eyes dart all around the screen, but Tubbo feels a strange amount of calm flood through him as he grins shakily, winking. Hey, I'm the best pilot, remember? You stupid... Please be okay, for the love of God, please, I love... for the soul. Oh no, my heart. Sorry, I need a second. That was all. Oh, this is good. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, that hurt. Anyways. Alright. Shall we? Oh. Tommy's breaking up too much as the radiation leaking from Osiren interrupts the transmission. And Tubbo's got to go. He needs to have all of his attention focused on keeping them alive. Yells in a desperate hope that Tommy will be able to hear him. Love you, Tommy. See you on the other side. Anyways. Sorry. The feed cuts out. Oh. I'm sorry, hurt my ribs. Fuck off. The feed cuts out with a sharp crack before he can end it himself, and Tubbo takes a shuddering breath as another shockwave hits them. Bits of debris from freshly destroyed asteroids streaking past like small fiery comets. This is bad. Tubbo's never been this near a star when it's gone terminal like this before. It's going to take some really tricky, really smart flying to get them out of this one. Dearly departed queens, I know I'm not the most, devout, but I could really use all the fucking help I could get right now. Amen or whatever. Tubbo hastily fires off, switching all of the controls over to the manual, and takes command of the Asachi, veering them sharply into the side as another barrage of debris comes hurtling past, alarms blaring throughout the entire ship as they're swarmed with radiation. A chunk of asteroid roughly the size of the Asachi comes barreling towards them, blasted off its trajectory by a guttering wave of energy from the expanding star. And Tubbo hauls back onto the throttle, flinging them into reverse and barely skating by its surface with a heinous scrape of metal. He misses the door swishing open amidst the noise of everything else, but it's still not a surprise when Rambo is suddenly yelling behind him, "What do you think you're the ancient of the deep? What's..." Osiren's went supernova, Tubbo calls back, jerking the yoke of the side and spinning around the smattering of red-hot chunks of the nuclear hot metal. Here's a loud thud and squawk behind him. "You're gonna want to buckle up." He meant in one of the seats in the main cabin. But Tubbo stubbles his lanky ass farther into the cockpit and drops into the co-pilot seat, buckling himself in with quaking hands, and Tubbo looks at him a second too long in the eerie red light, ignition breaking through the calm as his mind has descended into, at least until Rambo flings a hand to the viewport and screams, "Rock!" Tubbo whips back around, loudly cursing as he's too slow maneuvering out of the way, cringes as the rumbling tear around that shudders through the Asachi, throws the throttle all the way forward and sends them hurtling past the slow-spinning asteroid that comes sailing from somewhere below them. He's desperately trying to keep his focus on everything that's happening, on swerving around pieces of debris that would tear through them in an instant, calculating how much he needs to course correctly when Osiren shudders out of the pulsating waves of energy. But it's hard to do when Rambo keeps muttering frantically under his breath next to him. "Ancients, oh, Ancients, it's okay, okay, it's not okay, oh, Ancients, we're going to die. We're not going to die." Rambo bites out. Tubbo bites out. Sorry, I got distracted by chat. Say your prayers, boys. Tubbo yells heatedly, miscalculating how much thrust he needs to use to ride out the next shockwave. The Asachi quaking around them as its battering by solar energy, accidentally sends them smashing into the chunk of molten asteroid as he smacks a palm into the armrest and the new round of alarms is set off. Are you insane? There's no way we're going to survive this! Rambo hollers, throwing out a trembling hand to wave erratically at the shit fest in front of them. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think. No one can make this. Oh, Ancients, this is it. I'm going to die. I don't want to die. Can you calm down? Tubbo screams, but a snarling blast from Osiren hits them then, and Rambo's stumbling stream of panic warps into desperately scared wail that grates on Tubbo's antenna. Hand white-knuckling around the controls as Rambo yells, "Please, Ancients, I don't want to die! Please, Ancients, I'm so scared! What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Will you just shut the fuck up for once in your life?" Tubbo screeches, hits the throttle backwards, too hard to hear Rambo choke as he's jerked forward, takes a deep breath and tries to calm his frayed nerves. Says with a vicious conviction as he flies through the whole field, rocketing debris, "We're not going to die! I'm going to get us out of this, so just shut up and trust me!" Adrenaline is coursing through him like lightning. Sorry. New avatar buddy. Thank you. Hi, I'm reading. Fuck. Adrenaline is coursing through him like lightning, making all of the hair on his body stand up on end. Heart beating like it's trying to escape his ribcage, but Tubbo's hands are steadily on the controls because he can do this. He knows he can do this. And mercifully, Rambo decides to believe him. Or maybe he just passes out, but he's finally quiet, and that's all Tubbo could ask for. Osiren is nearing the end stages of its explosion, light suddenly receding around them as it collapses inward into its swirling core of bright orange, and Tubbo bites the inside of his cheek hard, knowing they can only have a few minutes before it expands rapidly. They're so close to the edge of the blast radius. Tubbo dares to glance up at one of his readouts, calculating in his head how much longer they have, and it's going to be so close. He's only got one shot, and he has to do this perfectly. One breath in, one breath out. Hands flexing around the controls, and Tubbo moves. The engines are a comforting rumble around him, their whining pitch raising and falling as he moves the throttle forward, like a great beast inhaling and exhaling. The smooth glide of machinery trembling in the air like well-trained muscles, responding to Tubbo's touch without any hesitation. He knows this ship. He knows it like an extension of himself, and it knows him. It's never failed him before, and it doesn't now, moving exactly as Tubbo wants it to. There is only his heart beating fast, but steady in his ears. A grounding vibration like the Asachi working beautifully under him, hands sure around the yoke, controlling on the throttle, guiding them through the ever-changing minefield in front of him. His mind working quick and calculating trajectories faster, and then the rocks can move, gliding past everything in a dizzying spiral. They clear the threshold in the last possible second, fiery lights searing out behind them as Osiren enters its last stage of its explosions, knocking the Asachi forward with a tidal wave of blistering heat and radiation, sends them careening through space with a dozen alarms blaring. Tubbo fights for control back, but it's almost impossible. The force of the detonation ripping the yoke from his hands, and they're mercilessly pelted with shards and shrapnel as they spin uncontrollably. Tubbo can hear the emergency bulkhead doors clang into place, but cutting them off from the cargo hold, which isn't good, means the hull's been breached somehow, and finally gets controlled over the yoke, spins them around fast, and flings the throttle all the way down, flooding the engines with fuel if If they've taken a hit, doesn't matter how big, he can't jump into light speed. It'd only blow it more open more and compromise the Asachi, but he's got to get them out of here before the radiation leaking out of the Osiren cooks them alive. Typing on the holo screen one-handed, Tubbo pulls up a list of nearby inhabitable planets and planetoids settling on the closest one with an atmosphere and guns in that direction. He does his best to dodge the breeze, but they're so small now it's hard to move past them. And a few more strike hard against the Asachi's hull. It doesn't sound like any more holes are blasted open, and it's small mercies that count the most right now. Like when the dusty, still little planet finally comes into view. Tubbo frantically begins the process for entering its atmosphere, prays silently that they're not going to burn up the re-entry, darts a quick glance at Rambo, who, to his surprise, is still conscious, though he's gone a weird ashy color. He's staring straight ahead with his hands gripped on the armrests, claws Tubbo hadn't noticed before gouging into the material, tail going absolutely ballistic as it snaps and curls around the air, sending all of the gold dangling from his ears, swaying around erratically. Of all the people I might die beside, Tubbo thinks with a streak of dark amusement. Turns back to the viewport and eases them down through the thermosphere. More alarms pop up instantly, warning him of overheating, and Tubbo dismisses them all of them with a quick flick of his wrist, grits his teeth at the distressing rattling the Asachi starts making, his heart aching for his ship. Just a little longer, please. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Just a little further. But Tubbo is a good pilot, and the Asachi is a good ship. And it gets them down to the planet's surface alive, touching down less than graceful in the first clear spot of land Tubbo can find, settling with creaking groans as gravity aggravates all of it hurts. Tubbo's quick to kill the engines, just in case there's a fuel leak somewhere, and they sit in the ringing silence as they power down. Faint pinging coming from the metal hull as it begins to cool, both of them breathing harshly in the cockpit. And Tubbo turns to look at Rambo at the same time he turns to him. His eyes are blown wide, pupils contracting all the way into razor-thin slits from panic, but his mouth twitches, panting breaths huffing out into some semblance of a deranged laughter. As he looks at Tubbo in awe, a dark tongue darts out to wet his lips, and then he croaks a hoarse voice edged of manic relief. Ancients of the Deep, you did it! He sounds so flabbergasted, absolutely flummoxed that they survived. Tubbo can't help but bark out a tremendous laugh, collapsing back against his chair as the terror finally hits him, body shaking uncontrollably as he wheezes. Told you. Okay. Mods, I do give you permission. If you see any spoilers, you can delete them. Hydrate reminder. Thank you. Thank you, Aura. Woo! That was intense. I feel like I'm coming off an adrenaline high. We kill, we maim! Oh yeah, that was, woo! We take the shot. Thank you, mods. Whoop. Nope, that was not right. Hold on. There we go. El, shush, shush. Pardon me. Oh boy. So how are we feeling, guys? We're almost at the end of the chapter. I love the new PNG model. Thank you. I'm glad. I like it too. You're so happy you're reading this? I'm happy I'm reading this. I'm having a good time. Love the new setup too. Thank you. I whipped this up like I kind of whipped this up like yesterday. When you're enjoying Moon, I'm thoroughly enjoying this so far. This is really fun. I opened the fic so I could read along with you and I'm vibing. Hell yeah! Question, are you reading till chapter 3? Yes. Yes, I am. I did want to read, like, all of the chapters. I may take a break, from in between chapters, just to kind of, like, digest and, like, rest my voice. But we did have Ara, offer to give, to read, if I get too tired. Which I appreciate, thank you. Yeah. But I think like a good little break, like in between chapters, is like a good. We're gonna be going. It's gonna be a longer stream because I don't have work tomorrow, so I can do whatever. I can stay up as long as I like. But let's finish up the last of this and then we can actually take a break. Helen wanted me to ask if you're aware it's... Oh. See, I wasn't aware of that. See, that's what I offered to read. Yeah, okay. Alright. I didn't look at the word count. I don't... Well, it's fine. It's alright. Oh, we'll survive. Glad this will be a long stream. Yep, gonna be a long stream. This is why you check the word count. See, it's a good thing it's worth it. Oh, I'm sure it's worth it. I don't doubt it from what I've read so far. I only get the speed run from Alright. Okay, let's finish up the chapter and then we can actually take an actual break. Alright, let's get back into it. Remember to hydrate. Okay. The Declassified Galactic Survival Guide. Out of every galactic entity to run across, the Imperial Sun Fleet is not the worst by any means, unless you oppose them in some way, or carry out any activities deemed illegal by the Sun Imperior, which runs the gauntlet from not paying taxes to the Empire obviously slave trafficking. Punishments for such transgressions come in a vast range depending on which branch of the fleet it is that has detained you, along with how frisky the commanding officers are feeling. But have been known to include indefinite incarceration in one of the many Imperial prisons, along with incarcerating your entire ship on the spot. For this reason alone, your author suggests that if being persuaded by any craft bearing the Sunfleet emblem, to just keep going and hope you can outrun them, because if not, running into Imperial officers is an incinerable offense, and one that's hard to make a comeback from. While your author does say this to frighten you, it is by no means meant to deter you from traveling the stars. One of the most rewarding and hazardous experiences any being should definitely partake in, but is meant to act as a mere piece of cautionary advice to steer you in the right direction. Survival in deep space can be tricky for the unwary, which is why this book was created, to help the reader, hopefully you, better navigate these obstacles by providing a comprehensible understanding of every culture and group the author, me, had the pleasure and displeasure of meeting before my likely untimely demise. But besides this book, the most important thing to have when navigating the interstellar swamp that calls itself our reality is, and is not actually a towel. I feel like that was a reference. But anyways, like some other experts on the subject of writing long-winded and rambling books about the universe might have suggested, but rather something much more simple. The best resource you could ever have with you in the dark, cold beyond of space is simply someone there with you, a partner you trust with your own life. Might have to on many occasions, because just the knowledge that there's someone with you, that you're not having to face all of this alone, is what will get you through anything. That is the end of chapter 1. I like this little intermission with the author. It really does like complement it well, and like add a specific like depth to the world building. I really like that. Oh, it's so good. Gives you the info. Yeah. It gives you like light into the setting, like in a very natural way. I like that a lot. I have a little theory on who the author is, but I haven't looked at the character tags. Well, you know what? Let's take a look at the character tags, right? Characters. Tubbo, Rambo, Tommy, Technoblade, Nikki, Sapnap, Dream, George, Wilbur-Soot, Sneak, Eret, and Jack Manifold. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh. Alright. Hermione's not even there. Wow. Spoilers? Oh, okay. Alright, okay. Alright. So, fun fact, the space author is not tagged. Interesting. Okay. All right. I guess Helen was feeling a little cheeky there, huh? All right. Sneak doesn't even get a character tag. I am like thoroughly excited to see Sneak in this. Alright. So everyone get up and stretch. Yep. Alright. Let's take a little break. The author could be Rambo due to the fact that in fair enough. Oh god, pardon me. Fair enough. Yep, no, remember to stretch. Wait for the fears and discussion you'll have with these. Hell yes. sick. Remember stretch, guys. Now I can eat my little chocolates. Sitting here. It's so enjoyable. Oh, I'm glad! Am I doing alright? This is the first time I've ever really, like, done something like this for a stream before. Vibes have been very nice. I'm glad. You're so swag, so fresh, Moon. Okay, sweet. What kind of chocolates are you munching on? I'm munching on Sanders chocolates. They're dark chocolate with sea salt and caramel. It's fucking good. I want other chocolates. I may get up and get more. 10 reading, I'm genuinely so invested. I'm glad! I'm glad! Dark chocolate, my beloved. I'm glad I'm doing alright. I'm glad I'm doing the fic justice. Because, again, this is the first time I'm really doing something like this. Your voice is so nice to listen. Oh, I'm glad! This first character is so funny and cool. I'm glad! People trying to see you and Rambo stream at the same time. Oh god, I'm sorry, that's right. He's streaming, isn't he? Fuck. My voice for this, I'm glad. Yeah, I know. See, I am also, as you all know, I'm a big boober, and literally every fucking time, I plan in advance when I want to stream, right? I always plan in advance. Every time I plan, he ends up streaming on the same fucking day. Without fail. It is... Like, god damn it. He does it despite you, yeah. He's attacking me personally. He knows. He knows I'm trying to be a streamer that sticks to their schedule, but then he's trying to sabotage me. I know it. He's simply telepathic. But it is okay, because we have the VODs. I have the VODs. I can watch later. Rambo the Empath. Rambo the Empath trying to figure out, Sorry, I'm getting distracted by pretty art. Sorry, I got distracted by pretty art. Anyway. Just wait for Twitter to give me the funny clips. Yeah. Rambo and Empath, since the moon is going to stream today, perhaps I'll stream. Thank you for the people who have been following, by the way. I very much appreciate it. Watch Rambo stream and call again. It was fun. I would love to. He was just talking. Oh, okay. Wait, was he not opening the chair? Last time he said that I screamed so much because I waited for your stream. My boomer mind just boom. I love your character. Thank you. I'm glad. I think AMC was there. Oh! I will definitely have to watch. We love AMC in this household. I think Rambo was trying to hint at a... What? Is he doing that thing? Is he doing that thing where he's like, haha, I'm going to hint at this and make you all panic? Oh, okay. Alright, I thought so. Ah, joke. I hope he trips. You're okay, Mallow. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. Let me add something. There we go. Oh wait, that's entirely in white. Wait a minute, sorry. Hold on, hold on. How the hell do I change the color? Fuck. Oh, there we go. Moment, shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! There we go. I'm sorry, this is really scuffed, but, Studio mode. No! I am in studio mode! I'm literally in studio mode right now! Shut up! This is fine! This works! There. Okay. That's better. A little scuffed, but better. Our best streamer. Shut up! Just don't patronize me! I'm turning old! Shut up! Leave me alone! Couldn't Grandpa Gang shit! Ara! Okay, alright. I'm by myself. No, no, everyone is younger. This is so sad. I know, we're old people. We can be old together, it's alright. Grandpa Man. I say it's like a majority of my main friend group is like in their mid-20s and 30s. Don't tell them I said that. Don't tell them I'm calling them old. Oh god, I'm going to be old. Oh yeah, don't put ages in chat. Don't do that. That's against COS. Thank you. But, how long have we been on break? It hasn't been too long, I don't think. Really quickly, I'm going to get up, I'm going to get a snack, and I think after I'm done snacking, then, what's a TOS? Terms of service, Twitch's terms of service. Stating your names, stating your ages in chat is, against, Twitch's terms of service. But I will very quickly go and get something to eat. Or a snack, rather. It's not really dinner time yet. But I will be back shortly. You get the little BRB screen. Alright. BRB! Hello. Streamer is back. I have snack. What the hell is chat doing? Streamer, my streamer. Alright, let's get back to this. I'm really happy with how my little PNG tuber turned out. I really like it. Streamer, my streamer. Let down that dude. So cool. I'm glad. I'm glad. Okay. Little PNG tuber. Yeah. Pardon me. Okay, alright, okay. Chapter 2 does kind of explore panic attacks to a fair amount, so heads up. Okay, alright. Why don't we go over that now? We can just refresh ourselves on the topics at hand. Let's get rid of that. We're still in intermission, technically, but like, I think, you know. Right there. Yeah, fine. Sure. Okay. So in chapter 2, Proto, it mentions previous blaster wounds, an injury, depictions of injury, panic attacks, trauma, and a PTSD episode. So a little bit treading into territory, a bit unsettling territory, but you know, reminder, if it's not your cup of tea, you can leave. I encourage you to take care of yourself and, you know, of the like. Because, I mean, I'm not entirely sure how graphic it gets, but, you know, just to be safe, you know. Oh yeah, the injury thing? Oh, does it? I feel like I know what that's referring to. It's not subtle! Oh no! Well... Not entirely graphic. Alright, okay. So it's very descriptive. Okay. But not, like, super bad. Go get your Advil! Retrieve thine Advil! It's just Angst talking. Fair. Thank you, Aura. Aura, I want you to know, like, for a while, it was very hard for me to say your name without, like, saying awa. Just like, awa, 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 awa. Just, like, instinctually, just, like, can I get an awa, awa? Awa, awa, awa. Agua. I've been trying to find a way to tell you that, but it just occurred to me now. Call me Aru. Aw. You're liquid now. Congrats, Ara. You're either a furry or you're reduced to a liquid state. Or both if you're lucky. Otherwise, you'll have to pay taxes. Damn, true. Getting old be like God, right? Okay. We some old bitches. So let me know if you need me to read any of the trigger warning stuff. I'm sure you're fine with it, but just in case. Yeah, sure. Or, well, I mean, I'm alright with it. I don't have a lot of... I'm very comfortable with... Or, well, not comfortable, but, like... I handle sensitive topics with relative ease, so I should be good. But thank you for the offer, either way. But I still will let you know if I need to take a break. I'm a brave human being, I also handle them all fine. Yeah. As I come to you, like, specifically when I want to show fucked up shit. In the sense of, like, horror stuff. I tore it, yeah! This pains, yes. I think that was a good length of intermission. I'm not entirely sure how long that was, but... I have it, I'm gonna spam you with Bloodborne, you think? Please, 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 please? It sounds really fucking sick. I know, like, the bare minimum about Bloodborne, but I love the concept and everything about it, the aesthetic, so I will still love it either way. About 20 minutes? I think, you know what? Let's set that as, like, the time between. Let's make that the... I probably should have set, like, a timer. I think 20 minutes is, like, a good, like, rest time. Like, between chapters. I think that'll be good. What if you let me? I'll explain literally the entire lore. Oh god. Dude, if you want, I fucking... Hit me up, bro. I love that game at, like, surface value, but, like, I know the bare minimum about it. I think you're snacky. Yeah, alright. Sign away your TMs. Good luck, Moon! About to hit 3 hours? Yep! There's the 3-hour mark. Hey! Alright. I think, like, 20 to 15 minutes is a good, like, break period for in-between chapters. So, why don't we get back into it? Right. Let's hide that. And let's get back over here. I would love to see a Demas and P. Van Helsing at you. Ooh, that does sound kind of sick. Alright. Leaving a kudos. Hell yeah. Alright. No more chill music. Back to insanity. Alright. Chapter 2. Proto. Let the fun begin. Alright. Taking another drink just in case, sorry. Actually, that is a good question. Should I have music on in the background while I'm reading? Like theme appropriate music? Or is the silence okay? Okay. Alright. I think I'll stay vibe with it. I think for now, I feel like music would, like, music that isn't this, or, like, that isn't, like, jazzy would just distract me, so I think for now I'll stick to this, but maybe in possible future read-throughs I'll consider it, just to make it a little bit more spicy, so, you know. Alright. Flipping the welding goggles up to get a better view of his patchwork, Tubbo huffs and chews on his lower lip. Not super happy with the way he sealed the section of the hall shut. Reaches behind him to grab the pry bar, but stops when the waspish voice snaps. "You repaired that section twice now, stop it. But it looks hideous. I almost got it perfect," Tubbo's in the middle of saying, so when he's blowed over by Rambu's yelling, "I don't care if it's perfect. It just needs to get us off this void-cursed rock. It's my ship. I'll fix it how I fucking want," Tubbo fires back, twisting to glare over at his shoulder where Rambu is sprawling out in the shade of an open cargo bay, looking utterly miserable on only his pants and an ill-fitting tank from Tubbo. He rolls his lips back to bare his fangs, but apparently doesn't have the energy for anything more. Tips his head to the side and heaves out a huge breath, tail limply coiled over one of his legs. A rush of genuine sympathy sweeps over Tubbo, and he turns back around with a sigh. Looks at his less than stellar patch job, and it kills him to leave it looking like that, but it'll survive a jump to light speed, and he forces himself to move on, snapping the goggles down once more. They've been stuck on this planetoid for almost 3 Imperial cycles. 3 Imperial cycles now, with no way to get any communications out. Some combination of all the radiation and just general damages as the deep space transmitter's down, making it so Tubbo can't send out an SOS as a resort to repairing the Asachi himself. He started working on it as soon as his legs could bear the weight, but with all the residual radiation and energy pouring off of Siren, Tubbo's a little limited on time. The day cycles are impossibly bright and deadly, swelling with heat that threatens to cook anything that steps out from under cover. So he can't start repairs until the planetoid is rotated away from Osiren temperatures leveling out to something more survivable. It's still miserable work, even at night, the welding equipment heating up the already hot air around him into the point that Tubbo's just out there in a tank top and cargo pants, bare feet slipping against the slick hull of the Asachi. He pulls the protective gloves because he doesn't want to burn his... He puts on the protective gloves because he doesn't want to burn his fingertips off, but it's too hot for anything else. Leaves his arms exposed to the jumping sparks that fly over the welding torch. Tubbo just grits his teeth and bowls his way through it, rubs burn cream into his splotchy red skin as soon as the siren As soon as the siren starts to rise, and he's forced to take his shelters in the oven the Asachi basically becomes. He doesn't want to waste their fuel running the engines enough so that the aircon will work. Leaves the cargo bay wide open in hopes a breeze will make its way inside where the rest up against the walls in the sticky shade. But no matter how sweaty and uncomfortable Tubbo is, he's learned it's 5 times worse for Rambo, who's practically melts into a puddle as soon as the sun comes up. Strips down as much as his dignity will allow, and basically passes out from heat exhaustion until night sets. At first, Tubbo chalked it up to him being a spoiled brat and attempting to weasel out of helping repair the airship, but after Rambo literally collapsed on his feet trying to bring some tools up to Tubbo, he realized he may not be playing up how bad he was feeling. Oh, shit! Tubbo shouts, watching Rambo's lanky form slip off of the side of the ship like a marionette with its strings cut. A distressingly heavy thud following as he presumably hit the ground. Scrambling to his feet, Tubbo took up a running leap off the Asachi, wings buzzing behind him and softening his landing on the sand beside Rambo's prone body. Oh. Checking him over quickly, Tubbo was relieved to find that he wasn't bleeding and hadn't broken anything, but it looked like he was out cold. Couldn't even really tell if he was breathing. Tubbo felt wildly around for a pulse and eventually found it high in Rambo's neck, beating erratically under a long ear. Only problem was, Tubbo didn't know if that was normal or not. There weren't many Ender in the Imperial fleet, definitely none in his old cohort, and Tubbo only knew what the resting pulse was like for 3 other species. He didn't know jack shit about Ender physiology. "You better not die, you stupid jackass," Tubbo muttered under his breath, another hand flitting down to feel Rambo's forehead, skin warm to the touch, but not sweaty in the slight. Oh, that's heat stroke. Uh-oh. Was that a bad thing? A good thing? Fuck, he didn't know. Wait, they don't sweat. The water hurts their skin. Oh, no wonder they stay in cold places. Okay, wait, that makes sense. That's really cool, like world building wise. Okay, anyway. Was that a bad thing? A good thing? Fuck, he didn't know. He'd never even touched Rambo before. Queens knew what his normal body temperature was supposed to be, but Tubbo had to do something. Fucker just collapsed dead on his feet and was obviously not ideal. Hauling a surprisingly light Rambo onto his arms, Tubbo carted himself inside the cargo bay and spread him out on the floor, attempting to be careful as he set him down. Rambo was at least still breathing, chest rising and falling shallowly, and Tubbo flopped down next to him, chewing on a thumb and trying to think of everything he knew about Ender. They were stupid tall and stupid rich and had some sort of problem with water, could teleport short distances and see relatively well in low light, which probably helped them out a bunch since their planet was so sad. Frozen little rock out on the very edge of the system. Hardly got any Oh shit, that was it. Anwar was frigid. Hey. Called it. Anwar was frigid, probably never got much warmer than above freezing, and where Tubbo had been slowly getting frostbite, standing outside in his full gear, the Ender were walking around in relatively light-looking fabrics, completely unbothered. Rambo's got fucking heat stroke or something, and Tubbo immediately yanked his boots off, fingers working quick to unbutton his long-sleeve tunic, and exposing as much of his skin to the air as he could, in hopes that he could cool him off, but it's nowhere near close to freezing, with something more like 26 degrees in here. Fuck. Tubbo stammered, wrapping his hands nervously against the floor, trying to come up with some solution that didn't involve using up what fuel they had. finally lands on something. Spinning around so his back was to Rambo, Tabo pauses for half a second, feeling like an idiot, but he couldn't think of anything better with no power or to lower the temperature, slowly began fanning his wings to create a breeze. Aww! The movement pulled at his blaster wounds, aggravating already tender muscles and tissues, but Tabo didn't have a lot of options here. He'd rather tear his side back open than get stuck on this dusty rock with no fuel, and after running an air con trying to cool off Rambo. Queens, he might have thought, if this... Pardon me. Thank you for the follow. I got distracted. He might have... Queens, he might have to, though, if this didn't work, and Tubbo may not like the guy, but he sure as hell wasn't going to let him lay there and have his brains be cooked alive. No one deserved that, not even snotty, spoiled Ender Princes. But thankfully, after a few minutes, he heard groaning behind him and looked over his shoulder to find Rambo stirring, bringing a shaking hand up to rub at his face, eyes slitting open in the gloom and glowing vibrantly. After that, Tubbo didn't ask Rambo to help with any repairs, just offered him a tank top and was ridiculously short on him, and left him to stew in the hold while Tubbo tried his damnedest to fix the Asachi as fast as possible, but still not a standard he was happy with. As the souls drag on, though, Tubbo thinks he might have to concede on the repair work being as good as he'd like, both of them getting increasingly more exhausted and waspish in the oppressive heat. And if it was just Tubbo out here, he'd suffer through whatever to take care of the Asachi like he wants, but it's not just him. He has to factor Rambo into this. A siren is threatening at the horizon when Tubbo calls for the day, technically, whatever, hauls his equipment under the Asachi and drags leaden feet up to the cargo ramp. Stumbles past Rambo, who honestly looks as wretched as some beings he's seen dying of terminal illnesses. He's not drenched in sweat like Tubbo. Apparently Ender missed that in the lotto wheel of life, but his skin's gone weirdly ashy, dry and cracked around his knuckles and the edges of his mouth. Eyes dull with whatever they're actually open. Clear fatigue on his face, and it does stupid things to Tubbo's exhausted brain. Sorry, it's... the repair's taken so long. He mumbles absentmindedly, really. Truly feeling bad for the bastard as he slides down a wall that's a disturbingly amount of warm already, and Rambo's tail flicks. Only sign that he's still alive as he snips half-heartedly. You should be. Piss off. Tubbo slurs without any real bite. Doesn't have the energy to actually be angry. Kicks his legs out and nods his head to the side. Hopes he'll get a few decent hours of sleep before it gets too hot even for that. He's not sure how long it's quiet for, drifting off into hazy half-consciousness, so isn't even sure he's really hearing when Rambo mumbles, that's unfair of me. You saved my life. It's the first decent thing that's ever come out of his mouth. And Tubbo's half-awake mind is convinced he made it up, and there's this awful, too real hollow laugh echoing through the cargo hold. Well, you did what you had to do to survive. I was just there. What do you mean? Tubbo thinks, he says. His head's still a little fuzzy around the edges, but it's starting to wake up some. Especially when Rambo hums a long, drawn-out sound. You didn't do it for me. No one does. I'm not even there. Oh. Oh. Tubbo sits up a little, blinking wavy lines of sleep out of his eyes and staring at where Rambo was laying facing away from him. And he hadn't moved much, but his arms are arms are snaking tight around his torso, like he's trying to keep something from escaping. There's nothing there. Oh. There's nothing there. A shadow on the wall. Doesn't matter, never did. Whatever he's talking about gets lost in his... as he presumably slips into speaking Ender. He sounds long and low, like distorted echoes you hear at the edge of madness, and Tubbo furrows his brow, kinda concerned about the heat getting to him. You good, man? Sorry, I don't really know what you're talking about. Rambo's body jerks in a breathy laughter, his reply whisper quiet and muddled with sleep. Nothing. It's nothing. But with the way he's holding on to himself, claws digging into bare skin of his arms like they're going to draw blood, only slackening as he passes out from the rising heat, Tubbo gets the feeling it's not nothing. Hey, you're... Tanis? It's Rambo? Hey, fuckhead! Tubbo yells, trying to get Rambo's attention, but he doesn't stir, chest rising unevenly under his arms. And Tubbo thuds his head back against the bulkhead, mentally runs through the list of everything else he wanted to fix before taking off, and it slashes in half. With those concessions, he'll be able to get them off this hellhole before the next sunrise, but they're going to have to make a stop at the closest port town to find some replacement for the deep space transmitter. Tubbo hopes Rambo won't be too pissed at the further delay in their trip. Guy seems pretty high-strung about school, and if he remembers right, the new term started yesterday, so he's already missed some of his classes. New transmitter is not optional, though. Tubbo doesn't care if Rambo throws the biggest bitch fit in existence. He's getting the damn replacement equipment, even if he has to drag Rambo along with him kicking and screaming. It's been 3 Imperial cycles since Tommy's heard from him, and makes his heart squeeze painfully just thinking about what he might be feeling. The two of them have always been close, roomed together in their first year and bonded instantly like only first years do in the face of all the staggering bullshit they put through. But even after Tubbo left, thought he'd never hear from Tommy again. Surprised and probably shouldn't have been when Tommy kept messaging him through everything. They call each other best friends, but Tubbo knows they both mean it to be something more like brothers. So that's why getting a new transmitter isn't optional. Because the last Tommy heard from him, Tubbo was flying past a star going supernova and received radio silence since. It'll be okay, he thinks, wrapping his arms around himself even though it's hot, but it provides some grounding comfort. Has him sleepily thinking about speckled wings. You'll get the parts, and it'll be okay. Tommy will be okay, because you're okay. Everything will be fine. New game plan in mind, Tubbo settles down to try and actually get some shut-eye. Dozes on and off through the hottest parts of the day, haunted by fever dreams of fuel canisters and lit matches burning like supernovas. And whenever he wakes up for a brief second, make sure Rambo is still breathing before drifting off again. Tubbo is up for good once it doesn't hurt to look outside and the air isn't scorching to breathe. Pops his head and winces at the way his blaster wound twinges. Pulls up his frankly disgusting tank and to check on it, and frowns when he peels the med patch back. It's always been ugly. It keeps getting uglier the longer it takes to heal, but the edges are starting to look weird. Going a livid shade of red that smacks of infection. Oh boy. And Tubbo's breath hitches, shakily tapping the patch back in for now. Change it, you dumbass. No. It's going to be okay, though. It's fine. It doesn't really look that bad. He's just overthinking anyway. Wherever they stop for the transmitter, we'll have a halfway decent apothecary anyways. It's gonna be fine. There's nothing he could do about it now though. So he puts it out of his mind and struggles to his feet and goes about fixing their dinner. Tubbo, our beloved smart idiot, head and hands. Pardon. It's real fine dining on the Asachi without the portable replicator working. And Tubbo grabs a packet of nectar for himself and the dehydrated block of something for Rambo. Walks over to where the Rambo's still passed out and nudges him gently with his toes. Hey, Princey boy, time for another 5-star meal. Rambo's face scrunches up at the touch, and not in an ugh, I don't want to wake up way, but in that really tickles way. And now is not the time, but Tubbo can't help himself, shifting his toes a little further to wiggle them into Rambo's side. The noise he makes in protest is absolutely bizarre. High-pitched and warbling, rumbles out of his chest like a startled house cat as he twists away from Tubbo's touch. It's so unexpected that Tubbo can't help laughing, hunches over with how hard he's wheezing, and Rambo turns to glare daggers over his shoulder, which only sends Tubbo further into hysterics. Because with the slitted eyes and flicking back ears, now he looks like a disgruntled house cat. What? Tubbo stammers around his giggles. Forgotten pack of food dangling from one hand, and Rambo snatches it from him, elegantly ripping the plastic open with an easy swipe of his claws. The look is on his narrowed eyes screaming, "This could be you!" Or meow meow. Tubbo sincerely doubts it. Confident that he could take him in a fight despite his height advantage and whole claw and fang situation, rolls his eyes with a snort and heads to the edge of the cargo ramp. It may still be hot, but the air is considerably fresher out there than in the hold, and Tubbo flops down with a light wince, crossing his legs together while he drinks his nectar. He's lost in thought about everything he's got to get done before a siren rises again. So it really catches Tubbo off guard when there's movement next to him, and he snaps his head to the side to see Rambo folding himself down a good distance away, but still parallel to Tubbo, eyes trained on the sky, sort of soft contemplation. It's weird to see him out of his royal getup, no end crystals glittering the night or flashing in his dark hair, divested of all his pomp and glamour. And he tries not to stare too much, but it's like some barriers starting to come down in Tubbo's mind against his will. Because like this, disheveled and haggard, no shoes on, one of Tubbo's ratty tanks on his back, and only some of his jewelry, Rambo looks almost normal. Like he could be any other member of the syndicate stuck out here with Tubbo. Resolutely pushing the thought from his mind, Tubbo aggressively drinks his nectar and tries not to think about Rambo in a gray-orange bomber as the Indarian tips his head to the side, naked awe glowing in the depths of his crimson eye while he stares at the stars. Wow. It's really beautiful. And if you did almost kill us. Grateful for the distraction, Tubbo turns to look up at the sky himself. The darkness of the night, interrupted by huge clouds of red-orange gases that swirl and spit out their own light. The last remaining bands of fiery power that Osiren discharged. It's interesting, maybe, but not the best Tubbo's seen. And he shrugs his shoulders, mumbles around the plastic straw to his nectar pouch. Yeah, it's alright. The Ryoshan Nebula is like half the size, but way more vibrant. What? You've seen the Roshan Nebula? Rambo asks, incredulous. And Tubbo looks over at him, a little surprised to see him staring back with wide eyes. Nothing in them but open honesty and unbridled enthusiasm. And Tubbo says slowly, yeah, I fly past it all the time on my way home. What's it like? Like, is it as impressive as the Hollows make it out to be? And have you ever seen the micro-pseudo-stars? They're supposed to be some kind of the rarest phenomenon in the galaxy. Rambo rambles in clear excitement, ears perked all the way up and quivering slightly. Tubbo just blinks at him. Feels like he's seeing an entirely new person, begins a little hesitantly. Yeah, it's really impressive. I'm very red? I think I've seen the micro things. They move around a lot, so it's probably why most people have never seen them. Remu makes a trilling noise at the back of his throat. Oh my god, baby! Oh, I love him. Oh, he's a nerd. Meow meow moment. Sorry. Anyway. Wiggling up straighter as his tail flops around happily. Oh, that's amazing. That's just... have you seen the Delinium cluster? Or the triple sons of Zaxxon 4? Delinium... Oh, you mean the ballista... Tubbo cuts off when he's saying with a violent cough. Afraid of ruining the childlike wonder in Rambu's face, he doesn't know where it came from, but he suddenly loathed the idea of... going. Yeah, I've seen on the Delinium cluster. It is not all it's cracked up to be. Zaxxon's suns are, though. Queens, I've never seen a more amazing sunset in my life. Really? Rambu hushes, hands all wrapped up together in his lap as if all wrapped up together in his lap like if he behaves himself. Tubbo will keep talking. Seems like he can't help it, though, as he leans forward and gushes. Tell me more. And for some reason, Tubbo does, detailing out all the places he's been and things he's seen. Talks about cutting his engines and cruising through nebula and size of the planets, watching the billowing gases sweeping over the Asachi, swirling together in brief bursts of light before breaking back apart, like being at the heart of a living, moving, breathing painting. Oh god, I just got the most vivid mental image. Okay, sorry. He gets so swept up in talking, Tubbo says things he's never told another soul before. Worried he'd think he lost his mind, but that fear isn't here right now. And Tubbo talks about the humming song he can hear out of the deep space sometimes, in the dark black of nothingness where the closest stars are the bare prick of the horizon. The figures he swears he's seen dancing on the icy trails of comets, the hands larger than stars carting through the nebula. Rambo doesn't say one word the entire time. Sits with his knobby knees folded up to his chin, tail swishing and vibrating next to him while he listens in rapid fascination. Eyes never leaving Tubbo's face, and there's something in their glowing depths that make Tubbo falter a bit in one of his stories. He knows that look. Recognizes it almost immediately because he's seen it before, staring back at him in mirrors, sparking and alive like coiling solar flares. It's the desire to go, to see and explore, a hunger for wide open star fields and nothing holding you back. It's how he feels when he wraps his hands around the Sachi's controls. Heart thundering under his ribs and the whole universe at his fingertips. He's like me, Tebo thinks in abject confusion. Voice trailing off because he doesn't know what else to say. Shaky inhales get stuck somewhere in a windpipe. Queens, he feels like it too somehow, some way we're the same in this. Incredible. Rambo breathes. The first thing he's said in a while, hunches over and props his chin up on his knees. A sweet, hesitant looking smile twitching his cracked lips. I just... wow. I've read so much, but you've seen it. You've seen, and I really appreciate you sharing your stories with me, Tubbo. It's the first... oh, my heart! He said a name! It begins! It's the first time Rambo's ever said his name, and he does it so very cautiously, like he's afraid he's doing it wrong. Almost looked scared when he's sitting across from Tubbo, ears flicking down low in some conscious mannerisms. Tubbo's finally learning to read. He's such a bizarre combination of a person's scathing attitude and horrific brattiness alongside an unanticipated hesitance. Meek shyless, like he's not really sure how to have a normal conversation. Yeah, no problem. Tubbo says slowly but genuinely. And as some of the tension seems to ease out of Rambo, ears perking back up, he realizes he doesn't actually know anything about him. Asks a bit impulsively, "Is that what you're studying? At the academy, I mean?" What? Rambo asks, tipping his head to the side, and Tubbo winces. Knew it sounded stupid and confusing coming out of his mouth, so he tries again. Are you, like, an ecology major or something? Like, or astrophysics? Physicists? I don't know, just something to do with the galactic phenomena? No. I'm an intergalactic affairs major. Rambo admits with what sounds like reluctance, and Tubbo doesn't blame him. He never studied it personally, but he knew the IA program had a rap for being one of the driest, most convoluted headache-inducing subjects at the academy. And he wrinkles his nose just thinking about it. Rambo snapping quickly. What's that face for? Huh? Oh, nothing? It just sounds really boring, you know? And I thought that Tubbo trails off because Rambo's looking at him weird, probably thinking it's odd for Tubbo to weigh in on his personal life, but they are anything but friends. And he sighs. I don't know, it just seems like she'd rather be out there than stuck behind some desk. He's seen a couple times before now, Rambo just going absolutely still, an expression he had dropping away into blank nothingness, like he's some robot playing at being a living thing. And Tubbo watches it happen now, his tail freezing by his side, that distant apathy shuddering fast over his eyes. It's absolutely haunting. What a ridiculous thing to say. Why would you... I bet the heat is getting to you by now, too, which I'm not surprised. You've spent so much time fixing the ship, I'm sure you're exhausted. Rambo says smoothly, but it doesn't sound right. Like he's not actually present when he's saying it. This ordeal has been tough on you, I understand that. When we get to Near Rocks, I'll speak with my father about increasing your payment. Would that be acceptable? I mean, yeah, if you're... Sure, but Tubbo tries, but he's quickly cut off by Rambo interrupting fluidly. Consider it done. It's the least I can do. It's the least I can do in thanks of your services, which are quite extraordinary, if I may say so. I'm curious, but if you don't mind my asking, where did you learn to pilot? I, well, mostly just experience. I mean, I have some formal training, but why are you? You were a cadet, weren't you? Rambo chokes on whatever he was trying to say, pulse ratcheting up briefly, just hearing the word. Thoughts scrambling in 100 directions as he stares at Rambo, and the prince inclines his head, says swiftly to his unasked question of how. You still make your bunks the way the Navy does. The baseline for most of your flight maneuvers is classic Imperial doctrine, and you probably don't realize it, but whenever you stand still, you do it in a parade rest. You do it in parade rest. It hits like a punch to the gut, and Tubbo woodenly turns away, hands starting to tremor with the knowledge of how much of them is still in him. He thought he'd gotten rid of it all, stripped it down and thrown it away, but apparently it's still there. Like a scar he's never going to be rid of, and Tubbo's breath hitches. Feels like walls are closing in around him, and he scrambles to his feet. Needs to move, otherwise he'll never shake the feeling of being trapped. I have a lot to work to do. He jerks his thumb to where the welding equipment is tucked under the Asachi, packing away like Rambo's holding him at blaster point. And he's one misstep away from pulling the trigger. Of course, take your time, Rambo says evenly, raising to his feet without a twitch from his tail for his face. And that's all the dismissal Tubbo needs. Heart jackhammering in his chest as soon as he thinks it. The fact that he's still looking to be dismissed on some level shaking him to his core. You're not there. You're not there. You're not there. Tubbo repeats to himself over and over again, trying to get his hands to stop shaking while he patches a few remaining holes. Shoves out everything that's not fixing the Asachi and takes in even breaths. You're out. It's fine. You're out. You're free. But it doesn't feel like he is. And Tubbo stares down at his bare wrists later, nicked and burned from some wayward sparks. And there's nothing there. But he swears he sees a faint glimmer of gold out of the corner of his eye. Oh. Oh, my boy. Oh, no. Not ready for this emotions again. Oh, no. Boy's fucked up, teehee. Oh, my boy. He's sad. I'm crying so hard. Oh my goodness. Okay. The Declassified Galactic Survival Guide. Briefly talked about in earlier sections, but in dire need to be explained upon, is the celestial snowball that put on airs and decided to be its own planet, otherwise known as Anvil, home of the End Crystal and the Ender. Located in the very unsensible distance from anything of major import, Anvil was largely considered to be a galactic waste for so many eons. For so many long eons, but as soon as some off their rocker Niroxan imperialized scientists put an End crystal in a short fusion reactor and created an explosion that leveled half their facility, Anvil is now suddenly much more interesting. The ensuing interest in Anvil and subsequent fallout could be likened to the phenomena of that one unpopular girl in your school who abruptly became popular for some superficial reason and then proceeds to transcend entirely into peak mean girl status. I like that. That was good. Thank you, Ara. I'm glad. Oh gosh. With the Sun Empire fully focused on getting their greedy little hands on as many end crystals as possible, the Enderian king at the time took it upon himself to forge a relationship of scarily dependent consumerism, basically making Annual a high roller drug dealer in the horrifically crippling Neuroxan Empire. Since the Sun's Empire's main goal is continued galactic expansion, and with end crystals powering their cruisers, it significantly cut down on fuel costs, which led to the construction of more ships that needed their own end crystals, ballooning out of control while we have the frankly concerning fleet we have today. Naturally, all of this made Annual stupid wealthy. Being essentially the arms dealer for the largest empire in the galaxy comes with its perks: extended influence and reach, a solid stream of income from the market that will never die, unprecedented control and favoritism to the Imperial Senate, but as always, there are drawbacks. The chief ones being, namely, the forever widening prosperity margin amongst Annual social classes, but the only ones that care about that are the disparaged and they're out of luck. But the other is nestled right at the glittering heart of Voidfall Palace. Because what you think happens when you stick a bunch of enders together who have never known the meaning of no and massive amounts of credit are involved. Oh god, I love the world building. This is so interesting. I've never known the meaning of no and massive amounts of credits are involved. Alright. And what exactly am I supposed to do with this? Rambo snips disdainfully, holding the blaster out as far from him as he can, the very tips of his claws hanging onto the grip gingerly like it's going to explode in his hands. Which is completely unwarranted. Tabo specifically gave him the one that's least likely to explode. Huffson points sarcastically at it. Point that end at someone, pull the trigger, and then they stop moving. I know how a blaster works, Rambo sees petulantly, stretching out into one long line of aggravation as his tail lashes around behind his legs. I just don't know what you want me to do with it. Point that end at... end your insufferable... Fuck, I read that wrong, sorry. End, you are insufferable! Rambo cries, throwing his free hand in the air, and Tabo can't help grinning. Always likes it when he can get him worked up enough that he emotes properly, dropping the facade of aloof, uncaring royal for just a second. They're currently docked at the port of Imuna. Imuna? The closest planet that would most likely have the parts Tebo needed to fix the transmitter. And it was surprisingly easy. It was a surprisingly easy flight, not just in terms of nothing catastrophic happening, but in the fact that Ramboot didn't complain at all. When Tebo told him what they were doing once they got out of the planetoid's atmosphere, Rambo hadn't sounded like he could care less, telling Tabo to do as he pleased, but Tabo didn't put any stock in his tone of voice, watched out of the corner of his eye and Rambo's tail quivering faintly, saw how perked up his ears were. He was excited about going to Imuna, and Tabo had to bite his lip to keep from smiling. Proud. He's finally learning how to read the cagey little fucker. Rambo watched wide-eyed as as the black of space dissolved into the blinding light of hyperspace. It made an interesting little noise in the back of his throat, and Tubbo had the sudden and impulsive desire to show Rambo some of the things he'd been rambling about the other day. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything super interesting that Tubbo knew of between where they were and where they were going, so they'd be in hyperspace for the entire trip. But it didn't end up mattering much. Rambo stayed curled up in the co-pilot chair even after they jumped the light speed. Twisted to face Tubbo and peppered him with questions about his travels that grew longer and more yawn filled as he began to nod off and relieving chill of the Asachi eventually fell asleep a few hours in. Tubbo hadn't said anything about him sitting in the co-pilot spot when they took off because he figured Rambo would go back to the sleeping quarters after they jumped. And when he hadn't, Tubbo was going to say something, but then he had to fall asleep and Tubbo didn't want to wake him. Not when he was so clearly exhausted. It was good that he was getting some actual restful sleep anyways, looked completely dead to the world whenever Tubbo would check on him. But it was really quiet in the Asachi without all of his questions taking up space. Tubbo liked the feeling of his engines humming in the air again, but it was just a little quiet is all. Rambo woke up with a jerk. He's starting to like his company. Oh, spoilers, I'm watching Chat Like a Warden. Chapter 3 is... Rambo woke up with a jerk as soon as Tubbo began entering Muna's atmosphere, the jolt of re-entry probably just startling him, and Tubbo gave a quick smile and let him know everything was okay before turning back to his controls, easing them down toward the Tignarth station. Figuring it was easy going here on out. And that's when the trouble began, because Tignarth was not a nice spaceport, and while Tubbo would blend in fine, covered in space grime and with the syndicate jacket on his back, he wouldn't turn any heads, but Rambo's stupid 7-foot-tall idiot covered in gold and end crystals would, and apparently did not own any normal clothes. Why does every fucking thing have gold on it or some shit? Tubbo yelled, flinging glittering and very expensive-looking clothing all over the place while Rambo bitched behind him. It's called refined sense of style, you space hobo. Well, you're a space pimp because this is ridiculous. Queens, the one shirt without filigree on it was too much to ask for, and finally at the bottom of the chest, Tubbo finds some soft, too clean-looking white shirts that'll do. Hurls one of them at Rambo's stupid head. Here, just put that on and take the rest of your jewelry off, and we should be fine. But Rambo, for some reason, seemed to lack a shred of common sense and just held the shirt out incredulously, snapping, no. This is a night shirt. I'm not going out in public in my sleep clothes. Wear the damn shirt or Queens help me. No! It's undignified and I'm trying to keep us from getting mugged. Which led to another argument that ended with Tubbo realizing Rambo probably needs a blaster, and now here they are. Rambo glaring at him while he mistrustfully tries to buckle on the holster Tubbo gave him. He's doing such a bad job at it. Claw slipping over metal buckles and can't seem to figure out how it's supposed to rest on his wrist. Tubbo rolls his eyes and goes to help him. You're such a baby, he sighs, easily prying the holster straps from Rambo's long fingers and slinging it around his waist much more comfortably. Gets it fitted into place a lot quicker, and Rambo muttering above him. I'm an adult. Tubbo snorts and unthinkingly swats him lightly on the hip. Nope. Guaranteed certified big-ass baby over here. Can't even do up his own holster. His eyes go wide as soon as he does it. Just now registering who he's messing around with, looks up at Rambo with full expectation that he's going to get bitched out. Rambo's expression is complicated. Brows drawn down low and scrunching his eyes up. Mouth slightly parted as he wants to say something but can't get it out. They're standing close. Tubbo didn't realize how close until Rambo takes one quick step back. Tubbo didn't realize how close until Rambo takes one quick step back and doesn't have to crane his neck up to look at him. Shuffles back himself because what's going on with him? Teasing Rambo and slapping at him playfully like they're close or something. They're barely on polite speaking terms, let alone friends, and Tubbo's quick to clear his throat, spinning on his heel to go open the cargo bay. Stops when he hears a soft, is it? I'm going to be safe out there, right? Tubbo looks over his shoulder at Rambo, standing there twiddling his fingers together in the nightshirt and plain slacks. Weather beat holster at his side and nothing hanging from his ears. But still, there's something about him that screams easy mark to Tubbo's well-trained eyes, but he's not about to tell him that. Yeah, don't worry, you'll be fine. Tubbo says as reassuringly as he can, turns around to release the cargo bay's doors. Tig North isn't the nicest port, but it's not the worst, I promise. I've only been shot at 3 times here, and most of them were my fault. Wow, what a ringing endorsement. His voice is so dry, it's scathing, that it makes surprised laughter bark out of Tubbo, though it quickly turns into pained hiss as his jumping diaphragm activates his blaster wound, and Tubbo rubs at it absentmindedly as he goes back over to Rambo's side. It'll be okay. You've got me with you. Fantastic. Rambo sighs deadpan, but Tubbo feels a soft swish against one of his wings. The briefest touch from Rambo's tail, like he's trying to reassure himself that Tubbo is there, that someone's next to him, and Tubbo smiles a little involuntarily, sticks close as the cargo hold grind stops. Grind opens. Grinds open, dear God. Imuna is just as dry and sandy as the planetoid that they got stuck on, which Tubbo is now lovingly referring to privately as Satan's ass crack. But it's a lot cooler here, situated out far enough from its own sun that Tubbo has to zip up his bomber when a chilly breeze rushes past. Next to him, though, Rambo unwinds considerably, tapping his head up and letting the wind ruffle his dusty hair. A deep noise of satisfaction rumbling out of his chest. Tubbo feels tension ease out of him that he didn't know he'd been holding in. Happy that Imuna is cold enough to not make Rambo miserable, but that's not why he picked this planet. He buries his face into the collar of his jacket and tries to ignore the way his cheeks are burning. Definitely not thinking about how he made sure to look up nearest planet's relatively temperature readouts of— oh my god! Boyle! Oh! Oh! Stop, that's fucking cute! Oh! Sobbing, kicking, screaming! These boys, oh my god. There's already so many moments in here that I want to draw. This is one of them. What the fuck? That's cute. It's okay. They'll be able to hear the VOD. It's alright. No, I mean, it was just close enough to Tignarth. It was just close, and Tignarth wasn't a refuse wasn't as refuse riddled as some other ports, and that was it. That was it. Okay, he wasn't trying to be accommodating or whatever. I mean, he didn't want Rambo to die or anything, but he's relative comfort was not Tubbo's concern. This is cute. But as he leads them through the bustling street of Tignarth, it becomes harder and harder to sell. Because Rambo is really perking back up in the cooler temperatures, sticking close to Tubbo's side as he whips his head around to look at everything. But Tubbo can feel his tail thudding into his wings every once in a while, and it makes him smile. Market stalls choke the streets, stripped canvas stretched tight over their roofs inside to provide some protection from the icy wind. Vendors hawking their wares in rough voices, cycling through a dozen different languages, trying to catch someone's attention. Tubbo knows most of them from his travels, but whenever he sees them, they switch to Imperial Standard pretty quickly. Sarah, Suvna, hold on. I can do this. Svuka. Sarah, Svuka. You need munitions or unregistered blasters? Any credits accepted? Come take a look, Sarah. Sorry, I don't know why I just went into an accent there. Sorry. He pretends like he can't hear them and they lose interest fast, latching onto the next person that walks by as he leads Rambo to where he remembers words be weird. Yeah. A reputable parts shop to be, ducks through the string of shells and beads and at the entrance and calls out to the dusty space. Hello? One sec! A voice answers from somewhere else at the shop, so Tubbo pokes around for a minute, sifting through bins of loose scraps. Finds a few coupling coils that look like they're in pretty good shape and drops them at the counter already. Rambo's head is swiveling around like an owl, taking in the racks of parts and the engine blocks hanging from the ceiling. Puzzled little frown on his face, and Tubbo points at the thing he's staring at. That's an intake manifold for the dockside XR7. They don't make them anymore because they're some of the only ships that could outrun Imperial caravels. He doesn't really know why he says it. Maybe because he's bored, or maybe because his head's starting to feel a little strange, altering, throbbing, and going fuzzy around the edges. It's probably nothing. Just a headache. Oh, buddy. Just a headache blooming from the drastic change in temperature between Imuna and Satan's ass crack. It's not because of his wound. Nope, definitely not. It's fine. He's totally fine. Oh, no! Oh, no. Oh, you can hear that? You got him. Sorry. They're making dinner. I think they're tenderizing meat. Sorry. Can't wait for you to get to a certain part. You'll have so much trouble pronouncing that one. Oh, great. Love it. Oh, hi, Helen. Welcome back. You're not a doctor, please. Weird feelings aside, Tubbo's full on expecting Rambo to hum politely in response to his comment. Maybe some textbook response like, oh, that's interesting, like most everyone does, but not for him to turn to Tubbo and ask honestly, what made them so fast? Well, usually for ship engines of that size, the fuel gets run through a few filters and regulators to make sure that there's nothing in it, but the Sidaway are mad sons of bitches. Tubbo grins, making a shooting through motion with his hands as he says. They bypassed that completely and injected the fuel straight into the engine block. Made the dioxide dioxinide, thank you, fast as shit, but they could catch fire. They would catch fire occasionally. Huh? Is there not a way to get around that? It seems pretty useful. Ranboo says, ears bobbing up and down in the thought. Oh. And Tubbo leans up against the counter, talking animatedly with his hands while he explains. Right? But there's actually a problem with the piping, and the relative diameter cull steel can be forged into before it shatters apart until pressure's exceeding the PSI, and usually when he starts talking shop, unless it's another dedicated pilot or an engineer, he loses people pretty quickly, but Ranboo keeps prodding him along with the relevant questions, leaned back up against the counter as well, with his entire intention settled on Tubbo. It's a little unexpected. He's positive Ranboo has no idea what he's talking about for a good majority of his explanations, but he doesn't lose interest. It's actually starting to pick up some things by the time the shopkeeper makes his appearance. Hey, sorry about that. I've got a Slater I'm trying to get... Oh my god, Hey, sorry about that. Got a Slater I'm trying to get up off the ground by sun high today. Anyways, what can I do for you, Sufkin? What can I do for you, Sufkin? Jeez. The man says, wiping his hands clean on the rag. Two long, thick whiskers hanging down by the sides of his mouth. And Tubbo turns around to drape his arm on the countertop. My transmitter got damaged during the supernova eruption, and I'm looking for a replacement part. Yeah, no problem. Do you know what model? Hang on. You don't mean a siren, do you? The man says, whiskers twitching out of his eyebrows shooting up. And Tubbo cocks his head to the side, says a little smugly, Yep, flew right through the initial debris field and made it out just as it went terminal. Stars above, you must be one hell of a pilot. The man whistles. The man whistles and a hot streak of pride ignites down Tubbo's spine. Feeling good to have his ego stroked like this. And then the shopkeeper cuts his eyes to the side, chuckles good-naturedly. You're lucky you've got such an amazing partner. Probably saved your inky hide a lot, yeah? Tubbo blanks in confusion until he realizes he's talking to Ranboo, who would definitely take any assumed association between him and the syndicate, between him and Tubbo as an insult, coughs into his fist awkwardly and flexes his wings behind him. Is quick to jump back on topic before Ranboo could say anything scathing and definitely rude. Yeah, transmitter parts? Oh, right, sorry, what model do you have? They got started talking and figuring out that the whole thing probably needs to be replaced, but thankfully Jocelyn, the shopkeeper, has a few to choose from on hand. And normally Tubbo loves talking about the specs and parts, but his headache is really picked up, and he's finding it hard to follow the conversation. Oh no. I can have some guys drop it off tomorrow if that's alright. What hangar are you in? Jocelyn asks, scribbling something down on the scrap of paper, and Tubbo sways a little where he stands, suddenly lightheaded to the point his wings buzz behind him to keep him upright. He starts, tongue feeling slow and heavy in his mouth. It's 5? No, 4. It's hangar 4. Colleen, sorry, my head's really killing me. No worries, Sutka. We can settle up tomorrow. You just go get some rest. Jocelyn says and tears a slip off that he passes to some of Tubbo's fumbling hands. And yeah, he should go do that. He needs to go do that. But only one little small problem, and that's Tubbo's not really sure how to get to where he's supposed to go. There is a hesitant touch on his shoulder, and Tubbo swings widely towards it. Ends up staring at a swath of white fabric before he remembers, oh, you have to look up. And tips his head back to see Rambo looking at a concerned tilt to his face. Are you okay? He asks, but his voice doesn't match up with how his mouth moves. Words already over before you finish shaping the sounds, and that's not good. Is Tubbo nodding a little more erratically than he means to? Yeah, I need some rest, I think. Okay, let's get back to the ship then. Rambo says in an odd tone, and turns his head to Josen, and it's weird not seeing all of his earrings swinging around with the movement. It's like he's missing some of his personal flair. Master Shopkeep, if you could have your men deliver the replacement after sun high tomorrow, it would be greatly appreciated. We've had a very trying few cycles, and my partner requires rest. Queen's past for trying to blend in, you're overly formal idiot. Tubbo huffs, goes to swat at Rambo and reprimandingly misses by a wide margin. Stares at the hand that missed like it's personally betrayed him. Oh, Tubbo. It feels like his brain is melting out of his ears a little bit, but jerks his head up when he hears, Tubbo, come on, let's go. They haven't been inside that long, maybe an hour at most, and Tubbo knows Amuna's a little cold, but he doesn't remember being sub-zero. As soon as you step outside, he has to lean back into the building side, vertigo spinning through him in the icy at the icy slap to the face, field of vision swimming like the entire earth is undulating beneath his feet. His hands shake where they prop him up, and actually no, all of him is shaking, racking with spasms and making his teeth chatter and sending his left side pulsating with pain. He reaches careful fingers down and prods at the med patch like he's done 100 times before, but now even the slightest touch sends hot tendrils of aching discomfort shooting through his side, flaring up and out from the wound, bringing a trembling hand to the back of his neck. Tubbo wraps clammy fingers around this burning hot skin and swallows past the dryness in his throat, tongue sticking to the roof of his mouth as he hears himself say distantly, I think I have an infection. You think you caught something? You do look paler than normal, Rambo mutters from his side, and then makes a low, echoing noise that nudges at Tubbo's shoulder. If you're not feeling well, you need to get some rest. Can you walk? Yeah, Tubbo says with confidence as he pulls out of some place long buried from days when you had to stand straight and silent no matter what, forces his legs to move, the impact of each step jarring his side and aching head, sending nausea roiling through him. He's focused, so hard on staying upright that he's not really paying attention to where he's going, stumbling into a few other people that all snap at him indignantly, in indignation. But Tubbo's so out of it, he just mumbles incoherent sound of apology, hoping they'll move on without blasters needing to be drawn. After the third or fourth time, though, a heavy weight settles around his shoulders and he's tugged into something soft. Tubbo goes along like a rag doll, rubs his face absently into the silken texture, and feels it rumbling through him as Rambo mumbles, Agents, you're a wreck. You're a wreck. He slurs back petulantly, thudding his head into Rambo's side in retaliation, which turns out to be a bad idea, and sends white bursts of light blooming across his field of vision, as Tubbo relying heavily on Rambo to stay vertical. His fever must be picking up, because Tubbo feels like he's in between on Blink and the next. They're back at the hangar, Rambo more or less dragging him up the cargo ramp at this point. The pain that's flaring out of his blaster wound feels like it's settling in other places in his body, leaking down in between his bones, making his joints ache and grind together in unoiled pistons. There isn't a single point on Tubbo's body that doesn't hurt. And he stands at the base of the ladder looking up with a sense of horror crowding his chest. Hears Rambo come up behind him and grits his teeth. Getting started on the first few rungs, he isn't even halfway up when something pulls very, very, very wrong. And it's like getting shot all over again, agony exploding out of his side and the sensations ripping through him are enough to make Tubbo lose his grip on the ladder. He falls back with a yell, wings snapping open automatically, but they're sluggish responding to his frantic thoughts. And Tubbo's sure he's going to hit the floor hard when arms catch him unexpectedly. Accidentally digging into sharply around his side, they attempt to slow his fall. Oh, ow. Tubbo howls as red-hot fire races up his skin. Claws like lightning through his nerves, twists his head into the side and buries his face into the freezing crook of Rambo's neck, breathing out harshly through his mouth as Rambo stumbles under his weight, unintentionally grabbing Tubbo too tight again as he whimpers and the sickly burn that bleeds out at the touch. Oh, ow. What in the... Are you okay? Also, yes, if anybody needs to mute the stream during this part, then please do so, and we'll let you know whenever it's done. This is where this bit, comes in. What in the... Are you okay? What even... Rambo's stammering as he tries to lower Tubbo to the ground as delicately as possible, arms shaking with either nerves or fatigue. Are you feeling lightheaded? Is it... What's wrong? What hurts? Side... Tubbo pants out, reaching back with one trembling hand to help guide Rambo, slumps over into the relieving chill of the cargo bay's floor once he's let go, and presses his burning forehead into the plastisteel and sighs in relief. Your side? Rambo repeats incredulously, and Tubbo can feel him settle down next to him, talking mostly to himself while Tubbo attempts to not pass out. But that doesn't make sense. Why would an illness... Unless you meant, like... Tubbo whines at the back of his throat when Rambo hands start digging at him, flipping him until he's lying on his back and ruck his clothes up. Hears him hiss out when he presumably sees the molten skin around his torso. When did this happen? A few weeks ago? Tubbo mumbles, wincing at the shockingly cold fingers feeling around his skin on the side. The careful claws peeling the edge of the med patch back. Shootout on Giorgio. It's cold, can you not? Ashes of the deep. When was the last time you cleaned this? Rambo's voice is too loud, clamoring harshly in Tubbo's ears. He tries to squirm away, but Rambo's got a death grip on him. Hey, Tubbo, stop! You insufferable... Where's your medkit? Upstairs somewhere, I don't know. Tubbo responds sluggishly, really wants to be left alone to sleep this off. That's all he needs. A few hours of rest and he'll feel better. Rambo's just theatrical and overdramatic, especially when he shakes Tubbo's shoulders and demands a better answer. Tubbo groans. Fucking, I don't know. Stop being so loud. Fucking piss ass. Ranboo makes a series of incomprehensible noises in Ender that are clearly swears, but finally gets up and leaves Tubbo alone, his boots clanging on the ladder rungs as he heads topside. It's blissfully quiet in the hold now, and Tubbo rolls over gingerly with a sigh, cradling his head in his arms and rides out this wave of pain that sweeps through him like the tide's hazy, hot blanket of fever high draping over his mind. His thoughts are muddled, dreams and memories blurring together as he drifts into the edge of sleep. Sees the searing light of the supernova behind his closed lids, but if he looks close enough, he can pick out a wicked smile, glasses catching and flashing in the light that as a hand holds out a match to him. There can be no half measures. Tubbo jolts awake when something heavy thumps down on the floor, cracks bleary eyes open and thinks he's still half asleep. Sees the mattress laying on the floor in the cargo hold, a pillow and blankets falling down after. A plastic box is thrown down a second ladder, bouncing at the mattress and rattling the contents inside. Tubbo can only watch in delirious confusion as Ranboo follows it, landing on his feet soundlessly. And begins jerking the mattress around until he's satisfied with it laying flat. He pads over to Tubbo, who stares at his bare feet like an idiot, only thought in his head that either Ender don't have claws on their toes or that they trimmed them to wear shoes. He's so dark. Tubbo thinks incoherently, giggling a little bit at the next thought that melts into his head like a slow drip of metal liquefying in intense heat. Does he ever lose himself at night? And slips away into the dark. Bye-bye, boo boy. Oh my god, you're so hilarious! Because they know stop. Also, hello everybody who's just coming into the stream. I'm currently reading through AD ASTRA right now. I remember that part. Crouching beside him, Ranboo doesn't even say anything before snaking his arms under Tubbo, tries to be careful lifting him up, but the movement drags at all the aching points in his body, and Tubbo keens at the back of his throat. What are you? Stop! It's fine! Where are you? You have a serious infection in that wound and don't need to be sleeping on the cold, dirty floor, Ranboo tells him in a no-nonsense voice, moving unsteadily across where the mattresses sets him down and he's something unbreakable. Like he's something breakable, and Tubbo protests weakly. I'm fine. It's healing okay. It needs a little sleep is all, and it is not healing okay. Ranboo interrupts him curtly, turning to grab the medkit and begins rummaging around in it. It is infected, and horribly so. At this point, I would be surprised if the infection wasn't spreading to your bloodstream. What? No, there's no way. Panic makes his heart seize to his chest, and Tubbo's arms shake under him where he propped himself up, terror curling in his body and freezing everything it touches where he was burning up so just a second ago. Tubbo's not a coward. Goes into firefights with determination burning in his fingers, but there's a few things that'll send him over the edge of hysteria like nothing else, and one of those things is sickness, infection, the thought of his body wasting away around him, and his heart jackhammers under his ribs like it's trying to escape. You're fucking with me. Tubbo stammers and scoots back on the mattress like he's going to make a break for it, but what would he even be running from? His wound's going to go with him. There's no way out. You're stuck. You're trapped. You can't breathe. Can't think. You don't know what you're talking about. Rambus found what he was looking for and turns back around with a few bottles and some gauze. Gauze in his hand. Says surprisingly, even though he meets Tabo's eyes. I do, actually. And I need to flush that wound now or you're going to get sepsis. Sepsis? Tabo parrots back at whisper, just heaving like there's nothing, like there's not enough air in here, and there he is, can't... Sorry, I'm blah. Yeah. Pardon me. Blah blah blah. Tongue is twisting in my mouth. Had to give someone an IV for sepsis like 2 weeks ago. Damn. Huh. Sepsis, my beloved. Not gonna lie, I'm surprised Rambo knows medical care. I mean, admittedly, in this kind of setting, from what I've seen, like, he's going into intergalactic affairs, right? He's going in intergalactic affairs. Like, you need to, like, while you need to know, like, how everyone works, like, you also need to know how to, like, take care of different bodies. I think that would kind of, that would kind of, play into that, maybe, but that's my theory. I'm sure it's not quite, but you know what? Whatever. I'm musing. Also, thank you. No spoilers. Stop it. Shut up. I make assumptions. Techno kills Thanos. True and real. Ugh. Oh, okay. I'm not entirely sure what got deleted, but like wean off of like I will let. Oh my god, pardon me. Oh, Jesus. Connor will write you a crypto technocentric fake. Damn! Fucking Connor out here winning. Let's go. Connor and crypto winning. We stay winning. I have a standing challenge, by the way. Oh, do you now? For anyone that can make me cry with fic or art, they get a fanfic. Oh. Well. Now, that's certainly a challenge, isn't it? Alright. Fucking clip me all you want. Quote me on this. I'll take your deal. I'll take your challenge. No balls. Alright. Destroy me. Let's fucking go. Would you make AD ASTRA fan art with me? Yes! Let's go! Hell yeah! Oh my goodness. Collins carefully arranged comic C. We do epic collab. Fuck yeah, let's go. Make Helen cry. Yes! For somebody, like, I don't like bragging. I don't want to brag. Thank you for the follow. I don't want to brag. But I do like making sad shit. And I do like making, like, viscerally, like, emotional comics and art. So, this is the challenge for me. But for the moment, I need to be your bee. So we'll put on our nice music again. An ace artist? No. Yeah, no. Ace Connet to make you cry? Yeah? Let's go. But I will be right back. And I will be back shortly. So, talk about yourself. BRB. Hello, hello. Your streamer has arrived. There it is. Streamer. I will say, I did not realize how close to completion that dinner was, so I may have to get up again. But how about let's change gears here a little, right? I still want to keep reading, but obviously I have to eat. So how about, hey Ara, do you wanna jump in for a little bit? You read me a story while I eat, yeah. read me a little story. Dinner and a show, yeah, let's go. I will, I can, like, follow along as far as, like, the on-screen text goes, but if you are wanting to, then we can, hop in a little call, if you will, you know, yeah. I'm gonna have to adjust my volume in Discord because I don't know how loud my mic will make me. Well, we'll get to that, right? We'll get to that. And we're like right in the middle of like of just the what a way to transition, right? I'm wondering if I should keep reading my favorite part. I wonder if I should keep reading, like, until dinner gets called, or if we should trade off now, just so, like, whenever I do get up, it's not, like, too much of a thing, you know? I say, like, I'll say, how about we switch off now? So that whenever I do get up, there's not too much interruption. Okay. Alright. Well, wait. That would mean that I'm missing shit. Wait a minute. Wait, I'm the one blind reading this. Dang it. Wait. So, okay. Alright. Wait a second. So, alright. So, screw it. I'll read until dinner gets called. Just, that is true. Forehead. Connor, you're onto something. You're fucking onto something. Connor, you're onto something. Alright. The connection is being made. It's being made. Oh my god.
Hello.
Oh my god!
Am I loud?
No, you're not very loud, actually. You're a little quiet. Hold on, let me turn off the music.
Uh-oh.
Here. Can y'all hear alright?
Am I alive?
I think you are.
Do I live?
I think so.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Oh, good.
Hello, everyone.
Alright. Thank you again for offering to, give my voice a rest.
Yeah, no, whenever you were like, I'm gonna read AD ASTRA on stream, and I was like, the one that took me 3 days? So I was like, maybe I'll give him the option.
Yeah. Listen, I looked at it was only like 3 chapters. I was like, I can get through 3 chapters in one stream. I can do that. It's already been 4 hours.
Yeah, we're on chapter 2. We're not even halfway through chapter 2.
Oh god, okay. Speedrun the fanfic 1 day challenge. I mean, I can go as late as I want, so I was thinking just plowing through all of this. I don't care, man. I'm an adult. I make my own mistakes.
You don't have work.
Yeah, I don't have work. But thank you again. But I do not require your assistance right now, and I will let you know whenever I do.
Totally fine. I will sit muted and just listen to you read.
Thank you.
And bully chat while you do it.
Yes, good. As you should as a mod. You're contractually obligated to bully chat.
It's okay. I will bark at them.
Good mod, good mod. Alright.
Continue, I will mute.
Thank you. Okay. Now, where were we? Right. Tava was parroting back sepsis, as you do. Jeff's heaving like there's not enough air in here, and there is. He can breathe. He's fine. But he's not. He can't breathe. Can't think. There's chemical smoke everywhere. The gas in his lungs and everything. And every inhale. Sorry, hold on. Something has distracted me. Hold on, okay. Every inhale brings those swirling embers inside, threatening to ignite what's left. Burn him up from the inside out. No half measures. Tubbo heaves in panic, walls closing around him. This is what has to be done. He's trapped. No way out. What does he do? He can't escape. Help. He needs help. Do it. No one's there. He's alone. Queen's help. He needs something. Anyone, help. Something chilling is touching his face, and Tubbo presses into it wildly. The billowing fire in his mind overrun with the cold kiss of bulkheads under his hands. The dark velvet of open space engines humming in their otherworldly song around him. And he can breathe. He can think. Shudders out and exhale, and is surprised when smoke doesn't go out with it. Listen to me. I need you to take deep breaths, okay? Got it? In 1, 2, out 1, 2. Can you do that? Rambo says firmly, and Tubbo can do that. He knows how to do that. Sucks in one tremulous inhale and lets it sit aching in his lungs for 2 counts and lets it out. In 1, 2. You're fine. It's okay. Out 1, 2. You're not there. You're far away. You're safe. In 1, 2. You can get out. You're not trapped. Out 1, 2. Whole universe at your fingertips. In 1, 2. Tubbo breathes out slowly, sagging forward into what he can now tell are hands on his face. Everything about him feels sticky and achy and wrung out, and he shivers at the way nerves curdle his insides. And Rambo jolts, dropping his hand quickly. Sorry, I know I'm pretty cold. I know I'm probably cold. I don't mind. Tubbo mumbles without thinking, teeth chattering together as another spasm racks his body, and he swallows past the foul taste in his mouth, fever making him lightheaded and more emotional than he normally is. Sniffs loudly in the quiet of the hold. Am I going to be okay? Rambo hesitates, ears flicking down and his eyes darting to the side, and Tubbo can't stop the wet sob that tumbles out of his mouth. Images of rotting decay spreading out from his side and consuming him whole, infesting his mind. Presses trembling fingers into his temples and stammers, Fuck, I'm so stupid, Queens, fuck me, I'm such a fucking idiot. What did I do? What do I do? Hey, stop. It's going to be okay, Rambo says quickly and ducks into Tubbo's line of sight, pinning him with his mismatched eyes. A fierce, determined light glowing from them. I'm going to take care of it. I won't let anything happen to you, promise. Inhales catching around the tears in his throat, Tubbo scrubs a hand across his face, too strong and exhausted to be self-conscious over it. You promise? Yes, but it's going to get worse before it gets better. Tubbo grimaces at him guiltily, like he actually cares. Isn't just doing this so he's stuck here with no ride home. Hesitates before reaching a hand out and wrapping it lightly around one of Tubbo's forearms. You just have to trust me, okay? How can he even ask? They don't know each other, but you kind of do, a voice whispers at the back of Tubbo's head. You know he's an ass, and he's smart. He loves the universe with the same searing infinity as you. Isn't as spoiled as you thought, is a hard worker and doesn't complain when it matters. You know that he trusts you to get you both safely away from Osiren, and that's what does it, as Tubbo nodding his head jerkily as he whispers, okay. He lies back like Rambo asks and fists a towel in his mouth, tries to keep his whimpering to a minimum as Rambo snips the sutures open. Digs days worth of grime out of his wound, slow methodical movements that drag like searing fire up Tubbo's side, as his vision blacking out at around the edges. Sorry, this is a bad time to probably do that right after I just read that, but, by the way... By the way... well... When he feels Rambo lean back, Tubbo sighs in relief, thinking the worst of it's over, and then there's one hand forcing his shoulder firmly into the mattress, while Rambo offers a quick, sorry, and the other hand pouring what feels like actual fire into the open wound. Tubbo screams, thrashing in his hold like a wild animal, but Rambo's stronger than he looks. It keeps him pinned down as he disinfects the gash, and Tubbo must pass out from the pain. Comes back around, panting harder on the mattress. Eyes itchy from dried tears. His entire left side feels like he's being slowly roasted. Aching hot sensation of fire dragging over his skin, and a dull throbbing from the area around the wounds itself where Rambo sewed him back up. The fever drags him back into semi-consciousness. Strange, half-remembered dreams passing through his head, fading in and out along with the agony pulsing through his body. Everything's hazy and wrong, tinted with nausea and growing paranoia, and it feels like Tubbo's rocking on the surface of a sticky hot sea. Sour taste of bile in his mouth, and he can't seem to swallow past. Whimpers in the back of his throat because he's miserable and scared. A hand lightly brushing sweaty hair out of his eyes, and he deliriously thinks it's his mother. Sees her standing so clearly in the kitchen with her gossamer wings and curly antenna, chasing after the touch while mumbling in their native tongue. I don't feel good. Her hand is gone lightning fast, and he nudges his head around trying to find it. Wants her to card fingers through his hair, scratch around the base of his antenna like she'd do when he stayed home from school sick, humming gentle songs and that distract him from how horrible he felt. Amma, please. Tubbo begs when her hands won't come back to him. Curls up tighter and holds on to himself. I don't feel good, Amma. Hesitantly, weirdly reluctant, her hands settle on his forehead gently, fingers barely dragging through his hair, and Tubbo sighs, snuffling wetly as he tips his head further into her touch. Amma. I'm not whoever you think I am, a voice says that doesn't belong to his mother, but the hands don't stop, dragging icy trails across Tubbo's scalp like the chilly sweeps of comets through space. And I know it probably doesn't mean much, but I'm here for all that's worth. And as Tubbo drifts off into muddled sleep, lulled by the cold hands moving through his hair, teasing his mind out to float somewhere in the relieving calm of deep space, helping him forget the throbbing pain his body is consumed by, he has the hazy thought that it's worth a lot not being alone right now. Oh. Ooh. Damn. That's high. Oh my god. Oh. Sorry, I need a second. Oh, poor Tubbo. People that don't like wounds, you could come back. Yeah, goodness gracious. Oh, that hurt. Damn. That was sad. Ow. Like, physically and mentally. Good. With all due respect, Helen, respectfully, fuck you. But also, good on you. Reddit fuck. Oops. Admittedly, I kind of dialed back on some of that because I didn't want my roommates thinking that I was actually crying in my room. But but I'm glad it came across. Jeez, okay. Theater kid moment. Let's go. You're doing so good. Thank you, Helen. Okay. All right. Well, I haven't heard a knock for dinner yet, so I'm gonna read the Declassified Galactic Survival Guide bit, and then I'll quickly go out and check. Pardon me. Alright. The Declassified Galactic Survival Guide. In this day and age, Enwil is considered one of the crown jewels of the Sun Empire's crown. Its reigning king enjoys unprecedented sway of the judicial halls of Nirox, pushes policies that will better their own planet, and the never-ending stream of wealth that floods into their coffers faster than their local sun can rotate. It is often joked, but meant very sincerely, that there are two rulers of the Sun Empire, the Nirox Sun Emperor and the King of Voidfall. And if it were any other planet, the Emperor would have wiped these notions clear from existence. But it's Anwil. The most unsensible place in the universe that has enough destructive power contained in small blue rocks to level the entire Imperial fleet if they felt like it. Unfortunately, but not unsurprisingly, this dual pseudo-rulership helped spawn one of the most toxic court environments currently in existence, only outpaced by now end Plokin dynasty from Gila, which had so many associations of so many assassinations and poisonings, people are still unsure who was ever actually in the royal court. While certainly less enthusiastic than the Plokins, the Indirian royal court is no less deadly. On average, sees an assassination or murder plot weekly, if not daily. Its courtiers vie for favors with the king, which in turn earns them favors in the wider Sun Empire, a deadly game of tit for tat that has only gotten more aggressive in Enwil's continually increasing prosperity. The overall experience of growing up in Voidfall's court has spawned generations of the most cagey, secretive beings in existence, and it's said that the first thing younger Ender nobles are taught above walking even is the art of lying, and the best way to hide daggers inconspicuously on their person. Ooh. Okay. Which makes dealing with any Ender nobility an absolute nightmare, because everything they do cannot be taken at face value. It's probably a part of some larger plot to gain the upper hand in the situation, and your author can attest to that fact because after meeting several Ender diplomats and nobility that survived adulthood, it is next to impossible to know where you stand with them. They'll never, even under pain of death, tell you. Huh. Well, that's an interesting little tidbit. Totally not sus. What? No. Totally not sus. Totally not sus. No, definitely not. Definitely not. Underlord, we love to see it. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. You can see the foreshadowing for murder of Thanos here. Oh yeah, of course. No spoilers. Stop. Shush. No spoilers. What? Alright, you know what? I'm gonna keep reading. Asher spoils. Thanos kills Thanos. Dang. Real and true. Okay. Pardon me, like 2 seconds, right? Oh. Sorry, hold on. Give me like 2 seconds. I'll leave this up. I don't need to go to BRB. I'll be like right back. Hold on. Okay, hi. I just need to check something. Alright. I'm gonna keep reading. I'll probably be here for another, like, few minutes. Can't wait for him to get to the Thanos part. The part where Thanos is the main character. Okay, alright. I'm gonna be here for a few minutes and then I'll read until I need to go again, and then I'll switch off I'll pass the torch to Ara. But in the meantime, let's keep reading. Just turn up. I don't know why I turned this on for like half a second. Oops. Alright. It gets a lot worse before it even starts to get better. Tubbo's fever rises throughout the night, peeking out at something that has him feeling like he's floating outside his body. Watching on in confused disinterest and insane dreams streak past him like supersonic debris. Nothing makes sense. He sees memories and confuses them for hallucinations, nightmares that he swears are real, stumbles through it all in a sweltering heat he can't escape because it's coming from him this time. I think I'm dying. I don't want to die. Tubbo morsely tells Techno where they're standing outside HQ in the balcony overlooking the Red Giant. Empty space brushing against the exposed skin of his face, like careful fingers. Tubbo snorts, looking at him with one red eye and one green. You're not going to die. You're strong enough to get through this. All I ever wanted to do was fly. All I ever wanted to do was to fly, but I don't know if it even matters, he says to Tommy, stepping fast and light over gilded insignia on the ground. Knows that if he touches him, this game he's playing is all over. And Tommy hums softly in warped echoes, black wings spreading out behind him. Don't say that. You have an amazing gift. You're the most incredible pilot I've ever known, Tubbo. I've never told anyone, but it's lonely sometimes being out here. I wish I wasn't so alone. Tubbo sighs, leaning on the porch railing of his childhood home. He twists fiery bands of Osiren curling through the night sky, and his mother runs a hand across his back, gold-caped horns catching the light as he whispers like the void. Me too. I really like this sequence. I love this sequence. Oh my god. Sorry, oh. Sometimes, though, his head clears enough and Tubbo knows where he is. Lets Rambo prop him up and sluggishly drink bits of nectar that he never wants to finish. Only reason he does because Rambo won't let him go back to sleep until he's drained the pouch. I don't like you, he grumbles around the plastic straw where Rambo's poked back into his mouth. Rambo snorts behind him, hand dropping away slower than necessary, tone scathing. Trust me, the feeling is mutual. But he shifts Tubbo when he winces. It helps get the pressure off of his left side, even though it means he's more or less resting completely on Rambo. And Tubbo always sighs, relaxing back into the chill he radiates like a bulkhead wall. Falls asleep easily every time. He doesn't have room in his head to parse it, but Tubbo always sleeps better after that. Where he's drifted off next to Rambo, dreams about the swirling oil slick of nebulas passing over his viewport, slipping past his hands like stream curling out of warm drinks. Seeing stars glow silver and gold in front of him, trailing out of his fingers where he swipes them across the sky, scattering them like glowing specks of glitter that bob and weave in the night. He glances over his cockpit every time, looking for someone. And the seat's usually empty, but sometimes there's a piece of the void sitting there, glowing stars for eyes and stardust dripping down from long ears. And it'll smile at him, hesitant and small, but real. Eventually, though, Tubbo's fever breaks, and he wakes up clear-headed one morning when gray light is filtering through the gap of the cargo bay door. Rolls over and groans at the way he feels, like he's had the shit kicked out of him. Sitting up gingerly, he lifts the hem of his shirt and twists it to get a better look at the blaster wound. Relieved to see it looking more normal pink color around the even sutures. Tubbo traces careful fingers across the edge of it, amazed that there was no pain at all, just the dull sensation of his fingertips tickling along his skin. He tips his head up and finds Rambo asleep across the cargo bay, blanket wrapped around his shoulders and a pillow stuffed under his head where he's resting against the side of some crates. Next to him are neat little rows of things, and Tubbo's eyes track over them, picking them out to be various medical supplies, gauze, pads, and disinfectants, a few bottles of fever reducers, pouches of nectar, anything you could possibly need to take care of Tubbo, organized nicely and within reach. And his heart turns over in his chest, eyes snapping back at Rambo's sleep black's face. He could have left. There are plenty of other pirates on Imuna that could have taken him to Nerox, and he has the money to pay for it. Could have caught a ride with literally anyone else. But he stayed. He stayed. And he's here still and has been taking care of Tubbo this entire time for some reason. Tubbo swallows past the lump in his throat, fingers twisting at the blanket puddled in his lap. And it's a good one. The extra soft pale yellow one that has hexagons picked out on it in the darker shade. It stares over where Rambo is propped up uncomfortably in a corner, out like a light with the scratchy crepe blanket around his shoulders. It's probably not a smart idea, but Tubbo hauls himself up to the ladder to the top deck very carefully, blasts off days worth of space crud and the smell of sickness into the sonic shower. Ruffles hands through his floof, trying to get it to behave. Sorry, He changes into the last set of clean clothes, and he has and tamps a new med patch over his wound. Slides back down the ladder into the hold and finds Rambo still sound asleep. Stepping over quietly, Tubbo crouches down to peer at his face. Now that he's closer, he can make out the dark smudges under Rambo's eyes, the stress lines in between his brows. He has been sleeping all... Has he been sleeping at all while watching over you? And Tubbo reaches out without thinking and brushes away some of the hair falling over his eyes. Rambo makes a noise in his sleep, tilting his head after the touch. And Tubbo runs careful fingers over his hair once, tucking a loose strand behind one long ear. "Hey, Rambo," Tubbo murmurs over his hand, gently shaking his shoulder, lips twitching up in whiny little noise he makes in protest. "Hey, wakey wakey, sleeping beauty." The searing red of his left eye slits open briefly before both are snapped wide. And Rambo sits up suddenly, very awake, hands reaching out for Tubbo like they're afraid he's going to collapse. "You're up! How are you feeling? Is there something? Does anything hurt?" I'm fine. I feel a lot better, actually. Kind of sore, but I'll live," Tubbo says with a shrug, and Rambo's hands drop back to his sides quickly as he nods. "Good! That's good. I'm really glad. Did you need something, though?" Tubbo scrubs a hand through his hair and flicks his eyes to the side and tries to sound unbothered when he says, "I was wondering, I haven't really eaten in a while and do you want to grab breakfast or something?" "You want me to go get food with you?" Just say you're asking on a date. Embarrassment flares hot in his face, and Tubbo digs his fingers into the back of his neck. Of course he doesn't want to go with you. What were you thinking? He's a prince. You're nobody. Going nowhere. Aw, no! Stop it! I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. I was just... No, I want... I mean, food sounds good. Yeah, let's go. Let's go do that. The food thing. Oh my god. These fucking dorks. Oh my god. Hi, Void. What chapter are we at? We are in the middle of chapter 2. My god. Embarrassment flares hot in his face, and Tubbo digs his fingers into the back of his neck. Oh, wait, I read that shit. Rambo stammers and his shoulders bunch up around his ears. Tubbo only noticing that he's still got one hand resting on Rambo, slides it off fast and gets to his feet, hopping back a couple steps to give him room to get up. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, let's go. Oh my god! Ah! They're fucking darks! The streets of Imuna are quieter in the morning. Air icy with the remnants of night, not warmed up yet by the sun glowing pale on the horizon. And Tubbo blows hot air out of his mouth just to watch it fog. Feels frost nip at his nose and sucks in a deep breath of chilly drawn air. His side is still bothering him, and he's a little lightheaded, but nothing compared to earlier. And Tubbo truly sincerely relishes in every second of their cold morning walk to find breakfast. Squints happily at the sun rising in the sky and the wind hitting his face, smiles into the collar of his jacket, and the tail thudding in his back of his wings every so often. God, I love them. God, these idiots, affectionate. Most of the people they pass look like locals, either on their way to other jobs or setting up their stalls for any earlier stragglers, fresh out of the port. And when Tubbo sees what appears to be a large group of manufacturer plant workers stepping out of a doorway, he nudges Rambo in that direction. Pro tip when visiting other places. He begins as they duck through the automatic door after it swishes open, letting them into some small, humble-looking tavern. But there's something in the air that has Tubbo's mouth watering immediately. Always go eat wherever they're the most locals, especially if it looks like they do manual labor. And he's not wrong. The food is incredible. And they sit up at the counter together. Pardon. Tubbo tearing wildly through dumplings and packed with stew, salty hot greens, hums happily in the first real food he's had in days. Rambo's a lot more reserved, where he chews delicately through his meat buns, but after his first bite, his eyes he slits his eyes shut and makes the trilling noise. Oh, Tubbo's only heard maybe once before. So, I just wanted to say thanks for looking after me, I guess. Tubbo says while picking at a few leftover scraps of dough, feet tapping an uneasy beat into the stool's rungs below him. You didn't have to, but I really appreciate that you did. Oh, yeah, of course. Rainbow sounds a bit hesitant, and Tubbo turns to look at him. Sees how his eyebrows are drawn together, confusion set in his face like he's trying to solve some puzzle. And when they lock eyes, Rainbow jerks his gaze away. Well, you're welcome. That's weird, Tubbo thinks. Can't get it out of his head, the way Rambo looked slightly alarmed, like he was worried this puzzle he was trying to solve had a high chance of blowing up in his face. And it descends into an awkward silence. Tubbo shredding the remainder of his dough with restless fingers. He starts, hesitates before asking, "You okay?" Takes one look at Rambo, tense shoulders, and decides against it. And sighs instead. You ever heard of the hands of God? And that's all it takes, as Rambo's swiveling wide eyes at him, and their conversation begins to flow more easily. They talk about space, they're about intergalactic phenomena, and that makes Rambo's ears wiggle with excitement. Sometimes drift into explanations about engine blocks, and Tubbo waves his hand around trying to get into principles of physics and history and all the wild places that exist. It doesn't matter what topic Tubbo brings up, but Rambo will know something about it, and it's not just surface level facts. He has a pretty good understanding on the vast swaths of things, speaks with confidence that the assured manner of someone who does know what they're talking about. And Tubbo boggles at just how much Rambo knows. Queens, how do you even remember all this? He asked, licking the last of the dumplings juices from his fingers. Rambo shrugs like it's no big deal. Like he hasn't been perfectly recalling things Tubbo has told him in the past or reciting what sounds like flawless academic notion. I have an eidetic memory. I can't forget anything. It comes in handy, I guess. Seriously? Shit, that's really cool. Tubbo Huff sleepily props his head up on one hand and says, around a yawn, awesome, you know that? I suppose. Rambo says quietly, taking his hands off of the countertop and tucking them in his lap, back a single, stiff, long line. He looks at Tubbo out of the corner of his eye. Its green depths empty and dull. You were saying about coupling coils and kinetic energy loss, though? Sorry, I couldn't... But you could explain again. I'm afraid I'm still a little confused. It's not even an elegant topic change. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, I'm sorry, I just got that. I just fucking got that. Sorry, I just looked at chat, just memory boo. Just like, he has an eidetic memory. and I mean, 7-Eleven good soup. Sorry. I thank you for the follow. Oh god, that ew. Oh god. Okay. Anyways, now that I just made that connection. Oh, wait a minute. Pardon me, checking something. Ah. Oh god, that was a while ago. So I need to get dinner. Ara, my beloved.
Yeah.
Hi. Do you mind entertaining chat for a bit while I'm gone getting food? And then you can start reading whenever I'm here again.
Yeah, I'll make them cry.
Thank you! Love that for you! Good on you!
Go get your food.
Okay, alright. I will be right back, guys.
Hello, everyone. Are you enjoying this as much as I am? Because holy shit. I read this all... I think I finished De Terra yesterday. So, like, Moon reading this is, like, rekindling all of the best emotions I keep having about this fic. Helen, you did such a nice job. I'm not gonna give anything away about it. I want everyone to experience it like how I experienced it. By crying in my car. I'm so glad Moon is reading this fic. So glad. The Terra really does hit like a metal bat. And I fucking love it. Also, this was the best time for Moon to have to eat dinner because I really love this next part. Thank you. I don't talk a lot, but for Ad Astra, I will make an exception. Let's see. We're halfway through chapter 2, and we are at almost 5.5 hours for this stream. I'm wondering if Moon is gonna get through it all. See. Let me reset this because I think I'm behind. Should be okay now. Maybe. Let's see. Where did Moon even leave off? Right there. Okay.
I'm sorry, the main sequence is 46K? Jesus fucking Christ! Okay! Oh, I forgot the
Yeah?
I'm so sorry. But sorry, that just whoa. I know that it was a long trigger list, but I didn't think that it was oh god.
It's a lot. It's really long.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
I mean, okay. Depending on what happens, depending on what happens, stream maybe need to be cut in half. I know I literally have all night to just stream, and I have the free day tomorrow, but my energy can only go so far. And my voice can only do so much.
Very true. Very true.
Actually, if anything, I could just stream tomorrow again. But I have my food and everything, so I am
Yum.
I'm going to mute, and I will let Ara take the wheel from here.
You left off on the elegant topic change one, right?
Yes, it's not even an elegant topic change. Yes.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Oh.
I will mute. Take it away.
Enjoy your nummies. Alright, boys. It's not even an elegant topic change, but Tebo can take the hint, though he's confused by it. Taps his feet into the rungs of Rambu's stool and says easily, "Sure, okay. So the coupling coils are what keep the rotators moving at an energy neutral instead of at a deficit, which is super beneficial for spaceflight, because Tebo's not an idiot. He knows Rambu doesn't need any clarification, that he understood him perfectly the first time. He's only asking in an attempt to shift the attention off himself, and as Tebo rehashes his earlier explanation, he realizes how much Rambu does that. Is quick to distract whoever he's talking to with questions about themselves that'll pull him out of the spotlight. And it's absolutely bizarre, because Tebo thought he had Rambu all figured out, though he wasn't any more than a spoiled, self-centered prince who had never wanted for anything, that he believed the whole universe rotated around him, but he doesn't think that's the case anymore. There's something really off about how Rambu interacts with him. Like he's not exactly sure what he should be saying or doing, deflects questions and comments that seem innocent enough, but have him clamming up faster than anything. Always eyes Tebo with distrust, like he's looking for what he really means. A compliment about his intelligence should not have Rambu reacting like this. Like he's trying to find the hidden insult behind the words. And for the life of him, Tebo cannot figure out why he's like this. He understands being emotionally reserved, keeping things private, but Rambu goes into conversations with him like it's an attack, that he's got to try and figure out how to survive. It doesn't make any sense. He's a prince. Grew up with everything he could ever want. Would have been swamped with servants and courtiers from birth. And if Tebo's remembering right, he was like he has like 7 siblings. So his family would have been there as he was growing up. So why does it feel like something's gone sideways about him? The market is busier by the time they leave the little tavern, and Tebo wanders without real purpose. Doesn't really want to get back to the Isachi just yet after he's been cooped up for so long. Trails behind Rambu with his hands in his pockets. Rambu's acting like a person again, tail swishing behind him as his head swivels back and forth while he surveys the stalls. Ears jumping all the way up sometimes, but they always flick back into a more neutral position relatively quickly, like he's wary about anyone seeing his excitement. What does that to someone? Tebo wonders, watching Rambu try and rein his more exuberant reactions in, feet stuttering across the ground when he passes stalls, as if he isn't allowing himself to show interest in things. Like it's not even social awkwardness, it's something else. Something worse. Rambu seems to finally notice Tebo isn't beside him, and spins around quickly looking for him. And when their eyes meet, when Rambu sees whatever expression he must be making, he uncoils. Nothingness slipping over his face like a mask, like a set of armor, and Tebo's fingers curl harshly into his palms. What happened to you? Is everything all right? Rambu asks politely when he's made his way back to Tebo, hands folded neatly behind him as he inclines his head. Are you feeling okay? I shouldn't have walked ahead of you while you're still recovering. That's my mistake. Or did you perhaps see something you were interested in? What don't you want me to know? Tebo thinks, looking up into his horribly blank eyes. Can't help remembering wanderlust burning in them like the hottest of star cores where they sat side by side on the dusty ground, suddenly desperate to get whatever this is out of him. It's fine. I'm good, promise, Tebo says quietly, scuffs the toe of his boot into the dirt, and tries to think of something to snap Rambu out of it. Quirks his lips up when a particularly dumb-sounding idea pops into his head. I actually wanted to tell you something. Of course, Rambu says evenly. But his arms twitch ever so slightly, like he's digging his claws into his palms, scared over whatever he thinks it is Tebo's going to tell him. And it's stupid and impulsive and really childish. But Tebo slaps a hand into Rambu's chest and calls, Tag, you're it. He hops back a couple steps, bounces on the balls of his feet, and waits for Rambu to move. And as expected, he doesn't. But surprise actually cracks through his emotionless mask, and his brows dragging down. What? Well, Tag is... Tubble drawls with a shit-eating grin, laughs when Rambu jabs a finger at him, more life bleeding back into his body as he snaps, I swear to the ancients, if you explain what Tag is to me, then what's the holdup, boo boy? Tebo snickers, jumping to the side playfully, rocking up on his toes and flares his wings behind him. You afraid of getting absolutely destroyed? Of course not, you little... Okay, no, we are not doing this. You, sir, are injured and are just coming off of a 2-day fever, Rambu says, cutting his hand through the air emphatically, tail lashing around his legs, and Tebo grins like a fiend, mocking. Sounds like someone's a pussy-ass bitch. I am not... You need to be resting, Rambu squawks. eyebrows shooting all the way up to his forehead in indignation. And Tubbo could let it go now, agree with him, and go back to the Isachi, satisfied that he's knocked Rambu out of his own head. But he's having fun teasing him. Actually, kinda wants to play tag now. Hear that? Tubbo croons, cocking his head into the wind, like he's listening for something, and grins wide at Rambu, whose shoulders are bunched up by his ears, cups his hands around his mouth and shouts, sounds like someone's a pussy-ass bitch. He jumps back cackling when Rambu lunges for him, spins on his heel and takes off at a sprint, ducking around people with well-practiced ease, body instinctually moving in the thrill of the chase. Tubbo knows he needs to be careful with his side, can feel it twinging and pulling as he runs, but it's bearable, and he goes all out. Figures Rambu isn't going to be able to keep up with him anyway. So Tubbo is really, genuinely surprised when Rambu snaps into existence right in front of him, and it's only rotations of his smuggler-honed reflexes that have him throwing himself back in time, Rambu's claws skimming barely an inch over his front. What the shit? He's in the middle of exclaiming when Rambu's gone again, disappearing in a spray of particles, and he has a split second realization of, oh right, teleporter, before his antenna feels something shift in the air and there's a quiet pop behind him. Tubbo's wings snap open faster than he can think, get him in the air right as the rush of something moving fast brushes past him, and he zooms out of reach of Rambu's lanky arm, the Endirian making an irritated sound in the back of his throat. That's cheating, Rambu shouts, planting his hands firmly on his hips. But it looks like he's smiling, and Tubbo can't help grinning back. Sticks his tongue out. You started it. Rambu huffs and shakes his head, and Tubbo floats a little closer, crosses his lower arms, and puts one of his upper hands on his face in a thinking position. Aw, what you gonna do now, boo boy? Can't get up here, huh? Aw, it's such a sad little... He tumbles back through the air in shock as a dark mass that's suddenly in front of him. Two-toned eyes, flashing teeth. Panics immediately after, as Rambu goes falling out of the sky like an idiot. But he's gone before he hits the ground. Reappears crouched on a nearby building's roof, tail whipping behind him as he grins like a crazy person. What the fuck? You're insane! Tubbo yells, but there's laughter curling under his words. Heart beating fast and excited in his chest, and he dips out of the way as Rambu launches himself off the rooftop, disappearing and reappearing in a blink of an eye. And something like awe begins to melt through Tubbo as he zips over buildings. Tubbo's gone up against a lot of interesting quirks over the years, but he's never faced a teleporter before. He's really having to try now to keep out of Rambu's reach, pulling aerial maneuvers that he probably shouldn't be doing, but his wound is the last thing on his mind at the moment. Rambu is fast. He's light on his feet and appears to have near-perfect aim, dropping himself out of thin air uncomfortably close to Tubbo every time. Finally manages to get him with a feint popping into existence. Wait, what? Finally manages to get him with a feint, popping into existence on Tubbo's left, anticipates he's going to swerve right and is already there. Cold palm slapping lightly against his face. Yes! Rambu crows in excitement, falling back through the air with his hair whipping around him, eyes bright and full so much of life. Teeth bared in a victorious smile, and Tubbo feels out of breath, watching him dissolve into purple particles an inch above the rooftop. It's like night and day, Tubbo thinks, pulse hammering in his veins as Rambu appears on a nearby water tank, tail curling around behind him like a self-satisfied monkey. Is this who he actually is, underneath everything? Why does he hide it? What's he afraid of? What's the matter? Can't keep up? Rambu snarks. hopping back and forth on his toes, but the impish grin melts off his face as Tubbo winces, drops stutteringly out of the air, one hand clutching to his wound. His feet haven't even touched the roof before Rambu is at his side, hands automatically reaching out for him. Are you okay? What's wrong? Where does it hurt? See, I knew this was a bad idea, but you're so impossibly stubborn and... Tag! Tubbo screeches, slapping at his reaching hands and launches himself back into the air, streaking off with a mad laugh as Rambu screams behind him, Get back here! Tubbo does not get back there. He beats his wings faster, trying to get out of Rambu's range, but has to duck fast when his antenna pick up movement to his right. Dives just in time for the long streak of Rambu's body to go sailing past overhead. His breathing is loud in his own ears, air rushing past as he just barely manages to keep ahead of Rambu, a dull, throbbing pull radiating out from his wound, but Tubbo doesn't care. Laughs out of breath and loud when he feels a hand snag at his ankle, when he hears excited trilling. Chasing after the swishing line of Rambu's tail, Tubbo can't remember the last time he had this much fun. Slips his eyes closed and spins in a tight barrel roll just for the hell of it, just to feel the cold wind weaving through his hair and hitting his face, the rush of life singing through him like engines humming out in deep space. Rambu drops onto the next flat rooftop they come across, feet faltering a bit as he stumbles to a stop, panting hard, but he's smiling, wild and unrestrained. Skips back a few steps when Tubbo lands, similarly winded. They stalk around each other in slow circles, both on the tips of their toes, waiting to see what move the other is going to make, and Tubbo dives for him just as Rambu winks out of existence. It's something like a dance, how they step around each other, a push and a pull, Rambu darting away but Tubbo's always a few paces behind, pursuing him more doggedly than he's done with some missions, hyper-focused on wherever Rambu is, like he's the only thing that matters in the whole galaxy. And it's not just him. Rambu's eyes never leave his, pupils wider than he's ever seen, watching Tubbo for the slightest shift in expression in his body, is able to read him better than Tubbo would have ever guessed, stays out of reach like he's got a wire trap into his head, and knows where he's going to be before Tubbo can move. The next time Rambu disappears, Tubbo closes his eyes and focuses entirely with his antenna. Can pick up the faintest vibrations in the air, people talking in the streets below. Where are you? The thrum of engines whirring far above him. Know you're there. Heart hammering loud under his skin. Know you're anywhere. There. A whisper of something, pressure compounding like a black hole, making his antenna tingle, and Tubbo doesn't think. Hurls himself backwards with a snap of his wings, crashes into Rambu right as he appears, sends them both tumbling over in a tangle of limbs. It's not the most graceful maneuver, knocks them flat on the rooftop, and while Tubbo's fall is softened by landing on Rambu, the sudden weight of Tubbo on him combined with hitting the rooftop punches a wheeze sound out of his chest, and Tubbo quickly rolls off him, stammering, Sorry. He really thinks Rambu's going to start fussing at him, which, fair, but his breathing just picks up, chest jumping in silent spasms. Tubbo worries he's having, like, an asthma attack or something, because wouldn't that just be his luck? But then he hears it. The faintest giggling that builds and builds, until Rambu is howling with laughter, eyes squinted shut where he's tipped his head back. There's a dark flush across his cheeks and the bridge of his nose. Hair windswept and splayed out behind him, and he looks more real and more alive than Tubbo's ever seen. The great booming cackles of his laugh suffused with such giddy joy that Tubbo finds his own giggles slipping free without his consent. He flops back on the rooftop, abdomen jumping under his hands while he laughs, feels his muscles relax, a heavy, pliant feeling, pinning him down, and he grins muzzily. Emuna's sun is high in the sky, shrouded by its ever-present cloud over. And Tubbo tucks 2 arms behind his head, sighs as he feels the sweat cooling on his skin, and enjoys the contentment sweeping through him like solar winds. His side is protesting a little, but he feels good. Body enjoying a real meal and a fun workout. Happiness coursing through him like honey wine. And he thinks a little absent-mindedly that he wishes every day could be like this when a chilly weight settles around one of his legs. Tubbo props himself up in confusion, eyes going wide at the sight of Rambu's tail loosely draped over his ankle, curling back around so its fluffy tail is batting a little at his knee. Turns to look at him in bafflement. He's facing away, head resolutely turned to the side so Tubbo can't see his face. But his arms are wrapped tight around his chest like he's waiting for Tubbo to say something, to kick his tail off and yell at him. Settling back down with a huff, Tubbo doesn't miss the way Rambu tenses, ears pinned nearly flat to his head, but they shoot up when Tubbo shuffles closer. When he very slowly, very deliberately, moves his right leg to hook their ankles together. Hesitantly, Rambu's tail wiggles through the new gaps it makes, effectively coiling around Tubbo's calf like a snake, and Tubbo hums happily, scoots just a tad bit closer, until their shoulders almost brush, until he can hear Rambu's quiet breathing. And even though his head is turned away, Tubbo can see the way Rambu's cheeks lift in a smile. How you feeling, Moon? Oh my god. I was like, whenever you went to go get dinner, I told them, I was like, I'm so glad it's this part I get to read. The boys! Oh, I love them.
Thank you for reading. I want to cry.
Do you need more time, or are you finished eating?
I'm technically finished eating. But
I can keep going if you want me to.
If you know what? Sure. Sure.
Oh?
All right, that works.
Oh, hi, puppy.
Oh, puppy.
My dog pushed my door open. That scared the shit out of me. Hi.
Child has come to visit.
Whatever.
It's been almost 6 hours. Why? What are you doing here? What are you okay, Moon? We're reading fan fiction.
Yeah, we're having a mental breakdown.
Having a mental breakdown live. If you want to keep on reading, that is on you. I know that you.
I am.
I have used my voice a bit more than you have, so.
Yeah, I'll keep reading.
Okay.
I'll keep reading. I also like this next part.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, then I will mute again. Take it away.
Okie doke. Alrighty.
Let's go.
Onwell likes to present itself as a unified front. One planet, one people. All enjoying the wealth and benefits to being the single largest arms dealer in the galaxy. But your author very deliberately uses the word front, because that's what it is. A story. A lie. About as thin as your sheet of standard cardboard. The wage disparity between the differing social classes on Onwell is staggering. with your average laborer struggling to put food on their table in stark contrast to stepping into Voidfall Palace, which is like descending into the realm of a mythical being. The absolutely astonishing amount of wealth on display, mind-boggling and frankly a little frightening. But this gap is only apparent if A, you, for some insane and insensible reason, have traveled to Onwell, and B, have somehow managed to garner an invitation into the royal palace, which is nigh unheard of. And the only reason your author can say with any certainty that Voidfall's interiors are like certainty what Voidfall's interiors are like is not because they snuck in under guise of being a scullery maid. I have said what I needed to say as per my lawyer's instructions, and now, continuing on. To the universe, though, Onwill and the Ender are a cohesive unit. Might as well be a single entity. What with how all the Ender are near identical, all possessing extreme height and overall noodliness, dark of hair and skin and horns and tongues and any other bits, only splash of color being their vibrant green eyes, making them one of the most homogeneous species of the galaxy. And this is where problems begin to arise, because the wider universe cannot separate in their minds Ender from stupid large sums of money, and most enterprising bandit groups and other such institutions of loose morals and empty pockets will just see the green eyes and black horns as ransom credits filtering into their account. Which brings us nicely to your author's point, which is not racist, and my editor can go fling themselves into a sun for suggesting as such, but it's to take extreme caution when traveling with any companion from Onwill. Know that you have automatically painted a very large target on both of your backs. As always, your author does say this to scare you, and recommends you continue to keep your blasters cocked and ready. Oh shit, Tubbo gasps when they get back to the Asachi, sometime late in the afternoon. Stares at the only crate he doesn't recognize sitting in the cargo hold and immediately turns around. Fuck, I totally forgot. I need to pay. I need to go pay. Shit, what's his name? Damn it, I'm a moron. He pulls up short at the hand that threads through the crook of his elbow. Looks back over his shoulder to see Rambu staring at him, unimpressed, with his mismatching eyes. Do you really think they would have left your parts if you hadn't paid? Well, no, but exactly. It's already been taken care of, so, you don't need to worry, Rambu says, letting his hand drop, our eyes darting off to the side, and Tubbo's brain is a little sluggish, tired after all of the day's activities. But he eventually puts two and two together, and his mouth drops open. Did you pay for my parts? Well, yeah. I know you really needed them, and it's not a big deal anyway. They weren't expensive or anything, so... Rambu shrugs, hands twitching like they want to fold behind his back or grab onto something, clearly nervous over how Tubbo's going to react, as if he was going to have any reaction other than gratitude. I'm sorry, Tubbo thinks, stepping up slowly. Oh, wrong cane of tone. I'm sorry, Tubbo thinks, stepping up slowly. I'm sorry for whatever happened to you. Places a cautious hand on Rambu's arm and gets him to snap his head down. But you don't need to be afraid of me. Smiles warm and real and kind. Thank you. You didn't have to, and it was real considerate of you. And don't worry, I'll pay you back. No need, Rambu murmurs, drifting closer like he's a moon caught in a gravitational field, eyes darting all over Tubbo's face. seems to steel himself before asking in a whisper, Um, d- do you need any help installing it? It feels like it's more of a big deal than it sounds, but Tebo knows better than to draw attention to it. Has enough experience to recognize the look in Rambo's eyes but right now. The most baseline reaction for dealing with things you're unsure of, fight or flight. So Tebo huffs, tries to keep it light as he tilts his head and wiggles his eyebrows. Oh, I could always use the extra set of hands. Sees the exact moment Rambo gets the joke, as his eyes crinkle up, and he turns to the side, tries to cover up his giggling snort with a cough. Under threat of serious bodily injury, Tebo is forbidden from carrying the transmitter box up the ladder, watches Rambo load it up in his arms and vanish in a spray of purple, hears an answering thud, an indignant squawk from the top deck a few seconds later. You alright? Tebo calls up the ladder, has a pretty good idea of what happened, and tries to keep the laughter out of his voice. Muffles his snicker in his collar when Rambo Moon, what the heck is this word?
Petulantly.
Petulantly, thank you.
You're welcome.
When Rambo petulantly calls back, yeah, ow, 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 yeah, I'm fine. Did you hit your head? It's quiet for a second longer than it should be, and Tebo's got tears in his eyes. He's trying so hard not to bust out laughing. Loses it, though, once Rambo whines, no. He's careful scrambling up the ladder, then pops his head through the hole in the floor and coos over where Rambo's rubbing at his forehead, and he rolls his lips back to bare his fangs, though the image is somewhat ruined by the pitiful look in his eyes. Oh, poor baby man, Tebo sings, swinging himself up with only mild protests from his side. And Rambo bites out a string of echoing words that has Tebo tutting at him. You know, it still counts as swearing even when I can't understand you. Eat a dick. Tebo collapses back in an over-exaggerated gasp, two hands clutching at his heart and the others at his forehead. Ah! My angel swore at me! What? Rambo chokes out around a loud bark of laughter, and Tebo gleefully adds another little tally to the mental scoreboard he's decided to start keeping. Pride flaring warm through him, since this is the third time he's gotten Rambo to laugh today. It's a really nice sound, sonorous and bright and full of so many excited things, and it's a shame he doesn't do it more. But Tebo has resolved to change that. Takes great joy in trying to weasel reactions out of him. He keeps cracking jokes and saying stupid shit as they unload the new transmitter, taking note of what makes Rambo snort and roll his eyes, what has him giggling into a palm, which jokes cause his eyes to scrunch up, what makes him lose it entirely, shoulders quaking while he laughs until he can't breathe. They bump shoulders and generally get into each other's way trying to navigate the cramped quarters of the cockpit, but it's nice, having another person there, even if Rambo's horns poke buttons and throw switches constantly. He freezes every time he touches something accidentally, only stops when Tebo rakes his hand down the entire panel, effectively fucking everything up, but it's worth it because Rambo relaxes by his side, tail stroking along the ends of his wings. Together, they wrench out the old transmitter from the dash, and Tebo lays all his tools out on the floor, points at each one and tells Rambo the name of it only once. Doesn't bother fighting the smile off his face the first time he asks for something and is past the correct thing with no hesitation. Swapping out the transmitter isn't a hard repair, and Tebo doesn't really need Rambo's help, but he's happy to have it anyway. Feels like something tight and unpleasant eases out of him when he makes comments and receives responses. When he reaches back for a tool and fingertips brush his. When he hears another voice joining his humming along to the music trickling out of the speakers. The new transmitter is in before he knows it, and Tebo crawls out from under the dash, wipes his hands clean on his pants, and crosses the crosses the fingers of his lower hands as he powers the Isachi on. Well, fingers crossed, boss man. Lights blink up on the dash. The HUD starting screen flickering over the viewport as everything begins its boot up process. And Tebo taps at the controls, chewing absently on one thumb while he waits to see if they've got a signal. Pumps his fist in the air as the bar fills up green. Oh, fuck yeah, up top. Oh, fuck, I just scrolled and lost it. There it is. Up top, he calls, spinning around to slap two of his palms into Rambu's, and is a little surprised when he moves to also high-five Tebo's lower hands, like he doesn't want to leave them out. And it's small and stupid and a silly thing to get worked up over, but Tebo does. He was so wrong in his earlier assumptions. Rambu's not horrible. He's actually a really kind person. A stupid, silly goofball that cares a lot more than he lets on, and Tebo doesn't know everything, but he's picked up some of it. Knows that there's got to be something digging at him. It's not an excuse for him to act how he does sometimes, but Tebo gets it. Knows what it's like to have parts of your mind tainted and darkened. Understand that it's a hard thing to struggle against by yourself. And out here, with just Tebo and no way to contact his friends and family, Rambu's probably been feeling really alone. And Tebo always had a soft heart. Especially for those that care about others. For people that give of themselves without asking for anything in return. And honestly, anyone that looked at the stars the way Rambu does, with naked love and depthless appreciation, will always have a piece of his heart. It's not so weird all of a sudden. Seeing Rambu perched on the armrest of the co-pilot's seat, eyes tracking over all the controls, likely memorizing them just because he can, and thinking, "You're my friend." Hey, Tebo says, "Ah!
Wait, no!
Wait!
Oh!
Waiting!"
Wait! I'm gonna cry! Sorry! That just... Ah!
I think he's putting pieces together, chat.
Oh my god! Stop! I'm baby! Oh my god! I'm so sorry to stop you just like in the middle of you
You're
reading.
totally fine.
Oh my
You're
god.
totally fine.
My heart. I want to cry. He's
Oh my god.
It's not that I just realized, just that line, just "you're my friend," that just... I'm soft, okay? That's it. I'm sorry.
I'm sensitive!
I'm sensitive, Aubrey! I'm so sorry. Okay, alright, I'll go back to being muted. Alright.
Okay, where was it? There it is. Okay. Hey, Tebo says softly to get his attention. Smiles at how easily he looks to him. Nothing but fond light in his eyes. Do you want first call? I know your parents are probably worried sick. That warm light is gone instantly as Rambu goes still. Body locking up around him. But it's not his usual shutting down. He's absolutely tense this time. Jaw ticking back into something that looks painful. Eyes emptying faster than Tebo's ever seen. And it's like having whiplash watching it happen. Rambu starts and stops. Only movement coming from where his claws flex into his palms. Digging in hard enough his hands shake a little. No, that wouldn't be very polite of me. I am more or less a guest here, after all, and I must insist that you go ahead and contact your family. Please excuse me a moment. I should really probably freshen up. He's gone before Tebo can get another word in. disappearing to the bathroom without so much as a single faltering step. And it rumbles like thunder in the deathly quiet of the Asachi as the sliding door closes behind him with a hiss. What in the world? Where did that even come from? He was fine literally a few seconds ago, bobbing his head back and forth to music and humming along. And Tubbo didn't say anything weird, didn't try complimenting him or try diving into his personal questions. All he did was ask if Rambu wanted to call his parents first, and oh. Unease twists in his gut like a lurid swirl of gasoline, and Tubbo stares down at the hands cradled in his lap. Thinks he's starting to understand, but he really doesn't want to. Tells himself he's reading too much into things and distracts his racing thoughts with opening up the comm lines. A long list of missed transmissions filling the viewport. His heart seizes, seeing all the incoming calls from Tommy that never connected. Feels his handheld vibrating spastically as it starts getting delayed messages. Swallows past the dryness in his throat as he scrolls through the list. Doesn't even know where to start. Since Osiren knocked the transmitter down on the 45th, there are 11 missed calls from Tommy alone, most of them containing a voice memo that Tubbo's hands shake over pressing play. Tabs violently out of the first voicemail once Tommy's frantic tear-filled voice echoes out of the speakers. Tubbo is hitting redial before he can even really think about it, teeth biting hard at the pad of his thumb while he waits for the call to connect. A few agonizing seconds of anticipation that end up with a synthetic voice telling him to leave a message, and Tubbo growls, hanging up and tries again. He goes through the same process about 4 more times, getting increasingly more strung out and frustrated the longer it takes, closing out of his latest attempt with more force than necessary. Slams his feet on the ground and snarls, "Queens, damn it!" "Calm down, it's fine, he's probably just busy, it's okay." And Tubbo scrubs 2 hands across his face, suddenly very aware of how tired he is, how much his body hurts. Or he's done with you, sick of your shit, sick of the disappearing and the drama. He bows his head, furious stinging in his nose and furious stinging in his nose and eyes. Why did you think he'd ever wait for you? When you have ever done anything for him, all you do is cause problems. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Tubbo yells back at the nasty little voice, the one that stands behind him with an iron grip on his shoulders. "He promised me," he snarls defiantly. But the voice comes back, this time curling like smoke and embers and gilded speeches that hide ugly truths. People change their minds. You did, after all. Fumbling his handheld out of his pocket, Tubbo stares at his own warped reflection in the dark screen, clicks it on so he can pretend like he doesn't see the water droplets dripping down onto it. A notification pops up immediately that reads 32 unread messages from Dickhead. And Tubbo hesitates long enough that the bubble disappears and he has to shakily navigate to his messaging app himself. Squinting his eyes closed as he clicks on Tommy's name. His mind whirls fast with the worst possible outcome. Tiny, bolded words spelling out how much Tommy hates him. Has always hated him, blames him for everything. But Tubbo breathes in, tries to remind himself that Tommy promised him forever, slits his eyes open, and begins to read. Fucking hell, please be okay. For the love of creators, please be okay. I know you're probably busy flying and shit, but message me as soon as you can. Creators, I know you can do this, but fuck, please be okay. I love you so much. Fuck, now I know I never say it enough, but I do love you, Tubbo. Please message me back. Please be okay.
Oh my god.
Hey, are you okay? I'm really worried about you. Fucking shit, creators, I can't do this. Tubbo, you better not be ignoring me, you shithead. I'll spam you every hour until I have to go to PT this afternoon. Fact, you fucking suck and I don't like you, and I totally used your old bunk to have insane sex on how do you like that, B-boy. Fact, Jack is the worst roommate ever, and if it wouldn't make me lose my commission, I'd fire him from the photon cannon into the nearest sun. Hey, does your organization need any super sexy navigators by chance? Fact, you remember Joysahan from our year? The little bitch with the purple teeth? Yeah, he flunked out. Thought that'd make you smile. I hope you're okay. Hey, just checking in again. I bet you're off. I bet you're just off doing real important things. Or, maybe hiding the body of that dickhead you were carding about. I won't judge if that's what you're worried about, promise. Just talk to me. Say something, anything, please. I don't care. I. Message me when you can. Hey, I. I miss you. But I'm starting to think that you're not coming back. Hey, I don't really know if you're even if you're gonna read this, but just in case, I'm gonna be gone the next week. They're taking us on our first off-planet training exercise, so no handhelds. You know how it is. I really hope I'll hear from you when I get back, because, fuck, what am I gonna do without you? See you on the other side, Tubbo.
I'm gonna cry.
The handheld clatters out of his slack fingers, and Tubbo hunches forward, fists his hands in his hair, and cries, back jerking with the effort at keeping it down. Knows he isn't alone like he so desperately wants to be right now. Tommy thinks he's dead. Tommy thinks he's dead. And a whimper escapes out of his clenching teeth because Tommy's going to keep thinking that for a full week. Trapped on some shit-ass Imperial cruiser where he won't have a second of alone time. Sliding out of his chair, Tubbo's trembling hands skitter after his discarded handheld. Screen still open to his chat log with Tommy, and he frantically begins typing where he's leaned up against the bottom of the pilot's chair. I'm okay. Fuck, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Osaru knocked out transmitter and just got replacement. Isachi got damaged and we had to land on some stupid shithole planetoid so I can fix it. Made it to Imuna, but then got sick. But don't worry, I'm okay now. Boo took care of me. Fuck, I'm so sorry, Tommy. Like, Queens, you have no idea. I'm so sorry it put you through that. Through all this. This is gonna call just a sec, but shit, I'm so sorry. Taking a few deep breaths, Tebo clutches his handheld to his chest and hiccups quietly. Wipes his sleeve across his eyes to scrub the last of the tears away and gets to his feet. He settles back in his seat and goes through the motions of calling Tommy. Tucks his other hands into his sleeves while he waits to be sent to voicemail. Pushes out a shaky exhale when the voice tells him to leave a message. Hey, it's me, is all he gets out in a normalish tone before the tears are back, pooling hot over his lashes and running down his face like molten rock. Fucking Queen's past. I'm so sorry, Tommy. So sorry. I never wanted to make you worry like that fucking hell. Tubbo buries his face in his palms and has to take a second. Doesn't care that his stuttering exhales are probably being recorded for Tommy to listen back to. We're okay though, promise. Shit. Everything's been horrible, but I'm okay, and I'm sorry for making you think I wasn't. Sighing, Tubbo picks his head up and cups two hands around the back of his neck, other two picking at loose strings on his jacket while he stares morosely at the timer ticking up, desperation burning in him like a supernova. Fuck. I know you won't get this until later, but I'm going to find some way to come see you. Promise. Fuck the Empire and fuck my warrants, but they can suck my dick for all I care. It would be just cruel mentioning he's going to be on he's going to be on Nerox and shit in like 12 hours, because by the time Tommy gets this, Tubbo will be long gone, and he doesn't want both of them to be tortured with the knowledge of what could have been. Tubbo's determined, though. He's going to find some way back to Nerox so they can see each other. Reassure that the other is alive and okay and in one piece. I'm really sorry. Oh, what? I'm really sorry, Tommy. I'm so sorry, he says softly. Fingers digging in harshly at the back of his neck. I've gotta go. Techno is going to fucking kill me, and I still have to drop off Rambu. I love you so much. I understand if you're mad at me for putting you through all of this, but just, I mean, I understand if you wanna, but I'll see you around. He woodenly disconnects and sits in the ringing silence for a minute. A couple straggler tears rolling down his face, tickling under his chin as they make their way down his neck. Get lost in the red collar of his bomber. Tubbo thuds his head back into the headrest and shoots air out of his nose. Tries to quell the trembling in his limbs. Knows he really has to call Techno, but doesn't want to look like an absolute wreck when he does it. Once he can breathe evenly for a few seconds, Tubbo slaps 2 palms into his cheeks and shuffles himself up straighter as his other hands pull up Techno's personal line. Waits with anxiety churning in his gut like chemical fires for the call to connect. It picks up faster than he was expecting, the standard avatar profile image resolving into a warmly lit office, a nonplussed-looking Technoblade sitting up at his desk. Thank fuck. I was really starting to think I was gonna have to notify your next of kin, pay out your reaming balance, things like that. Do you have any idea how much paperwork that involves? I'd be buried up to my eyeballs for days. Sorry, Tubbo mumbles, ducking his head. Thinks he's getting bitched out, but Techno just keeps going, rambling on about paperwork and other tedious things to the point that Tubbo glances up cautiously, heart twisting in knots when he sees how tight Techno's hands are wrapped around his biceps, relief clear in his eyes. Dark bags stark underneath them. So anyway, thanks for saving me a lot of trouble, I guess, for not being dead or whatever. Techno huffs, shrugging like he couldn't care less, but the movement unwinds some of the stiffness from his posture, and Tubbo sniffs, flicks him a tremulous salute. You know me, boss man, always considerate. Yeah. Techno reclines in his chair, arms folded a lot more loosely across his chest as he arches an eyebrow. Well, you better have one hell of a story or I want a refund. So Tubbo fills him in, about Osiren and the emergency landing, how he's been trying to find a new transmitter, leaves out the bits where he almost died from an infection in the wound that Techno's been on his ass about since he got shot, doesn't mention how Rambu took care of him, nor their impulsive game of tag, or any of the quiet little moments he's found in between. It's during his long, rambly explanation that Tubbo remembers he's actually on an escort mission from the king of an entire fucking planet. Bites his tongue hard at the thought of how much shit Techno must have caught when Tubbo disappeared off the grid with the king's fucking son. You must make everything worse, cause problems for everyone around you, the no-good fuck-up. And Tubbo tucks his legs under him, curls in as tight a ball as possible, massaging at his temple. Anyway, that's about it. Sorry the mission's gotten so derailed. I know it's probably caused you a lot of trouble. I'm really sorry about that. I mean, not really. I didn't have to do any paperwork, so... Techno says, waving a hand nonchalantly in the air, and Tebo furrows his brow, because that doesn't make any sense. He has to be mistaken. How has this not been a problem? Rambu's parents haven't heard from him in days. They have to have been contacting the syndicate incessantly, trying to find him. It's not... They had to have been. Techno just isn't understanding him, that's all. Because there's no way that Rambu's parents haven't been frantic since he disappeared. That they haven't been scouring space looking for him. How could they not? He's their son. They're his parents. They're supposed to. But at the back of Tebo's mind, the pieces are knitting themselves together into an understanding he doesn't want. And it's Rambu freezing, like he's expecting an attack. You want first call? How fast any personality he had is disappearing from his face. Like he's afraid someone's going to see his emotions. Your parents are probably worried sick. Like he's afraid someone is going to use that to hurt him. And it feels like Tebo's heart is disintegrating out of his chest. I'm like a week late in dropping off front. His Highness. Didn't the king or whatever, call you or something? Please let me be wrong. Please let it be nothing. There's no way it shouldn't be like that. He's their son. No? Techno drawls out in a murmur, eyes flicking off the side as he starts pulling stuff up on his other screens. Grunts and rests a hand on his chin. Yeah, I got nothing from anyone on Onwell. Huh. Yeah, that is a little weird. Maybe they have him chipped or something. Maybe, Tebo agrees in a whisper. But it's bullshit, and he knows it. Caught up in memories woven together in a new light, and he hates it. Makes him furious. Seeing this ugly, obvious thing standing out like the nastiest of truths. Are you even listening to me? Rambu screams at him. And it's not because he's angry. Tense line of his body, he never stops talking like he's trying to fill up empty space, like he's trying to prove he's there. And Tebo's eyes slip closed, head falling back against the chair. Shadow on the wall, not even there, doesn't matter, never did. Achingly empty hole in his chest because it's Rambu whispering, it's nothing, where he lays delirious and out of his mind. But that's not what he really means. I'm nothing. Tebo slowly opens his eyes, sees Techno watching him with a pinched face, and he doesn't know everything. Hasn't heard it, hasn't seen it. But he's been at this game for a while. Knows what to look for, and Tebo can tell he's starting to get it. Like Tebo's gotten it. There's no one on Onwell biting their nails waiting for a call to come through. And it feels like he's gonna throw up. I should probably go, Tebo says slowly, frigidness seeping into his body, crackling in his chest cavity and threatening to shatter his bones, and Techno sighs, nods his head a few times. Yeah. Let me know when you get to Nirox, alright? And Tebo... He stops where his hand was hovering over the disconnect. Feels like the air is stolen out of his lungs the way Techno is looking at him. All hard lines of resignation and concern. Just don't get too attached, okay? He says, scrubbing a hand through his unbound hair, fluffing it up in the back so it sticks out weird. It might not be what you think it is, so just, yeah. But let him know that we're always hiring. Try not to get almost exploded by a star this time, yeah? Talk to you soon. Techno cuts the call from his end, and Tebo is left alone with the restless energy to move burning through him. He lurches to his feet, unease spiraling in his core like the sweeping bands of light being consumed by a black hole. Staggering pressure mounted as he makes makes to head out of the cockpit and freezes in place. Rambu's standing in the open doorway, but it's not his Rambu. The one that sat barefoot with him in the dirt and talked about the stars with such passion. The one that played tag with him and shyly curled his tail around Tubbo like he was afraid of doing anything more. The one that laughed until he cried over dick jokes and idiot stories. The one that smiles real and alive and unrestrained. No, this is the prince. Gold glittering from his ears and capping his horns. Haughty expression on his face, condescension souring his two-toned eyes, end crystals shining from his clothes and glowing ominously from the circlet on his head. The one Tubbo hasn't seen in a few days now. Forgot it even existed as he stares at it wide-eyed. Never seen something look so out of place before. If you're done, I'd like to call my father now, Rambu says in a clipped tone, and even his voice is different. Backslid into the cold, frozen one he first used when they met on the landing pad, and something in Tubbo's chest shakes loose. You don't have to do this. He bites out, fingers clawing harshly into his palms, anger and concern and sorrow roaring up through him like a fire out of control. How could they do this? How could they? They're your family. And Tubbo has to take a steadying breath, whispers, "Not with me." What are you getting at? Rambu snaps, jerking his head back and making all of his earrings swing, like chains on manacles? Manacles?
Manacles, yes.
Manacles. And Tubbo sighs sadly, thank you. Looks up at him and wishes he didn't understand like he does. You know what I mean. Rambu's eyes jump around his face, mask cracking a little, and his brows curve inward, mouth pulling at the sides as he begs quietly. Can you give me a minute? Alone? Please? Okay. Yeah, okay. No problem, Boo. Tubbo murmurs, ignoring the sharp inhale, and moves to step past him. Pauses with their feet on either side of each other, like stair steps, like some strange puzzle with only two pieces. Lays a hand on his arm and offers, "I'll be outside." "I'm not leaving you," is what he hopes Rambu hears, thinking he understands him when there's the briefest flick at the back of his wings, like he's checking to make sure Tubbo is real, like that he's there. Hesitates, like he doesn't want him to leave. But Rambu pulls back first, edging further into the cockpit with an absent nod. Tubbo slides down the ladder and tries to block out the sound of a call waiting to connect, the faint chiming fading away as he steps out of the Isachi, but it still hasn't picked up by the time he reaches the end of the cargo ramp, and Tubbo rakes a hand through his hair. Fucking hell. Rambu's a good person. He's ridiculously smart and driven, has a good head on his shoulders, is really kind and compassionate, probably doesn't have any open warrants under his name. What parent wouldn't be stupid proud of him? Shower him in affection and praise he kinda clearly deserves. In comparison, Tubbo's a bit of a fuck-up. He made a few really stupid, really bad choices, but his mother still tells him she loves him, sends care packages to HQ when she can and expects him home at the holidays, makes sure he knows he's important and good and not defined by his mistakes. Family is supposed to be there for you. They're supposed to love you and protect you, and it isn't confined in blood. Tubbo's found his fair share of family over the years, first on Nerox and vibrant laughter and speckled wings, and now with the Syndicate. Sharp grins and warm hearts and itchy trigger fingers. Family isn't... They're not supposed to do whatever it is they did to Rambu. Did they ignore him? Turn their backs and not answer his questions? Is that why he's so desperate when he thinks no one is listening? Why he acts like he has to be on his best behavior for Tebo to even talk to him? Did they tell him to shut up whenever he'd ramble about the universe? Taught him to keep his interests to himself, slowly walling off who he actually is, bearing it under whatever it is he thought they wanted him to be? How could they? How could they? He's their son, their brother, someone to them. How could they just abandon him? And it makes Tebo furious, sits burning in his heart, the frantic, wild conviction to never take Rambu back there because no one deserves that. Let him know we're hiring, whispers in Tebo's head as he flops down at the edge of the ramp, fingers picking at the loose grit on the pavement. It comes to him then, the unbidden, intrusive thought of Rambu in a gray and orange jacket spread across his shoulders, and Tebo flexes his palm out flat against the ground, pressing hard enough, little bits of stone cling to his hand when he pulls back up. It'd look good on him, he thinks, watching the tiny dark pebbles drop one by one to strike against the earth, flying off in a dozen directions. A better fit than that stupid crown, than all that fucking gold he wears. Tebo's unoccupied hands briefly check around his wrists out of habit, always paranoid to find gold bands stitched on the ends of his sleeves. And he hasn't worn that jacket in rotations, but sometimes it still feels like they're there, branded into his skin like a set of manacles he can never get rid of. Twisting to look over his shoulder, back at the Asachi, at whatever conversation is happening inside its walls, Tebo wonders if Rambu feels the same, like he's trapped. No way out, nowhere to run. Spreads a palm out over the insignia on his shoulder and wonders if maybe he just needs to know he has somewhere he can go. You know, you said you'd... Oh, hold on, my brain turned off. You said you'd never ask anyone else. A snide voice hushes from the back of his head. And Tebo wraps two of his arms around his abdomen, shakes his head because he knows that. And giving Rambu an out isn't the same as asking him to be his partner. But there's something so inherently wrong to picture Rambu standing by some faceless so-and-so's side. It's selfish and terrible because Tebo won't ask him. Can't. But he also doesn't want Rambu flying out with anyone else. Queens, he wants. And Tebo hunches over, digs fingers into the back of his neck because he shouldn't be thinking this. He promised himself, promised Tommy, said there'd never be anywhere else. And what's wrong with him anyway? They barely know each other, but they do have already saved each other once apiece, and careful hands cleaning out an infection won't let anything happen to you, promise, and merciful queens, but he wants. Tebo's head jerks up, hearing boot clicks down the ramp behind him. Scrambles to his feet and turns to see Rambu walking towards him. Hey, did everything go okay, or... But he doesn't act like he heard. Striding past Tebo, who has to quickly step out of his way or get run over, dark cape billowing behind him like an ominous cloud. And that might as well be answer enough. Tebo's heart twists painfully, and he lunges forward, hooking one of his hands around the crook of his elbow. Gets Rambu to come stumbling to a stop, and he murmurs, "You all right?" "Of course. Is there anything I can help you with?" Rambu says, perfectly even. But under Tebo's hand, he's tremoring faintly. A deep-seated shake he's mostly managing to control. Back ramrod straight and unnaturally still. And Tebo pushes his mouth to the side. "What happened?" "Oh, nothing. I just spoke with my father. It honestly doesn't concern you," Rambu says like it's a line he's rehearsed. Finally twists and regards Tebo with one empty eye. Now, if you could kindly let go, I would appreciate it.
Hey, Aura.
Yes.
I'm sorry to cut you off,
What's up?
but this is honestly a part I was looking forward to, and I feel like I know what this part is.
Do you want to take it away?
Is that okay?
Go for it, my dude.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know if like you were
Oh my
excited
gosh.
to read it as well, but like
No. I'm so excited for you to be able to experience this. So if you want to read it, perfectly fine. I'm
Okay,
gonna sit with chat and scream.
all right. Thank you, Ara.
Do you want me to mute
Uh,
if you need me to read more later on, or do you want to just end call and I'll just be in chat?
I mean, I don't mind if you mute. I don't mind you sticking around.
Okay, I mute. Enjoy.
Thank you. let's get claps for Aura in the chat, right? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, right? Pet the mod, Aura. Pet the mod, Aura. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I'm really excited for this part. Okay. Now then. All right. I'll start from the last paragraph that he read. Back to crying. Oh. All right. Sorry, I got distracted. Fuck. Okay. I'm like having myself up. Okay, I'm good. Thank you. No. Thank you, Connor. All right. I'll start from this paragraph. Oh, nothing. I just spoke with my father. It honestly doesn't concern you. Rambo says, like it's a line he's rehearsed, finally twists and regards Tubba with one empty eye. Now, if you would kindly let me go, I would appreciate it. Normally, Tubba wouldn't hesitate dropping his hand, but he's got a gut feeling leaving Rambo alone right now is not a good idea. Loosens his hold, but doesn't let go. Steps a little closer. I will if you really want me to, but I don't think that's what you need right now. And what exactly do I need? Rambo seethes, face still completely blank, but his shaking has gotten more noticeable. Rattling his earrings around and jostling Tubbo's hand, and Tubbo brushes his thumb back and forth over the glittering material of his shirt. Says honestly, I just think you need somebody to be here for you, to help you not feel so alone. I'm not alone, Rambo hisses, spinning around so it knocks Tubbo's hand loose, ears flicking back as he curls his claws into his palms. And Tubbo looks up at him sadly, murmurs, "Aren't you?" Rambo jerks back like he's been struck. Mask fracturing for just a second, and Tubbo knows he's nailed it on the head. Seeing the absolute distraught that pulls his face down before it's gone again, neatly tucked back under the surface of apathy. Don't project your feelings onto me. Just because you're sad and pathetic doesn't mean everyone else is. Rambo snaps, balled up fist dropping to his sides and trying so hard to seem callous, like he's not affected. But he's backing up a little at a time, running away, and Tubbo steps after him, following along for every step Rambo takes. I'm not projecting. I know there's something wrong. I know you don't know anything about me. Yes, I do, Tubbo insists, making direct eye contact with Rambo and watching watches panic drip into their mismatched depths. Run, run, run. In every tense line of his body, because Tubbo's not backing down. He's refusing to leave. And his heart breaks because Rambo doesn't know how to handle that. I know you're smart. I know you try so hard because you want somebody to notice, but they don't. And you're scared that no one will. Rambo freezes. Doesn't look like he's breathing. He's breathing as his eyes go wide. Pupils constricted all the way down to his tiny slits, and Tubbo wets his lips and takes another cautious step forward. Keeps talking. Tick jokes make you laugh, and I know you pretend like they don't. Keep trying to muffle your laughter, and it's a shame, 'cause it's really nice. Your laugh, I mean. The noise Rambo makes in response sounds wounded. Like Tubbo's physically hurting him, and Queens, how fucked up has his life been that this is the reaction to compassion? You're kind and you care a lot about people, about the galaxy. You have such a big heart, but it's like you're afraid to show it. And don't want anyone to know what matters to you. Tubbo sucks in a startled inhale when a nasty thought crawls into his head, but it makes so much sense. And he hushes mostly to himself. You're trying to protect yourself. That's why you don't want to let them know how to hurt you. No, I'm not. Rambo croaks, blinking his eyes rapidly like he's trying to stave off tears. Air hitches in his lungs as he stammers. You're wrong. And you're wrong. Am I? Then tell me how that call with your father went. Tubbo demands, maybe a bit harsher than he means, but he's starting to get upset, seeing the way Rambo's holding on to his composure by his teeth. What did he say to you? Was he worried about you at all? Did he even pick up, or... His words get lost somewhere in his throat when Rambo tips his head back and cackles. It's nothing like earlier, loud and warm and alive. This is sick. It's twisted and angry and sounds like a blizzard howling outside. And everything about Rambo shifts like he's never seen before. Oh, you think you're so smart, don't you? Think you have me all figured out, Rambo croons, his one hand coming up with slightly rust on his face, and he tips his head to the side. Smarmy, sweet expression melting away like ice in a supernova. I'm sure you're real proud of whatever theory you've come up with. And what could you possibly understand about my life when you're just a dirty little nobody with a rap sheet? He's deflecting. You hit too close to home. He doesn't mean it, but it still hurts. Never were going to be anything, never going nowhere. Pricks at Tubbo's heart like little slivers of metal, like needles. But he doggedly takes another step forwards, says as calmly as he can, You don't mean that. I know you don't. I do, actually. But see, that's your problem, Tubbo. The way he says his name, it's like slime. Like, refuse. It's something disgusting and beneath him. Sit down, shut up, do as you're told, Ensign. And Tubbo bites his tongue hard because he can't deal with that right now. And Tubbo's eyes narrow like he's figuring something out. You can't admit when you're wrong. When you've made a mistake. You just tell yourself you're right until you believe it. There can be no half measures. Do it now. A wicked sharp smile and glasses flashing in the night. And Tubbo swallows hard, slipping down a slope slicked with fuel and accelerants. How does he know? How does he know? How does he know? Forces it down and says tremulously, Stop it. I know what you're trying to do, but you're just letting them win acting like this. That's adorable. You have a hero complex, don't you? You're just inventing problems to save me from. Rambo simmers, smiles cruelly and scarily real looking, and Tubbo's having trouble picking out what's him and what's the shell. It's starting to worry because it's getting a little too convincing. Is that why you joined the Sun Fleet in the first place? Because you wanted to go and save the universe? Oh, what a sweet, stupid, naive little dream to have. But have you ever actually saved anyone? That's not... I'm trying to help you, But the words get lost somewhere down his windpipe, choked out by the billowing black smoke that pours up his esophagus. Do you trust me? And his hands seizing up by his sides, fingertips tingling like he can feel the pricking of splintery wood against them. It's for the greater good. Do it now, and there will be no half. Was it too much for you? All the rules and regulations. I imagine it was, given where you are now. Rambo cocks his chin up and advances, and Tubbo takes a shaking step back, heart in his throat, and he can't breathe. Not with those eyes pinned on him. Sit down, shut up, do as you're told, and sign. Take the match, Tubbo. Makes me wonder, though. Why are you where you are? Because with talent like yours, the Admiralty would have been loath to let you go. So that leaves two options. Rambo holds up a clawed finger, smiles like of every horrible thing that crawls out of the night, eyes wicked and reflecting light of a fire burning out of control. One, you're a deserter, a coward who couldn't handle the pressures of responsibility. Cut and ran in the first sign of trouble. Isn't that what you're good at, Tubbo? Running? He's wrong. But he's not. Not really. And Tubbo can't really seem to get the air in his lungs, sucking in lungfuls of what feels like smoke, fire crawling up the back of his throat, and he's not a coward. He's not. But you ran. But you ran. A voice whispers like curling ash and sparking embers. You ran, and you're still running. You think you can leave it behind, but it just comes with you. Or two, you were discharged. Dishonorably, I presume. But really, what else could it be? You fly for the biggest lowlife in the galaxy, a warmongering psychopath. No, it's not. He left because he wanted to, not because of... So how bad is your rap sheet? That he's the only one that he'd take you in. Printed in neat block letters, cycling in headlines on a newsreel, deep, destroying fear of what have you done? What have you done? What have you done? What exactly did you do? He didn't mean to. It was an accident. He didn't know. Flames jump high around them. Ring their feet like demonic halos. In between blinks, Tubbo can see it. The entire shipyard engulfed around them, fire spreading like crazy as it ignites the fuel, and engines and all over hissing and shrieking and bulking plastic steel, and he can hear it. Screams. Tubbo cries ragged through his teeth, lower arms curling tight around him while his upper palms clasped over his ears, trying to block them out. He didn't know. No one told him. He would never have. He didn't mean to. But you did. It was your hand. You took the match. You struck it. He shakes his head violently, chest heaving like he's going to pass out. Valiantly tries to count breaths, but there's no air here. He's suffocating. Just like all those people you burned alive. Stop! He gasps, tears streaming down his face, because this is consuming him from the inside out. He can't see, he can't think. All this is too sharp, smiles flashing, glasses. An unlit match in one hand and a lit cigarette in the other. The resistance thanks you, Tubbo. And he howls like the damned stop! Something touches his arm. They came from him, of course. They came from him, of course. They did slap chains on his wrists and drug him away, and he panics, throws it off of him with a scream. The entire world pulsating reds and oranges around the edges, the fire he can never put out. Tubbo hears shoes scuff and jerks his head up and sees a dark shape looming over him. Mismatched eyes went red like hell. He's the devil, he's a monster, he doesn't think. He cocks his fist back and launches it forward with a shriek. His knuckles contact harshly with flesh and pain flares out at the contact. A dull thud letting him know that he hit something and hit it hard. Limbs pinwheeling past him as Rambo is knocked flat on his ass. Hurt him, hurt him, hurt him, howls in his mind like a typhoon. Tubbo can't stop crying, shoulders shaking as he's struggling to breathe. He blinks enough tears out of his eyes to see Rambo sprawled on the ground, horror-struck expression on his face as something dark drips out of his mouth. His voice a broken, croaking wreck. Tubbo, fuck you! He screams, trying to be strong, trying to be angry and intimidating and uncaring, but it sounds more like a wail. Tubbo's lower lip wobbles, and he can't. Spins on his heels with a sob and stumbles back in the Isachi, hyper-aware, listening for the sound of pursuit, and relaxes when he hears nothing. Fumbles closing the cargo bay. The doors grinding closed, shutting the light out of the millimeter at a time. Tubbo hiccups uncontrollably. Slides lightheadedly down one of the bulkheads until he's on the floor, curling up as tight as he can in the muffled darkness. Flame still flickering at the edges of his vision, and tries to control his breathing. In, 1, 2, fire climbing high into the night, he can't stop it. Out, 1, 2, helpless, scared. What do I do? What have I done? In, 1, 2, trying to run, but his legs won't work. Metal scuffed that scorch around his skin. Out. He can't. And Tubbo balls, throat clogging with snot and restricting what air he can get into his lungs, and he puts his head in his knees. Keeps telling himself he's fine, he's okay, there's air, he can breathe, but it doesn't help. He canes on his back. He canes in the back of his throat, wishes Tommy was here, that his mother was, wishes he was home, doesn't want to be here alone. Wishes there was a tail coiled around one of his legs, barking laughter in his ears, cold hands, mismatched eyes, my friend. Damn it! Tubbo sobs, banging one of his fists into the floor, snarling at the others in his hair, and tries to stop thinking. Wishes he could get to that smell of burning metal, of flesh out of his nose. Wishes that things were different, that he didn't have to deal with this, that he hadn't been an idiot, swayed by grand sweeping speeches and golden tongue. It could have charmed the devil himself. He wishes he'd never met Wilbur.
That was so fucking good.
I need a minute. I need a second from that.
I'm so glad you fucking read that part.
I need a second from that. Whoa, that almost got me in a few parts. Whoa.
God damn.
Whoa. I need it. Oh man, I'm sweating. I need a second. Oh, I'm taking. Jesus.
Go get water. Drink water.
Water. That's a good idea.
Water. We all stand up and stretch. We do that.
That's a
Chat,
good idea.
Staring at you.
What? That's a good idea. I say as I go across
We get up,
the room
stretch,
and, like,
get
crawl
water.
into a ball on the floor. I just need a minute. I need a minute from that.
We have mental turmoil. God damn. You should do voice acting.
I mean, I've considered that, you know.
You would be really good at it.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot, cause like, oh, whenever I get into the mindset of a character, right? I have it's just this thing. It's how my brain works, but I hyper empathize a lot with a character. That's honestly why I like drawing, like, viscerally emotional comics and drawing so much. It's because I literally feel what the character is feeling. And this is just physical proof. Whew. Goddamn. I'm glad y'all liked it. Damn, alright. Moon and Empath, pause! Goodness. Whew. I'm good though. I'm good. I'm just a bit jittery, but I'm good. Oh. I'm going to animate that shit? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh,
yes! Yes!
Oh, my God.
Dude, whenever I read that, I think I was in my car, right after class, and I was just like, I think I'm mentally dead.
Fuck, yeah!
I drove home. I have an hour drive home. I drove home in dead silence, because I needed just to process.
Just needed a second. Just to
I needed
absorb.
a minute.
Just to process what the fuck you just read. God. Ooh. Oh. Oh, man.
Oh. God damn.
Oh, man, we're almost at 7 hours of this stream. Oh, God.
Hell yeah.
Not even done with this chapter. Well, this would be the last...
how far... we're almost at the end of the page.
Yeah, that's the Declassified Galactic Survival Guide part is, just the last bit.
Error.
Oh my God.
Error.
Last section. True that. Alright. I'm gonna read this last bit and then we're gonna take a fucking break. Okay. The Declassified Galactic Survival Guide. The universe is a very large expanse, continually expanding, actually, so there's never going to be an end. Well, at least until the Big Bang runs out of kinetic force and snaps back like the most humongous and cruelest of rubber bands. Which is going to be terribly inconvenient, but at a point, we'll all cease to exist anyway. Though, given the nature of mortal existence, I'm sure someone will manage to file a complaint with the overall higher order regardless. Even our finite and exorbitantly meaningless lifespans. Given our very finite and exorbitantly meaningless lifespans, it's virtually impossible that we make the most of them. And, well, some take this as a challenge, pursue a higher calling that will better existence as a whole, like writing a guide to the entire galaxy while trying desperately to keep it pocket-sized for your convenience. It means it becomes very easy to lose sight of what really matters. Your author would argue that the upper echelons of Anwil have, along with Sunfleet and Admiralty, that they've gotten lost in a pursuit of something that is honestly pointless and does little to benefit existence. Besides racking up a large number and thinking it means you're better than everyone else, that you're entitled to whatever you want. There's so much more in the universe than credits filing into an account. So many wondrous things scattering across existence that I couldn't begin to hope to name them all. From the infinite solar loop of Gilo to the tiny crystals of froganoids and on Did I pronounce that alright? Life crawling from many cracks and crevices, and yet the universe can be a terribly lonely place. What do all the marvels and riches in life matter without someone to share them with? How are we supposed to cope with the terrible facts of being alive if there's no one there to put that commiserating hand on your shoulder, to look you in the eyes and tell you they feel it too, they understand? Honestly, the only thing that truly matters will be what counts the most when that cosmic rubber band snaps back and destroys us all like a proverbial fly in a proverbial wall. Are the relationships we keep and who we choose to share our existences with for the brief time that we have them? And I feel like a lot of people have forgotten this. That is a very lovely sentiment. That makes me depressed.
Good.
Good! Respectfully, fuck you.
We stopped feeling good after tag ended.
Oh, we did. We really did. Now, where's the pet the author emote? I'd like that right now. I wanna pet the author. We haven't even gotten to the last chapter, but I wanted to pet the author. Everybody give a good old, let's farm some claps for the author, right? Farm some claps. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I don't even know if my microphone picked it up.
I heard it a little bit.
Okay, that's what counts.
I think this will count.